They never got paid for that.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for being here on this Tuesday, January 17th. Taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. On the left-hand side of your screen, here's a preview of the top stories that we plan on covering during our 7 a.m. hour. We are continuing to bring you all the latest when it comes to severe weather that's ripping through southern portions of the United States as well as California, which is expecting yet another round of heavy rains, which is also prompting evacuations in certain communities in California. So we are in touch with our colleagues at Fox 11 Los Angeles as well as Fox 2 San Francisco to make sure we bring you all the most up-to-date forecast. We're also tracking a bit of international news here as the Russia-Ukraine war continues. At this time, let's begin with the latest from the White House. Questions swirling around the discovery of classified documents as President Biden's Delaware home aren't going away, especially over the findings of more documents that were announced over the weekend. So some Democrats are concerned over the slow nature of these discoveries and calling on the White House to come clean. White House Republicans gearing up to get answers. Here's more from Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively.
What in God's name is that all about?
That was President Biden's question for Republicans' tax plans on Monday. Turns out Republicans have similar questions for Mr. Biden over classified documents. The president's lawyers announced this weekend that an additional 5 documents were found at Mr. Biden's Delaware house last week, in addition to those found over the last 2 months in his garage and former office.
This White House has been so inconsistent and so hypocritical from day one.
Biden's team hasn't been fully upfront about each discovery. They say it's a balancing act to be transparent while also respecting the integrity of the special counsel's investigation. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland tapped former U.S. Attorney Robert Hur to lead the Biden investigation. That's after he named a special counsel in November to look into hundreds of classified documents found at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort.
When my friend Mr. Comer says we're just looking for equal treatment, that's all we're looking for. I think it's good that this is in the hands of special counsels on both sides.
On Monday, the White House released a statement saying that House Republicans have no credibility and that President Biden is doing the right thing. But legal experts point out mishandling classified material is a crime.
By the 4th discovery and the other details that have come out, it's really impossible to spin this to say that it's not a very serious violation.
House Republicans are now demanding visitor logs for the president's home in Delaware, but his lawyers say they don't exist because it's a private residence. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, guys, you are continuing to stream Live Now from Fox. The time here is 7:04 a.m. We do have an international event coming to our desk. Idris Elba, an UN ambassador, is speaking live from Switzerland. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
19 practically to now allows me the platform to use my voice in areas that I am not qualified to be in, quite frankly.
Or amply qualified, maybe.
Well, yeah, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I come from a generation that saw hip hop emerge and saw the 80s and saw, you know, Margaret Thatcher, you know, and saw Trump. You know, I've seen it all. So here's the thing, you know, when you have that sort of life experience, you know, I think it becomes more about how can you articulate what you're feeling. Doesn't matter that I can do it at the forum, but can I articulate what I'm feeling? Do I have a point of view? And that's what I'm doing. You know, I don't sit here as an expert in food securities. I sit as a citizen of the globe. I'm, like most people, mortified about the disparity of wealth, mortified about what we're doing to our planet. And so here I sit.
Yeah. And let's talk about where that comes from. My best friend is from Sierra Leone.
Oh, yeah.
So I've spent many years there.
Really? How the body?
The body fine.
Wow.
I was not expecting. That's the only sentence I was.
Please don't try and please don't take that any further.
That's Sabrina's.
That's my line.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keeps me and my mother-in-law in good standing.
Is that let me just ask quickly, since because you guys also, it's a bit of a segue, but we'll get back to Sierra Leone in a moment, and also to East Africa, of course. But you guys have your podcast, you have this whole other line talking about many jobs, in kind of talking to people about how to. Well, you tell me, navigate a relationship or something? Like, tell me what.
Yeah, and well, like no, actually, because we were newlyweds when we started it, but at the kind of beginning of the pandemic, we had COVID. I feel like you probably all know that because Idris was on CNN telling everyone he had COVID. I was there with, I'm no better, I was in the video.
That was one of my greatest career moves.
And then we were exploring wellness. Like at the time, there was so much misinformation. I kind of convinced myself it was like my fault that I got COVID because my immune system was low. I don't know. I had my family calling from Africa, drink hot water and you need to work on yourself. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I have it. And looking at wellness and exploring what that meant for me as a person of color, like it felt like a very kind of niche space for one type of person, one gender. Anyways, I say that to say, in that exploration, we realized actually that a big part of our wellness had to do with the communities around us, had to do with the relationships in our lives, because more than anything, what was affecting us the most was the people we missed that we couldn't see in lockdown. So we realized relationships are so important. And then that spun into, there's so many different kinds of relationships. And we were talking familial partnerships, best friends, the relationship you have with yourself, the relationship you have with the planet. And we thought this needs to be a topic of discussion. And as newlyweds, how can we best learn? We can learn by talking to people we respect and admire in that space. So we started this podcast called Coupledom. And we've had amazing conversations with amazing duos. I mean, everyone from Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner, which is like kind of flashy, but like Ben and Jerry's, who we really admire in business and how they've sewed their ethics into their business. And it's been a fun ride. And, we're looking at starting it up again. Idris is very busy. So we had a lot of time during COVID, but having to find some time again. But thanks for asking about it, because it does feel like one of those things that has shifted the paradigm of my thinking into how, it's the first thing you learn in school, the buddy system. Take a friend when you go to the bathroom, and somewhere along the line, we've lost this sense of collaboration. It's one of the themes of this Davos as well, working together, and we work for a number of different agencies, and we constantly work on how do we bring the agencies together. And Alvaro, our president of EFAD, who we are goodwill ambassadors for, will know, we're always like, so have you heard about this agency and that, and how can we bring everyone together? And I think collaboration is so important.
Yeah. So let's talk about that, but let's just for a moment pause to talk about, so I mentioned my own connection to my best friend, to Sierra Leone, shout out to John Cisse, and let's just talk about what an incredible place West Africa is and Sierra Leone is. Yeah. The beauty of the place, the people. There's a beach about an hour's drive from Freetown called Beach Number 2. Which is weird because there doesn't seem to be a beach number 1. But it is paradise.
Yeah. West Africa is beautiful. Before there were borders, that region is probably the most beautiful, wing of Africa, and still is. And the people, as you say, have, such a rich culture, history, and tragedy. West Africa being the sort of hub of slavery, that part of the world still remains to have an incredible characteristics. Sierra Leone has been hit many, many times with very devastating adversity, which it has recovered from over and over again. And as it relates to me and my family, we feel proud to be survivors, or people that are part of a survival group that haven't given up, that haven't lost their heritage, that haven't lost their hope, and, we sit in an incredible seat of privilege, while some of our brothers and sisters don't have a voice to speak up about this privileges. So that's why I end up, and you didn't ask me that question, but essentially it's a driver for me as to why I sit in the seat talking about things that essentially affect us all, and why we feel compelled to keep going and keep going.
Yeah, and what you have kind of doubled down on, if you like, is the question of farming. Mm. And that, it's interesting because it's so crucial. Mm. But you tell us, why, how did you get there, and why is that the thing that you have kind of honed in on as what needs to change in order to improve people's lives?
It's a shared journey. I think Sabrina has a lot of influence in why, and I'll let Sabrina tell that story as well. But I think also at a junction where, just the realization that, look, in the 80s, Ethiopia was going through an incredible, devastating famine, and I just never will forget looking at children that were a little bit younger than me. You've seen those images, and it stuck with me. And my mum and dad would be like, my dad especially would be like, always putting Africa on the TV like that. That's what they're saying. That's what Africa looks like.
That's so interesting. Mm. And I don't want you to take you away from talking about the work, which we must talk about in detail. But how do you talk about this stuff without plugging into a kind of post-colonial racism kind of thing? How do you get people to engage in the challenges while at the same time getting that message right and celebrating that part of the world?
Well, I mean, I think the work that we focus on now, in any philanthropic venture we find ourselves in, is more about investing in the people that we support, as opposed to sometimes what can be a short-sighted aid kind of focused model. And obviously, when there's a famine, people need help then and there. Right. But why do famines keep happening again and again? We need to look at longer-term solutions that help empower the people on the ground who are actually taking care of the land so that they can feed themselves, build a sense of entrepreneurship and independence. And that's the work we do with EFAD and some of the other organizations we work with as well, just to be able to kind of move away from that handout model that isn't good for anyone. And it isn't good for the continent.
It's solutions.
It's solution-based that we look at. And I think, so with that framing, we don't find ourselves in the language of aid. We find ourselves in the language of solutions and investment. Yeah. And making that that shift in the narrative is so important, because I grew up with that. You're streaming live now from Fox. Right now, we are listening in live as actor and ambassador to the United Nations. Actor Idris Elba, as well as his wife Sabrina Elba, they are calling for more businesses and political leaders to provide more support to the world's poorest countries in the form of investment rather than aid. We'll have more of this live event in just a bit, but first let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll bring you all up to speed on top stories taking place here in the United States right after this.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. More troubling details are emerging about the background of freshman Congressman George Santos. He reportedly received large donations from a Russian businessman who is also the cousin of an oligarch sanctioned by the United States. That report triggering calls for even more investigations. Joining us now live is Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomosetti. Briella, thank you so much for joining us with this update.
Yeah, hi there, Rain. A lot to follow and track. We were on the story yesterday, and we're back out here again today. And here's the significance of all of this. If money can be tracked from a Russian oligarch to George Santos, it would be considered a campaign finance violation. But we don't know at this point of any of that is provable. What we do know is that if Santos is connected to something illegal, he can be forced out of Congress. The Washington Post reports that George Santos is tied to the cousin of a Russian oligarch. According to the report, businessman Andrew Intrater donated thousands of dollars to Santos's campaign, committees he's linked to, and dumped even more money into an investment firm where Santos worked. That firm, Harbor City Capital, is currently under investigation for allegedly running a Ponzi scheme.
This is finally a money source that has that kind of wherewithal.
Political analyst David Birdsell weighed in on the potentially important connection.
Until we know what that looks like, then we'll know the scope of the potential illegality here.
Intrater's background gets seemingly shadier. His cousin Viktor Vekselberg is a Russian billionaire hit with U.S. sanctions in the wake of the Ukraine invasion. The businessman also came under the eye of special counsel Robert Mueller due to his interactions with Donald Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, who pled guilty to campaign finance law violations in 2018. The House won't expel Santos for lying, but the disgraced congressman will be removed if he, too, is found to have broken campaign finance laws, which is a felony conviction.
If they can track the money directly from a Russian oligarch to the Santos campaign, yes, that's a campaign finance violation. But nobody has said at this stage that that's anything that's remotely provable.
Yeah, so former GOP Congressman Adam Kinzinger created a petition to have Santos removed from Congress. Santos originally said, if the 142,000 people who voted for me want me to go, then I'll leave. And so far that petition has more than 52,000 signatures. That number is steadily climbing. So we'll see what happens with that. Rain, back to you.
Briella, so you're joining us live from Great Neck in Nassau County. Talk to us about the significance of this location.
Yeah, so George Santos's campaign office is in Douglaston, just a short while away from here. But the reason we're in Great Neck is because New York Congressman Richie Torres is actually holding a press conference later this morning. That's going to be happening at 10 o'clock. He's calling for pretty much the same thing that a lot of other politicians and constituents are calling for at this point. They want the Federal Election Commission to investigate the illegal activity surrounding George Santos's campaign finances. The embattled congressman, though, has said many times that he doesn't plan on going anywhere, and also says he's going to serve out his full term, no matter what the people say.
All right, Briella, we'll definitely check in with you tomorrow for yet another update following this press conference, of course. All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. The time here is 7:20. Thank you so much for choosing us as your source for top stories this morning. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now. Thank you so much for joining us here. Well, Pentagon officials are now considering back pay for defense workers who were fired after refusing to take the COVID-19 vaccine. This coming after a decision last week to end the department's mandate. Fox News chief national correspondent Jennifer Griffin is at the Pentagon with more.
Facing a requirement from Republican lawmakers under the Defense Authorization Act that provides funding to the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin officially rescinded the military's COVID-19 vaccine mandate last week and could offer to reinstate the 8,400 former service members discharged for refusing the shot. It's not clear how many want their jobs back or remain fit enough to serve. Quote, regarding back pay, the department is still exploring this and will provide its views on legislation of this nature at the appropriate time. The thousands who sought exemptions and were denied will have their records updated and any letters of reprimand removed, according to the memo signed by Austin last Tuesday. Here's a breakdown of those discharged by service. 834 Air and Space Force personnel, 1,851 soldiers, 3,717 Marines, 2,064 Navy reservists and sailors. Providing back pay would be a win for Republicans like Senator Rand Paul, who fought against the mandate and threatened to hold up the Pentagon's $816.7 billion budget last December. Some service members could still be required to get the vaccine, and for the unvaccinated, commanders will have the leeway to curtail assignments and foreign travel to countries that still require COVID vaccinations.
Depending on the situation and the circumstances, it is incumbent on commanders to ensure that they're doing what they need to do to make sure those forces are ready.
Some Republican lawmakers argued the vaccine mandate was adversely affecting military recruiting efforts. The Pentagon says a department survey last year showed requiring the COVID vaccine was not a big factor in enlistment. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
The death toll in Ukraine rising after a missile strike destroyed a 9-story apartment building on Saturday. Ukrainian authorities say now just at least 40 people have died in the attack, including 2 children. Dozens were also wounded. So rescuers, as you can see here, combed through the wreckage on Saturday night, looking for survivors, and residents returned to collect their salvaged belongings beginning Sunday morning. Over 1,000 people lived in this one apartment block, which now, as you can see, lies in ruins. So some residents arranging flowers, toys, and candles in a makeshift vigil at the site. And a Russian spokesperson suggested that the apartment block was hit as a result of a Ukrainian air defense maneuver, but the Ukrainian military says it did not have the capability to intercept the kind of Russian missile which hit this building. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us more.
Let's talk about all of this. We want to bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer on this Monday. And Hal, thanks for being with us. Let's first start off. You watched Austin's report there. Some 80 to 100 Ukrainian soldiers now in the United States to be trained on this Patriot missile battery system. The training, from what I understand, quite complex. It could take a while.
Andrew, it could. I would say probably closer to 100. Is my guess. We're sending 1 battery of Patriots to Ukraine, and the Germans are sending 1 battery of Patriots to Ukraine. It's worth noting that the Germans routinely come to the U.S. to get trained on how to use the Patriot missile systems. Way back when I actually was at a base where the Germans would get trained in that system, so I had a chance to kind of see that up close and personal. That base, the normal length of training is about 6 months. However, there is an imperative to get them trained and get this thing operational as soon as possible. My guess is they'll probably be able to cut that back to they keep saying a few months. My guess somewhere around 3 to 4 months. And there are parts of that training that they may do a little bit differently. They may segment out training for certain personnel, and they may not get other training that normally U.S. troops would get. Also, some of the larger stuff where you find a battery of Patriot missiles that is integrated into a battalion and much larger air defense system. Well, that may not be training that they need because all they have is a battery. So they may have some ways of condensing the training down And I don't know what the background is of the troops coming in, but if they have a background in air defense, there may actually be a way to accelerate it because they already have experience. In fact, they have combat experience in air defense. So this is a our top line air defense system. This goes after cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, just like the very missile that got into Dnipro, and that cruise missile, along with other missiles that have been making it through the air defense envelope right now. So this is a crucial system, and they want to get it in there as fast as possible.
Okay, Hal, let's just, I guess, kind of, set the stage from a story that happened in Ukraine, a horrible, shelling by Russia in Dnipro, with possibly how that can now be prevented once the Patriot systems are in the country. I just want our viewers to take a look at some of this really, really horrible video from Dnipro. The death toll there rising after that missile strike destroyed a 9-story apartment building on Saturday. Ukrainian authorities now say at least 40 people died in the attack, including 2 children. Dozens of others were also wounded. Rescuers combed through the wreckage on Saturday night looking for survivors, and residents returned to collect salvaged belongings beginning on Sunday morning. Over 1,000 people lived in the apartment block, which now lies in ruins. Some residents arranging flowers, toys, and candles in a makeshift vigil at the site. A Russian spokesman suggested the apartment block was hit as a result of a Ukrainian air defense maneuver, but the Ukrainian military says it did not have the capability to intercept the kind of Russian missile which hit the building. Now, once the Patriots are in place, would they have that capability? And from my understanding, the range of the Patriot system, obviously, it can't cover all of Ukraine. They're just getting one of these systems.
Well, if that battery was in Dnipro, all right, if it was there, and theoretically, yes, it could have intercepted that missile. It was a KH-22 missile. That cruise missile was actually designed as they call it an aircraft carrier killer. It has a very large warhead. It goes very fast. It's a cruise missile, so it hugs the earth, and that's what it's designed to do. As you saw, it had tremendous devastation against a building. I have not seen where that Russian claim of air defense stuff by the Ukrainians has any credibility, but they put out such a overwhelming level of disinformation on this stuff. It's really difficult to sort out anything that they say is being truthful. However, they do have a pattern. The Russians have a pattern of attacking civilian targets. In many cases, they attack civilian targets because they're just not very precise, so they just aim it into an area where they know they're going to inflict a lot of casualties. That could be the case here. If that battery was there, that battery, a Patriot missile could have intercepted that. Now, with that said, they're getting one battery from the U.S., and then they're going to get one battery from the Germans. That's 2 batteries for the entire country. So where they put those is actually the big issue. And I would guess that one of those batteries will be in Kyiv, the national capital. I don't know where the other one would be. I'd be rather doubtful that'd be in Dnipro. I think they'd look at Odessa, maybe Kharkiv as alternate sites, perhaps Lviv. I don't know, but I don't think that particular city would have been under the envelope regardless. So Would it have the capability? Yes. Even if it's fielded, will it be in that location to stop that in the future? Probably not.
Yeah. Okay, so the conversation, though, Hal, has picked up over the weekend regarding and surrounding tanks getting to Ukraine, not from the United States, but from our European allies. Major movements over the weekend by the UK, by Poland, by Germany. What's going on here? Are tanks going to be on the battlefield soon in Ukraine, for Ukraine?
Well, they have Russian tanks. They're going to get Western tanks. The UK has pledged. Originally, they were talking. They were going back and forth between Challenger 2, which is a rather robust, more modern tank, and then the older Chieftain tanks. And there was a lot of discussion that the older Chieftains would go in. That is not a great system. It's rather aged, and even with that, it's got a lot of maintenance problems. The Challenger 2, though, is a very capable tank. And what the Brits are going to be doing is they're sending over 14, which is about a company size, of these tanks with all the support vehicles, the recovery vehicles, the maintenance vehicles that go with it. So it's a very robust package. And then they're sending in about 30 self-propelled they're on tracks, self-propelled howitzers, which is a fairly powerful package, and I don't know what they have in mind for that. I can think of a few configurations, but it was a rather interesting arrangement.
Okay.
Now, the Poles have promised to send 15 Leopard 2s. However, they're under license from Germany, so they have to have Germany's agreement. Germany has made, they've been kind of moving back. Originally, they said, no, we're not going to send them. They've been kind of modifying that language to saying we're not going to stop any other NATO countries from sending them, which is a definite softening of the original point. The hope is that eventually Germany steps up, because they have a lot of these in storage that they could put forward, that they step up and decide to send some too. But you could see fairly robust tank package going to Ukraine.
Yeah, Hal, speaking of Germany, I guess that is the hope, because the UK is now doing this. That hope, maybe that would urge some of the, German leaders to follow suit. Although we got the news today that Germany's defense minister, similar to Lloyd Austin here at home, her name Christine Lambrecht, she resigned today after enduring a year of heavy criticism over repeated public blunders, her response to the war in Ukraine, and the slow progress of a planned military buildup. So there's some shakeup in the echelons of the defense industry and the defense ministry there in Germany. Do you think that's going to have an impact on getting those Leopard tanks there soon?
That's something I was kind of looking at. I don't know where she was in some of those conversations behind closed doors.
Okay.
I mean, publicly we know, but behind closed doors, she could have been, because of where she comes from politically, she could have been one of those kind of dragging their feet on this a little bit. And there's been a lot of criticism of German foot dragging. This may be Scholz's way of moving things faster, put somebody else in there. That's very possible. There is a lot of pressure, not just there, but across the entire coalition government and across the government of Germany, to really start to open up. Now, you have to remember, this is a big change for Germany. After World War II, we had a very broad program of literally changing German society to prevent something like, the Nazis from ever coming to power again. That program has changed the way that Germans view national defense, national security. And we have been, certainly since 9/11, but definitely with this is forcing the Germans to move out of their traditional comfort zone, if you will, in terms of sending military equipment, things to other countries. And so it's a big change, but we are seeing the Germans starting to modify. And I think eventually the Germans are going to loosen up and probably send some Leopard 2 tanks in whatever this whole NATO configuration of Leopard 2 tanks is that goes into Ukraine.
All right, Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into these, headlines and developments there about the war in Ukraine. Can't believe we're coming up on the one-year anniversary already. Hal, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Let's talk about all of this. We want to bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer on this Monday. And Hal,
thank you to LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft and our national security expert Hal Kempfer for bringing us that update when it comes to Russia's war on Ukraine. Sticking with a bit of international news this morning, a report says TikTok will allow an independent third party to check on the platform's algorithm. The company wants the review to determine if Americans' user data is being accessed by the Chinese government. The plan includes U.S. tech entities such as Oracle, which would review TikTok's code that chooses what videos users see. The company's proposal is a part of an attempt to show the U.S. government that China is not using the app to spy. TikTok also has offered to create a U.S. data security group to monitor the app's safety features. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. The time here is 7:36 a.m., but don't go anywhere, because when we return, we will revisit this live event. Coming to our desk, as you can see here, actor Idris Elba, who is also an ambassador to the United Nations, is speaking at the World Economic Forum. And he is urging businesses and political leaders to provide more support to the world's poorest communities in the form of investment rather than aid. We'll have more from this summit in just 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:40 a.m. Thank you all so much for waking up with us. Let's dive into a bit of health-related news because unfortunately we're seeing a rise in strep throat cases in children across the country. So here are a few tips on how you can protect your kids.
Hot on the heels of a CDC advisory warning parents about a rise in strep A infections among kids. Health officials around the country are also sounding the alarm, citing a spike in the number of invasive strep A related diseases impacting children.
Group A strep is a bacteria that normally colonizes our throat and our skin. However, if the child lacks immunity to that particular strain, the streptococcus can cause what's commonly known as strep throat.
While symptoms of strep throat can include extreme fever, muscle pain, sore throat, and neck swelling, Group A strep can also cause rare but potentially deadly invasive diseases.
For instance, a child could aspirate the bacteria into their lungs and it could cause pneumonia. The bacteria could also go from the throat into their bloodstream and infect the connective tissue below our skin or the muscles below our skin.
Because strep can spread between children in crowded spaces, health officials say school closures and mask wearing brought on by COVID-19 previously led to decreases in invasive strep-related diseases.
Invasive disease decreased by 30% in 2020.
Doctors advise not sharing eating utensils and practicing strict hand washing routines to help avoid getting sick. And because untreated strep A can result in serious conditions, doctors also recommend having your child take a strep test to rule out if they have a Group A strep or another strain. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And the hunt for children's pain medicine may be getting a bit easier. Walgreens announcing it no longer limits purchases of over-the-counter fever medicine. Now, back in December, the pharmacy put a 6-product online purchase limit on children's pain relief medicines like Tylenol, for example. Walgreens was not the only retailer struggling to keep up with surging demand for the medicine, as last winter's triple-demic of RSV, COVID-19, and the flu, compounded with supply chain issues, made it very difficult for pharmacies to keep their shelves stocked. CVS and Rite Aid also limiting certain children's drug purchases, and the supply conditions may be improving. However, Walgreens now saying it can confidently meet demand. Time here 7:42. We'll have more top stories right after this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, let's go ahead and head out to the D.C. area. Joining us now live is Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. Bob, so we're learning more troubling details when it comes to that University of Alabama student football player, which has been charged with murder. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Rain. Darius Miles is a former basketball player at the University of Alabama. He's been on the team. He was injured for a time this year, and now he's been dropped from the program. We are outside Theodore Roosevelt High School. It's a public high school here in Northwest Washington, D.C., where we believe, and confirming all these details has been difficult the last couple of days with the federal holiday yesterday and what have you, but we believe Darius Miles was a student athlete here at Theodore Roosevelt High School in D.C. before going to the University of Alabama. This is 21-year-old Darius Miles at the time of his arrest in Alabama. He's charged with capital murder but claims he's innocent, saying, I swear, I love you more than you can imagine, while he's loaded into a police squad car. Listen.
I swear. I love you more than you imagine.
The shooting early Sunday morning near the campus of the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa reportedly followed a minor altercation between people in two cars. Shots were exchanged, and a 23-year-old woman, Jamia Harris, was fatally wounded. She was a passenger in one of the cars. A Ring camera on a home nearby captured the sound of the gunshots. Some of you may find this upsetting. Miles and 20-year-old Michael Davis of Charles County are both facing murder charges. The victim was the mother of a 5-year-old child. Darius was a member of the University of Alabama basketball team, though suffering from an ankle injury this season and not playing. He's now been dropped from the team. Head coach Nate Oates speaking with reporters Monday.
Tough situation. I've talked to Darius's mother multiple times yesterday. Very hard situation on both accounts. So, just continue to pray for Jamia and her family, although I didn't know them, but they're certainly in our thoughts and prayers, and continuing to pray for Darius's situation too. It's just an unfortunate incident that wish we weren't having to deal with today.
In a posting on Facebook, Darius's father, David Miles, a high school basketball coach here in D.C., asks for his followers' support and love, and that if anybody can afford to be in Tuscaloosa in court today to support Darius, the family would appreciate that. We're still trying to confirm that the two suspects are going to be in court today. I mentioned Michael Davis from Charles County. That's Charles County, Maryland, just south of D.C., and he's 20 years old. Darius Miles, we believe he was a student here in D.C. at Theodore Roosevelt High School. At some point, also moved to Charles County and then may have, and we're still trying to confirm this, but we believe he was also a student athlete at IMG in Bradenton, Florida, before attending the University of Alabama. And again, his lawyer, Darius Miles' lawyer, has put out a statement saying that Darius is innocent of this murder charge.
All right, thank you so much for this update, Bob. Let's stay on this topic because the Alabama head coach, Nate Oates, recently joined Live Now from Fox to talk to our very own Live Now from Fox's Andy Mack about this situation. Let's revisit that conversation just in case you missed it.
University of Alabama basketball player Darius Miles charged with murder in the killing of a 23-year-old woman. This happening over the weekend. I want to take you out to the tweet from our Kelvin Reynolds, our Fox 6 team. The University of Alabama basketball player cried out as he loved ones as he taken to the Tuscaloosa County Jail on Sunday. Miles and Michael Lynn Davis both charged with capital murder in the shooting death just before 2 a.m. on Sunday. Of course, investigators said Miles is the only person involved who is connected to the University of Alabama. Police responded to the shooting around 1:45 local time Sunday and found that Jamia Harris had been shot and killed while sitting in a car less than half a mile from the university's campus, according to a release from the Tuscaloosa Law Enforcement Department. The driver of the car told police that someone had shot into his vehicle and said he returned fire in self-defense, possibly striking one of the suspects. Of course, these are the mugshots we get out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Miles, 21, is a junior at the university from Washington, D.C., according to the men's basketball team roster. Before he was moved from the team, Miles was playing his third season as a forward. He was on the roster when Alabama beat LSU on Saturday the 14th. The Crimson Tide ranked currently number 4 in the country. He will not be, like you heard, with the team as they travel to Vanderbilt, as he is still charged with capital murder and being held without bond. Their head coach, Nate Oates, spoke at a press conference today about the basketball game that's coming up, and obviously a lot of questions around Darius Miles. Let's listen into this press conference here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, I just want to start today by offering our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Jamia Janae Harris, young woman, daughter and mother, was taken way too soon from a senseless act. This is an incredibly sad situation. Our hearts go out to our loved ones. We're keeping them in our thoughts and prayers as they continue to grieve. We came together last night and talked, thought it was important that we were all here and around to support one another through this situation. With this being a pending investigation, there's nothing I can add that hasn't already been shared. You may have some questions, but there's nothing I can comment on relative to Darius' situation and the investigation. Again, our sympathies to Jamia's family following this unimaginable loss. This is a really difficult situation. We're continuing to support each other as we process this and balance school and basketball. To that end, we regrouped this morning to maintain our routine and some structure in the midst of this situation, and we'll practice before heading up to Nashville for the Vanderbilt game.
Yeah, what was the message to the team when you guys met last night?
It's really a tragedy all around, but especially for Jamia and her family. Wish we weren't having to address this situation, but we got to pull together as a team at this point and have each other's, really be there for each other.
How have the players, been over the past, since yesterday morning? How have they responded to your message?
They've been good. There's a lot of hugs last night. I mean, everybody understands the situation, but everyone's aware of the services offered on campus and are taking advantage of them, through our sports medicine for these types of situations. So they're going to need some additional support moving forward too.
Your job over the last 24 hours and over the next 24 is obviously very different now. It's about, like you said, helping players process and not about basketball. How are you able to change gears in that way, in a way that you have to change gears as their coach, and what are some of the questions that they asked you that you could or couldn't answer?
Yeah, we can't answer anything dealing with the investigation, obviously, because it's a pending investigation. So, and they didn't have too many questions. It's really just more kind of a grieving process. They understand the severity of the situation with Jamia and also understand the severity of the situation with Darius, and there's both sides of it, dealing with it. So, yeah, it's not something you go through often as a coach, but I think we've got the services around the program to help us handle this situation.
Is this a situation that's just isolated to Darius, or is there any other players that are maybe involved?
No, as I mentioned earlier, all of us got together last night. It's an ongoing investigation. Our entire remaining team is traveling to Nashville and will be available to play in the game tomorrow.
How did you learn the news of the situation, and how did you respond immediately?
Yeah, I got a call Sunday morning alerting me to what was going on. I immediately called Greg, and we started putting our plan in place together to handle situations like this.
What went into the decision to keep Miles out earlier this season? And then you had mentioned he was going through a personal matter. What steps did you guys kind of take to kind of help him with that before?
Yeah, I mean, he actually went back home to D.C. to deal with the personal matter that he was out a couple weeks with, and he had the ankle injury. It was kind of ongoing. So I mean, he's had multiple issues. They were all completely unrelated to this incident Saturday, though, or Sunday morning.
Coach, every program has a set of team rules. How will this change that moving forward so that you can help other student athletes that come in? And do you have a different approach after an incident like this?
Yeah, I think everybody listens a little closer after an incident like this. We've had speakers come in and talk to the team about, off-floor conduct, and we'll continue to do that and are continuing to do that now. They seem to listen a little closer during moments like this.
Coach, it's hard to put into words, just how to even ask a certain question, but obviously there's just humans involved in all of this, and including yourself. And just with the sensitivity of that, just how do you process this? I know you mentioned your thoughts with the family, but also, Darius, and you know who he is as a person too. So how have you processed moving forward on your own?
Yeah, I've got 3 daughters. Went through my mind how easily could have been one of mine. Tough situation. Talked to Darius's mother multiple times yesterday. Very hard situation on both accounts. So, just continue to pray for Jamia and her family, although I didn't know them, but they're certainly in our thoughts and prayers, and continuing to pray for Darius's situation too. It's just an unfortunate incident that wish we weren't having to deal with today.
The University of Alabama basketball player Darius Miles charged with murder in the killing of a 23-year-old woman.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andy Mack bringing us that update. We are continuing to track severe weather spawning across the United States, but one local organization is making sure that the homeless are staying warm this winter. Here's more.
Spreading some warmth on a cold day. Members of Oakland's Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church held their annual Blanket and Blessing Drive, where they drop off winter supplies to the unhoused community.
We have socks, deodorant, some beanies.
This year, wet and stormy weather has made their mission more important than ever.
The weather this year has been horrendous for even us with homes, so to be out here in the elements is a lot.
I just want to remind our community that we are better together. So listen, all hands on deck.
Bishop L. Lawrence Brandon said they packed more than 100 bags full of clothing, toiletries, and food boxes. Church members offered their unhoused neighbors hot cocoa and warm chili. Many have been staying in tents and are unequipped for the amount of rain, wind, and hail the area has experienced during the latest series of storms.
We're very concerned about people living outside, especially with the rain and then how cold it has been. And that's why we're going to share a little tenderness with blankets, some gloves, socks, and you name it.
At this encampment on West Grand Avenue, people hugged, shook hands, and thanked the volunteers. The church also brought along a doctor in case anyone had a minor issue that needed medical attention.
And switching gears to bring you all an update that came into our Live Now from Fox desk just moments ago. We have the NYPD as well as the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, addressing an officer-involved shooting. We're learning more about the NYPD officer who was shot in the early hours here on the East Coast in New York City. Let's go ahead and listen into this full update.
3 and 7-year veterans of the NYPD were in uniform in an unmarked police car patrolling the streets of New York City, working to keep New Yorkers safe. At approximately 3:03 hours this morning, those 2 officers from the 4-8 Precinct Public Safety Team were on Prospect Avenue in the vicinity of East 183rd Street in the Bronx. While attempting to engage two males on a corner, one officer was shot in the arm, narrowly missing his vital structures. The officer was brought here, where he is now in stable condition. I'd like to thank Dr. Jameson and the rest of the staff here at St. Barnabas Hospital for their excellent care, and our own NYPD, Dr. Kleinman. A 16-year-old male has been taken into custody, and a .32 caliber firearm has been recovered. We are searching for two additional involved males in this case. Let me be clear. We will stop at nothing to ensure that these subjects involved in this shooting and the people who drive violence in this city will be brought to justice. I'll now turn it over to the mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look at the scenario. 16 years old, officer shot, another individual potentially is armed. This officer was doing his job, part of the important team that has been assembled to remove guns off our streets. I spoke with Officer Lee and his family, and he is proud to have done his job on the front line to deal with the violence that we have witnessed, particularly in the borough of the Bronx. Thanks to the police work of Officer Lee and his colleagues, we've witnessed a reduction in shootings in this borough, and we're going to continue to do so. But it clearly emphasizes too many young people have too many guns in their hands. And our job is to create a pathway to stop that and to ensure that we remove these guns off our streets. Thank God Officer Lee will be going home, but too many innocent people don't go home after encountering gun violence. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning. At approximately 3:03 a.m., one uniformed member of the service was shot in the left upper arm. These are the details as we know them as of now. Two police officers assigned to the 4-8 public safety team in uniform and in an unmarked police vehicle observed two males at the southwest corner of 183rd Street and Prospect Avenue. As they pull up, at least one male fires at least 6 times, striking the windshield and our officer, who was seated in the passenger seat. He was struck in the left arm. 6 .32 caliber shell casings are recovered. Both officers exited the vehicle, and both officers returned fire. Responding officers give chase and apprehend one perp after a brief foot pursuit. Prior to the pursuit and seconds after the initial confrontation between the perpetrator and police, a second shot fired occurs from 760 East 183rd Street towards 183rd Street and Prospect. 2 .380 shell casings are recovered at that scene. These shots, based on preliminary video, are not directed toward the pursuing officers. The perp taken into custody from the initial 183rd Street and Prospect shooting is a 16-year-old male. A .32 caliber weapon was recovered from his person. Preliminary trace reveals that is not part of a multi-sale and it is not reported stolen at this time. At this time, we are actively seeking 2 persons, one male wearing all black who was with the 16-year-old at 183rd Street and Prospect Avenue, and a second male who was attired in black hooded sweatshirt and blue jeans, who was firing his .380 caliber from 760 East 183rd Street. We tracked him, he fled in an auto, and those 2 males are now actively being pursued. I'd like to turn it over to Pat Lynch, the PBA president.
Thank you, Chief. What we had the opportunity to witness today is when chaos and these police officers were set upon, shot at, and struck. That calm came over these police officers. The police officer that was struck and shot still pursued the perpetrator. His partner pursued the perpetrator, recognizing his partner was shot, throws him in the car, drives, transmits descriptions, notifies the hospital. If he could have, when he got to the hospital, he probably would have done the operation as well. That's how calm and professional these police officers were during chaos. We should all be thankful for police officers like this that do it on a regular basis. And we should always, in every way possible, recognize them for what they do. We don't only do it for ourselves, we do it for the people of the city as well.
Take a couple of questions.
Can you talk a little bit more about that interaction between the police officers and the unmarked car? Were they looking for suspects connected to a different incident, or why did they accept
That area is where we want our police officers to be. It's a known gang location. It had problems in the past. As they're heading up Prospect Avenue, they just observed 2 persons there. That's still under investigation. As they pull up, before they even have a chance to exit their car, shots are fired at their vehicle.
Alyssa, you have one? Okay. Can you see a picture of the gun? And the officers that apprehended the 16-year-old, were those the officers that were involved in the shooting, or was that a...
No, they were responding officers from the 48th precinct.
So separate officers?
Separate officers apprehended them.
We've got time for one more. Anybody else? Sean,
Second round of shots. Do we understand where they were directed at or why?
They were, the 760 East 183rd Street is approximately 100 feet off Prospect where the initial shooting came. The male just enters, fires 2 shots down in the direction, not at our police officers, in the direction of the initial shots fired.
Is it possible there could have been a confrontation between 2 policemen?
That's under investigation, but it's very likely at this time.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, I'll move it. That's also going to be put out on NYPD News, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, and that was the latest update from NYPD officials after an officer was shot in the arm in the East Tremont section of the Bronx. This took place in the early morning hours. Now, the officer was struck at the intersection of East 183rd Street and Prospect Avenue just after 3 a.m. He was rushed to the hospital in a police cruiser with a non-life-threatening injury. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here are your business headlines for this morning.
Getting to work is getting more expensive for drivers as we start a new week. AAA says the national average cost for a gallon of regular gas is now $3.30. That's 2 cents more than last week and 12 cents higher than a month ago. And speaking of driving, Wallet Hub just named Iowa the best state to drive this year. Their study looked at things like traffic, infrastructure, safety, and the cost of ownership and maintenance. And in case you were wondering, Hawaii was named the worst state for driving. And Walgreens is ending its online purchase limits for over-the-counter children's fever medicines. They were put into place last month for things like children's Tylenol to prevent people from overbuying and creating a bigger supply shortage during the so-called triple-demic. And the stock market was closed Monday for the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. But so far, it's been a good 2023. The markets are up 2 weeks in a row to kick off the new year. That's business. I'm Kelly O'Grady.
Sticking with the latest consumer news, people are using cash payment apps more often due to rising inflation. Labor Department data shows consumer prices have increased by 6.5% in December compared to last year. Now, according to Forbes, roughly 60% of 18 to 25-year-olds split bills at least one a week. Restaurant tabs, groceries, and rent are among the most requested to split on payment apps. While most users say anything under $5 isn't worth it, a quarter of people who responded to the survey say they have received a request for small payments as well.
Getting to work is getting more expensive for drivers as we start a new week. AAA says the national average cost for a gallon of regular gas is now $3.30. That's 2 cents more than last week and 12 cents higher than a month ago. And speaking of driving, Wallet Hub just named Iowa the best state to drive this year. Their study looked at things like traffic, infrastructure, safety, and the cost of ownership and maintenance. And in case you were wondering, Hawaii was named the worst state for driving. And Walgreens is ending its online purchase limits for over-the-counter children's fever medicines. They were put into place last month for things like children's Tylenol to prevent people from overbuying and creating a bigger supply shortage during the so-called triple-demic. And the stock market was closed Monday for the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. But so far, it's been a good 2023. The markets are up 2 weeks in a row to kick off the new year. That's business. I'm Kelly O'Grady.
All right, taking a live now look from our XRAD weather forecast, President Joe Biden plans to head west this Thursday to California, which has been hard hit by weather. The president will travel to California's central coast to visit areas hammered by extreme river rains. Now, Biden will meet with first responders, state and local officials, and will survey current recovery efforts there. Let's go ahead and listen into this update from our friends at Fox 11 Los Angeles.
We're going to continue to cover all the storms in Southern California. I want to be joined right now by Phil Schuman. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Phil, hopefully you're staying dry. What are you seeing with the cleanups now this week?
Well, today is a day for cleaning up and drying out, although just within the past hour we had some heavy downpours. We're in the community of Sierra Madre in the San Gabriel Valley, north and east of Los Angeles. Up in the hillsides here, it's a little bit unpredictable. So far, the mud is holding, but we start this report, Andy, with dramatic pictures of this massive, tall, old tree that started to fall apart. The tranquility of Sierra Madre Canyon as it twists upwards high above the 210 freeway, shattered by chainsaws. Crews removing branches from what's left of a massive old pine tree after they started falling. The power here cut as well due to the danger of downed lines.
A lot of stuff's gone on up there. I mean, the hillside's been on fire.
The tree coming down on Keith Lasasso's pickup as it woke him up about 5 a.m.
You could hear it snapping, and there's a lot of animals, wild animals up here, so like I said, I thought it was a bear climbing in the tree. But it was the tree falling little by little.
We haven't had power since probably 8 o'clock this morning. They were afraid that the lines will fall and electrocute everybody.
Meantime, it was another landmark tree, even larger and older, maybe 250 years old, an oak that came down in Woodland Hills in a shopping center, crushing empty cars, fortunately not hitting any people.
This could have been a disaster.
Renee Fields, one of many here taking video, here as in Sierra Madre. Awe at the force of Mother Nature. Thanks, no one was hurt or killed.
I just can't believe that something like this could happen. Look at the roots on the tree. This is crazy. Bad rain.
So it's clean up, dry out, try to prevent known trouble spots like the 5 and 110 interchange near Dodger Stadium from sliding again. And in hillsides like this one in Studio City, thanks that the water flow from the hills above has been reduced to a trickle. And the storm drains have been cleaned and remained free of debris. Quite a difference for Scott Leslie, his one of several houses where people were essentially trapped inside by this massive mudslide that took days to clean up.
The drains work the way they're supposed to, and it's just a matter of getting this stuff cleaned up and getting rid of some of the stuff that's been collected over the 25 years. So, yeah, you know how it goes. Now, it could have been, absolutely could have been worse.
We're back live in Sierra Madre. We're looking at that overcast sky. Other parts of the skies over Southern California actually clearing, which of course is welcome news, Andy. Now, there's been so many tales of storm-related death and destruction around the country. California has lost 19 people in a series of about 8 storms since Christmas Day. One of them, a 2-year-old boy in the Inland Empire, was swept away by floodwaters. And then, remember that story we've been telling you about the 5-year-old boy, Kyle Doan, in Central California, who, with his mother in their SUV when she lost control of it. They've had to call off searches for his body because of dangerous conditions there. So here in Southern California, we did better, if you want to call it that, than other parts of the state. And now we're looking at a period of dry weather for at least the next week or so. Not to step on the meteorologist's toes, but that's what they're telling us, Andy.
Thank you so much. And it feels like you are kind of a meteorologist for us here on Live Now from Fox. We've been talking weather for quite some time in Southern California. We appreciate it, Phil.
Okay.
All right, and California is not the only state that is suffering from severe storms. Let's head out to Georgia, where President Joe Biden has approved Governor Brian Kemp's disaster declaration request for counties ravaged by last week's severe storms and tornadoes. Among them is Henry County, where at least one tornado swept through a mobile home park. Storm victims are still picking up the pieces. Joining us now live is Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. So how exactly will residents use this federal assistance?
Well, they'll be able to contact FEMA, and FEMA will be able to give them assistance, loans, grants, things like that. And really not surprising as to whether this declaration ended up being put forward. When you take a look at the damage here at this particular mobile home park, you can see just how much these folks have been ravaged by this storm and how badly needed this assistance is.
Came together, just helping each other out, you know, it's just wonderful.
Tornado victim Geraldine Thomas picks up supplies from Griffin City Church. Thomas and her 10-year-old grandson rode out the twister in the bathroom of their home. Days later, her neighborhood is still a wreck.
You have to like walk and climb over trees and over wires and have somebody pick you up by a block or so down the road.
President Biden has declared Georgia's storm-ravaged communities major disaster areas, opening up federal assistance to victims. The declaration covers Butts, Henry, Jasper, Meriwether, Newton, Spalding, and Troup counties. People needing help can call 1-800-621-FEMA to start the process. There's also a website and a FEMA app. Members of the public, like 13-year-old Parker Brown, who took his day off from school to hand out supplies, are also doing their part.
The people are very happy to have the stuff to come and get. Most of them are with family members staying in their houses to have power.
In Locust Grove, volunteers are going door to door in a mobile home park that took a direct hit from the storm.
See what people need, come grab it, take it back to them. From a loaf of bread to clothing to water to Tylenol, whatever it is.
2 people ended up losing their lives in the storms when it came through here in Georgia, 6 more in Alabama. The president, hours earlier, had already issued a major declaration there in the state of Alabama as well, so help will be coming for those folks who badly need it. Also here in Georgia, we can tell you that the Red Cross has set up shelters for some of these people to be able to get assistance. They're also telling anyone who needs any help from the storm that they can call 1-800-RED-CROSS, and they'll be able to get them the help that they so badly, again, desperately need. Reporting live from Locust Grove, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now for Fox.
Right, a huge thank you to our very own Mark Teichner for joining us with that very important update. Again, if you are in need in the Georgia area, you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. The time here, 8:20. We'll have more top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now. Questions swirling around the discovery of classified documents at President Biden's Delaware home. Let's join in with an update from our colleagues at Fox News.
What in God's name is that all about?
That was President Biden's question for Republicans' tax plans on Monday. Turns out Republicans have similar questions for Mr. Biden over classified documents. The president's lawyers announced this weekend that an additional 5 documents were found at Mr. Biden's Delaware house last week, in addition to those found over the last 2 months in his garage and former office.
This White House has been so inconsistent and so hypocritical from day one.
Biden's team hasn't been fully upfront about each discovery. They say it's a balancing act to be transparent while also respecting the integrity of the special counsel's investigation. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland tapped former U.S. Attorney Robert Hur to lead the Biden investigation. That's after he named a special counsel in November to look into hundreds of classified documents found at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort.
When my friend Mr. Comer says we're just looking for equal treatment, that's all we're looking for. I think it's good that this is in the hands of special counsels on both sides.
On Monday, the White House released a statement saying that House Republicans have no credibility and that President Biden is doing the right thing. But legal experts point out mishandling classified material is a crime.
By the 4th discovery and the other details that have come out, it's really impossible to spin this to say that it's not a very serious violation.
House Republicans are now demanding visitor logs for the president's home in Delaware, but his lawyers say they don't exist because it's a private residence. In Washington, Caroline Shively.
Legal analyst Will Brutso, friend of the program. Will, thanks for being with us on this MLK Day. So many are wondering and concerned, at least Republicans are concerned, that if there are no visitor logs at the president's private residence in Wilmington, that possibly anyone could have come and gone there out of the garage if these classified documents were there. Obviously, they were tucked away. They weren't out in the open, but they were still there.
Andrew, it makes me happier that these documents were near his prized Corvette, because I think that means they were well taken care of and nothing would have touched those documents. But in all seriousness, what I have gleaned from all of this is that I think a lot of public officials make off inadvertently, perhaps, with classified documents. I think what made this different in the Trump situation was that he was asked to return them and he refused to return them, and so they had to issue a subpoena. Of course, in Biden's situation, Biden's legal team actually advised the National Archives, who then advised the Department of Justice that these documents were classified and they were where they were not supposed to be. So I do think that is an important distinction to make here, and I think it makes all the difference in the case. Now, the headlines may look similar, but I don't think that the facts are even remotely close.
Yeah, but something that is similar in this to something that I've been thinking about is, how the powers that be, very important political figures, former presidents, current presidents, vice presidents, how they all handle classified information. Now, President Biden said he was surprised, meaning he probably didn't know that this, was at his office or at his home. Will that stand up? Will kind of willful ignorance about having this in your possession, is that a legal strategy?
Quite frankly, I don't think it is, but I would note that what I've seen so far, and a lot of the information with regard to Biden's situation is still not fully filled out, but it looks like we're talking about pages. In Trump's situation, I believe there are 11,000 documents. Here, I'm hearing 5 pages, 6 pages, 1 page.
Yeah.
I think that may be more defensible, but as far as the exact number of documents or pages that were classified, that isn't really clear yet. But so it could make a difference if we're talking about a matter of pages.
Okay. Yeah, Will, like you said, the Trump situation, yes, 11,000 documents, 103 of which had classified markings. We're learning over the weekend that additional classified documents were found in the Wilmington home. That's according to the White House counsel, Richard Sauber. 5 additional pages with classification markings were discovered. That material has been handed over to the DOJ. Now, the response, yes, has been quite different. I also have a question, though. Now, these Biden lawyers who were kind of packing up that office there in D.C. with the Penn Biden Center and at his home, what if they didn't have the security clearance to be handling classified information? Does that concern you?
It's funny you should say that, because one of the lawyers, as soon as they found a single classified document, immediately notified the DOJ, and then the DOJ sent over individuals with clearances to look for more, and they in fact did find more. So it looks like Biden's lawyers know what they're doing, and as soon as they found something that was classified, they took the appropriate action and notified the appropriate government people.
Yeah, because there is that, very, I think, glaring distinction between the Trump and the Biden cases about how this legally plays out. And to your point, the DOJ, issued a subpoena to go to Mar-a-Lago, and, whether or not that was complied with, we all know the answer to that, because the FBI had to essentially raid Mar-a-Lago for these remaining documents. The Biden situation, they returned them almost immediately, at least the first kind of tranche that they found at the Penn Biden Center. The next day, they were returned to the National Archives. So legally speaking, these are playing out very, very differently, are they not?
They are. Well, also, I think you got to point out the fact is that, the Trump team never made it known to the government, the National Archives Agency, that they had these documents. It was the Biden team that notified the government that they had them. So in the Trump situation, the government had to come looking for them. They knew that Trump had these, and initially they asked for them to be returned. In fact, the head of the National Archives told the Trump team, listen, we understand things are chaotic when you change administrations and you may have these documents. Could you please return them? And instead of getting the documents back, if they just returned the documents, we probably would have never heard about this whole thing with the Mar-a-Lago documents. But because they resisted and ultimately refused, it became this huge scandal for Trump.
Right. And so, in the Biden situation, it remains to be seen. There's some reporting out there to suggest, what these documents are about. Now, unfortunately, because the story revolves around classified markings on classified documents, you and I possibly aren't going to ever, fully realize what these documents were about that were found. I think CNN is reporting they're about Iran, the UK, Ukraine, what have you. But that remains to be seen. But, depending on, how many more might be found, the legal headache will persist. The political headache will persist even more. Would you agree?
I think the political headache is really the problem for Biden, because this thing just blew up on Trump. Everyone came down on him. And now we have a similar fact scenario, but of course, with many significant distinctions.
Yeah.
But the headlines look the same, and that's really going to be the problem for Biden, not the substance. It's going to be the headlines. Yeah, I want our viewers to listen to some of these comments House Majority Leader Steve Scalise made just a couple of hours ago. They're meeting right now on Capitol Hill. House Republicans are in the steering committee. We'll get you to respond to this.
Talking about when the Justice Department clearly had the knowledge of this prior to the election and sat on it. There are a lot of questions that are still out there that haven't been answered, but just go look at the 60 Minutes interview that Joe Biden did and the comments he made about former President Trump having documents. Looks like he probably made those comments knowing that he himself had classified documents sitting in his garage. So somebody's got to ask the question, did you just say that knowing what you knew? Do you not think the rules apply to you? And I think Joe Biden's going to find out that the rules do apply to him, and we're going to finally start asking questions that haven't been asked for the last few years.
Thank you, leaders. Thank you.
Okay, so Steve Scalise there essentially saying, and he was alluding to that interview with Scott Pelley on CBS's 60 Minutes. He was asked about the Trump situation, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said he was concerned. He said he was alarmed. He said it was, unconscionable that this could be happening, and yet now he's in a similar situation. And so, we will just see how this all plays out. Your thoughts on what Steve Scalise had to say there, Will?
Let's face it, the Republicans won a very, very narrow majority in the House. There is a very fervent, in my view, extreme right-wing presence now in the House. They are going to go after Biden with everything they've got, even non-issues. But this is definitely an issue. So unfortunately for President Biden, he has opened this avenue of attack, and the Republicans are going to use it. And I think it is a legitimate inquiry that they have. But I think there are some distinctions about what happened with Trump, and I think that may be lost in this process.
Does the timing of when this was all divulged, does that raise red flags for you?
I can certainly see why they would say that. It does make sense, because that would have been a problem. I think it was right before the midterms.
A week before.
So that would have really been a problem for Biden. Here's the thing that maybe we haven't discussed yet, and no one's willing to come out and say this. It may be commonplace for documents to get mixed up when people are leaving. We don't know the extent of the documents in Biden's possession. It certainly doesn't appear to have been thousands and thousands like with Trump. So, that may be the distinction. They may inadvertently end up with these documents and just, they give them back eventually, or they're asked to return them. So, that bit of nuance may be an important part of the story.
All right. Well, Bruzzo, as always, we appreciate your insight into this, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
More news from Washington, D.C. Scandal-plagued Congressman George Santos says he will not resign his seat despite growing pressure for him to do so. Now there are even more calls for an investigation that may take the decision out of his hands. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joins us with more.
The Washington Post reports that George Santos is tied to the cousin of a Russian oligarch. According to the report, businessman Andrew Intrater donated thousands of dollars to Santos' campaign, committees he's linked to, and dumped even more money into an investment firm where Santos worked. That firm, Harbor City Capital, is currently under investigation for allegedly running a Ponzi scheme.
This is finally a money source that has that kind of wherewithal.
Political analyst David Birdsell weighed in on the potentially important connection.
Until we know what that looks like, then we'll know the scope of the potential illegality here.
Intrater's background gets seemingly shadier. His cousin Viktor Vekselberg is a Russian billionaire hit with U.S. sanctions in the wake of the Ukraine invasion. The businessman also came under the eye of special counsel Robert Mueller due to his interactions with Donald Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, who pled guilty to campaign finance law violations in 2018. The House won't expel Santos for lying, but the disgraced congressman will be removed if he, too, is found to have broken campaign finance laws, which is a felony conviction.
If they can track the money directly from a Russian oligarch to the Santos campaign, yes, that's a campaign finance violation. But nobody has said at this stage that that's anything that's remotely provable.
We'll have more on that story throughout our show. At this time, let's take a quick commercial break. And when we return, we'll bring you all the latest on military personnel who could receive back pay after they were discharged for not getting the COVID-19 vaccine. We'll have that story and more right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Pentagon officials are now considering back pay for defense workers who were fired after refusing to take the COVID-19 vaccine. This coming after a decision last week to end the department's mandate. Fox News Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin is at the Pentagon with more.
Facing a requirement from Republican lawmakers under the Defense Authorization Act that provides funding to the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin officially rescinded the military's COVID-19 vaccine mandate last week and could offer to reinstate the 8,400 former service members discharged for refusing the shot. It's not clear how many want their jobs back or remain fit enough to serve. Quote, regarding back pay, the department is still exploring this and will provide its views on legislation of this nature at the appropriate time. The thousands who sought exemptions and were denied will have their records updated and any letters of reprimand removed, according to the memo signed by Austin last Tuesday. Here's a breakdown of those discharged by service. 834 Air and Space Force personnel, 1,851 soldiers, 3,717 Marines, 2,064 Navy reservists and sailors. Providing back pay would be a win for Republicans like Senator Rand Paul, who fought against the mandate and threatened to hold up the Pentagon's $816.7 billion budget last December. Some service members could still be required to get the vaccine, and for the unvaccinated, commanders will have the leeway to curtail assignments and foreign travel to countries that still require COVID vaccinations.
Depending on the situation and the circumstances, it is incumbent on commanders to ensure that they're doing what they need to do to make sure those forces are ready.
Some Republican lawmakers argued the vaccine mandate was adversely affecting military recruiting efforts. The Pentagon says a department survey last year showed requiring the COVID vaccine was not a big factor in enlistment. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Beginning next Sunday, the Postal Service will be increasing the price of some postage stamps by just over 4%, which amounts to an increase of a few cents. The cost of the popular Forever stamps will be going up by 3 cents, from 60 cents to 63 cents, the third price hike in about 1 year. The Postal Service says that the prices are being bumped up to keep pace with the rising cost of operations, and it says most of its price hikes are well below the rate of inflation. So keep in mind, Forever stamps are true to their name. They never expire. So if you buy them now, you can avoid paying for them more next week. In other news, experts predict that the world could possibly see a recession this year. Here's more.
The U.S. is poised to bust through its $31.4 trillion debt limit this Thursday with no agreement on what to do about it.
And it has to be dealt with right now. No more
Good morning.
putting this off for another year or two.
Smells a lot better in
Treasury
here, right?
Secretary Janet Yellen sent a letter to Congress saying her department can hold off a crisis until early June by taking, quote, extraordinary measures like withholding scheduled contributions to federal workers' retirement funds. After that, the U.S. risks defaulting on its debt.
If we don't raise the debt ceiling, we go into default, and only one default is enough to nuke the economy.
Leaders on both sides agree that a default would be catastrophic, but some Republicans say raising the debt ceiling should only come with a cut in spending, and they may use their debt ceiling vote as leverage to get it.
What we've agreed to do in the Republican House is to begin to apply some fiscal restraint so that we can keep from going off the cliff.
We are not going to allow extreme MAGA Republicans to hold the American economy hostage.
Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid are potential areas to cut, but most Democrats say those are off the table. In a speech on Monday, President Biden said he was ready to work with congressional Republicans, but also said,
These guys are the fiscally demented, I think. They don't quite get it.
A new survey of the world's leading economists shows nearly 2/3 believe a global recession is likely this year. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Let's take a quick commercial break. Right after this, we'll bring you all the latest developments when it comes to Southwest Airlines. The company saying that most customers have been made whole after last month's system meltdown. We'll have that story from our Fox 4 Dallas team in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to cover the Southwest Airlines saga. So Southwest Airlines says that most customers have been made whole after last month's system meltdown, but the carrier still has to answer to shareholders about what exactly went wrong. Joining us now live with an update is Fox 4 Dallas's Shannon Murray. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, good morning, Rain. So yeah, Southwest Airlines says that most customers by this point have received their refunds and they've received their luggage back as well. However, the fallout from the holiday travel fiasco is far from over. The Dallas-based carrier's CEO says 90% of travelers have gotten money back, and the remaining 10% should be getting their refund in the next few days. About 99% of bags have been returned, and the company says the remaining 1% have no tags on them, so that explains why those customers are still searching for theirs. Well, last month, adverse weather led to an operational meltdown, causing nearly 17,000 canceled flights over the holiday travel season. The Southwest says it plans to spend more than $1 billion to upgrade systems that were blamed for making the problems worse. Now, the company also hired a management consulting firm to study the travel issues and make some recommendations. But still, Southwest Airlines shareholders are not happy. They filed a lawsuit against the carrier last week, claiming it downplayed and failed to disclose issues about outdated technology that left it vulnerable during the bad weather. Now, the complaint calls Southwest's crew scheduling technology ineffective, and the issues caused the company's stock to fall 12%. And Rain, while other carriers bounced back from the bad weather within a couple of days, it took Southwest Airlines 8 full days to recover. And the good news is here at Dallas Love Field Airport this morning, all is smooth and calm today. But again, Southwest Airlines still has to answer to those shareholders and still a small number of customers who are looking for their money and their bags. Back to you.
Right, a huge thank you to the Fox 4 Dallas team. Definitely something that we will continue to follow here at Live Now from Fox, as many lawmakers are also questioning an investigation when it comes to that Southwest fiasco. At this time, let's go ahead and switch gears and bring you all a few remarks from President Biden. He spoke at the National Action Network celebration for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was joined by other very prominent civil rights leaders, including Jesse Jackson and Reverend Al Sharpton. So again, if you missed it, let's go ahead and listen in.
Poor folks have a shot, middle class people do well, and the wealthy still do very well. They still do very well, but they start to pay their fair share. 2 years in, it's clearer than ever that I think our economic plan is working. We've created nearly 11 million jobs, the strongest job growth on record for any president at this point in history. The unemployment rate is the lowest it's been in 50 years, and black unemployment is near record lows. Wages for black workers are up. 2 strongest years ever for small business creation, including black small businesses. Across the board, American families have a bit more breathing room. More black Americans have health insurance than ever in American history. And as of this 1st of January, our legislation is kicking in from last year. Insulin now is capped at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. instead of paying up to hundreds of dollars a month. And big pharma, under the law we finally got passed with not much help from the other team, big pharma is in a situation where if they raise the drug price beyond the rate of inflation, they're going to pay stiff penalties for doing so. That's a fact. And so we're trying to bring things under control. We're seeing the same progress on energy costs. Folks can get tax credits when they install energy-efficient appliances in their home, like an energy-efficient dishwasher or heat pumps or electric vehicles, if you're able to buy one of those. We're investing in those fence-line communities that have suffered the most consequences and been smothered by pollution, like Cancer Alley in Louisiana, or my home state, Route 9 in Delaware, where all the mills are, where the oil refineries are. And we're making sure that these communities benefit from the biggest investment ever, with cleaner and safer environment. And the jobs that are going to go to clean up the environment are going to go to the folks in that community, good paying jobs. They're the ones that are going to get the jobs. And so, folks, These are all pieces of a big new law that we passed. Now they're kicking in. Americans can start to feel the benefits of these laws in their everyday lives. But that's not all. We're implementing a once-in-a-generation infrastructure law with equity at its center, and I mean that sincerely, with equity at its center. My Justice 40 initiative means 40% of all the benefits in this infrastructure law, which is over $1.2 trillion over the next 10 years, those benefits of certain federal investments flow directly to disadvantaged and underserved communities. For example, 70% of the new infrastructure investments for shifting to electric school buses, for example, so far have gone to disadvantaged communities where kids aren't breathing that polluted air from diesel buses. 70% so far has gone to minority communities, and a lot more is coming. We're modernizing American roads, bridges, ports, airports across the country. And we're beginning to replace every poisonous lead pipe in America, every single one. We've already started, so every child in America, so every American can turn on a faucet at home or at school and drink clean water. A significant number of minority communities can't access affordable high-speed internet, as you all know, and you've told me for years. Well, we're going to make sure that every community has access to affordable, high-speed internet so no parent has to drive to a McDonald's parking lot to have their kid sign up for connection to be able to do their homework. By the way, it's going to create millions of jobs in the meantime. Folks, look, speaking of education, instead of photo ops, and I know I spent a lot of time, some are here from Delaware know I'm a big Delaware State guy. I went to the University of Delaware, but my political foundation was Delaware State College, HBCU. I said I was going to help HBCUs that haven't been getting the help they need. You know, the folks at HBCUs are as competent as anybody else, but guess what? They don't have the laboratories. They don't have the funding because they don't have the endowments to build the laboratories for these good, new paying jobs. And so we've delivered nearly $6 billion in funding to HBCUs to invest in next generation of black leaders. That's a record, and that's a fact, and it's not going to stop. To help close the wealth gap, the racial wealth gap under Secretary Fudge, she is leading the effort. We're expanding efforts to build black generational wealth like every other person who's built their wealth. How'd they build it? Homes. They invested in the equity in their homes. That's how it got built. You know, if you build, in the last 25 years, if you build a housing development on one side of an interstate highway, and you built the same one on the opposite side, and one is predominantly black and the other is predominantly white, guess what? The value of the exact same home, built by the exact same builder, is more valuable on the white side of that highway than on the black side. That's a fact. So we're going to aggressively combat racial discrimination in housing, including working to restore the rule that says if a community gets a federal housing aid, it's not enough just to say it won't discriminate. It has to be meaningful, affirmative steps to overcome patterns of segregation and give everybody a fair shot that lives there. The same thing. And by the way, if you live in one of those neighborhoods and you have the same exact car I have in the other neighborhood, you pay more for your insurance than that side. No basis for it, none at all, other than you're black and I'm white. We're also working with leaders to strengthen programs to redress the negative impacts of redlining. One of the things I was a young county councilman, that's what almost lost me an election, but I'm very proud of it, trying to take care of redlining and get rid of discrimination. We're launching a $1 billion pilot project funded by my bipartisan infrastructure law that Nancy made sure we got passed. Nance, thank you. To help reconnect communities where highways have physically broken them up and locked out predominantly black communities from opportunities for economic growth. In the city of Wilmington, Delaware, where I'm from, well, guess what? I-95 goes up through what used to be a predominantly black neighborhood. Well, now you got 7, 8, 9 lanes, common exits and on-ramps and off-ramps that divide the community. It's lost its coherence. Well, there's remediation money in the infrastructure bill to be able to pave over that, to have So that's a tunnel. Instead, you put parkland in there, put recreation facilities in there, community centers in there. And finally, we're addressing the cruel fact that a black family's homes, often appraised, as I said, at much lower value than the homes owned, the same home owned by white families. Black small businesses are the engines and the economic glue of any community. I need not tell anybody in this room. Restaurants, law firms, barbershops, beauty shops. These are the folks that hold the community together. They're the ones that sponsor the Little League. They're the ones that sponsor the church events. They're the ones that sponsor the local volunteer fire company. They're the ones that sponsor everything. They keep a community going. Well, to hold that community together, we need to encourage more of that. So I'm proud I signed a law that permanently authorizes the Minority Small Business Development Agency for the first time in our history. And it gives expanded authority to help even more black-owned businesses grow. My administration also oversees hundreds of billions of dollars in federal contracts, from everything from refurbishing the deck of an aircraft carrier to installing handrails in a federal building. Well, I determined a long time ago when I first got in that, there's a law that was passed in the late 1930s, that says that if you, in fact, are going to spend taxpayers' dollars and the president has to authorize where that's spent, it should be spent on American-made products by American businesses. Well, guess what? We're doing it. And an awful lot of people are going to work. An awful lot of people are going to work. And folks, in that, when I sign those, when we award those contracts, I made a commitment, increasing from what is now roughly 10% of those contracts going to minority businesses to 15%, by 2025. And the share of those dollars are going to go to small business and disadvantaged businesses, including black and brown-owned businesses. That's going to mean an additional $100 billion going into the creation of these small businesses. $100 billion. And we're doing all this while being fiscally responsible. We're making sure the wealthiest and biggest corporations finally start paying their fair share. Far from it so far. If you hold a second, we're talking about, you've heard me say, and I apologize for repeating it, there are over 55 companies in the Fortune 500 companies that made $40 billion in 2022, or 2021. You know how much they paid in taxes? Zero. Not one single penny. But if you're a local cop, you're a local firefighter, you're a local nurse, you're going to pay 24 to 26%. And they're paying zero. Well, we increased the corporate minimum tax. I want to go back at it. Increased the minimum tax to 15%. Now, that's not a whole lot for one of these major corporations. But no one earning less than $400,000 a year pays a single penny more in taxes. But 15% seems to me to be a bare minimum what a corporation making tens of billions of dollars should be paying. And we're making this progress at the same time reduce the deficit. They're going to talk about big spending Democrats again. Guess what? I reduced the deficit last year, $350 billion. And this year, federal deficit is down $1 trillion plus. Hear me, that's a fact. And there's going to be hundreds of billions reduced over the next decade. But so what? These guys are the fiscally demented, I think. They don't quite get it. To deliver equal justice under the law, we're building a federal bench with judges that reflect all of America. Your dad talked about, give me judges and we'll straighten things out. Fair judges. Well, guess what? You probably heard of a lady called Ketanji Brown Jackson. I made a commitment to you, Al. I said I'm going to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court, and she's about the smartest one of all of them, I might add. And by the way, we have appointed more black women to the federal circuit courts than every other president in American history combined. Every single president combined. And by the way, if you see Dick Durbin, Senator Durbin from Illinois, thank him. Thank him, because he got them through. And as so many of you worked so hard to pass the George Floyd and Policing Act. But since the Senate Republicans blocked it last year, I did what only thing I could do. I signed a historic executive order that included key elements of that bill for at the federal level. It bans chokeholds and greatly restricts no-knock warrants. It creates a national database for officer misconduct that must be placed in the national database. To tighten the use of force policies, to emphasize de-escalation. We have to retrain cops as to why should you always shoot with deadly force. The fact is, if you need to use your weapon, you don't have to do that. And look, to call a fresh approach to recruit and how we recruit, how we hire, how we train, how we promote, and how we retain law enforcement that come from the neighborhoods that they serve and know the people they're charged to protect. Now, I know a lot of people say community police is not a good idea. Come to Wilmington, Delaware with me, with the old neighborhood I used to work in on the east side called the Bucket. They need protection. They're asking for protection, overwhelmingly black community. But they want cops who are fair. They want cops who know their communities. They want cops who are going to be doing it by the numbers. And folks, that's tied to more community policing and advancing public trust and safety. Now, that's also why about a month after Buffalo and Uvalde, and I visited both, I signed the first major gun safety legislation in nearly 30 years. And I'll say what I said then, I'll say it over and over again. I am going to get assault weapons banned. I did it once, I'm going to do it again. There's no social redeeming value. Deer aren't wearing Kevlar vests out there. What the hell you need an assault? No, I'm serious. And ban the number of bullets that can go in a magazine. There's no need for any of that. I love my right-wing friends who talk about the tree of liberty is water with the blood of patriots. If you need to work about taking on the federal government, you need some F-15s. You don't need an AR-15. I'm serious. Think about it. Think about the rationale for this. It's about money. Money, money, money. Meanwhile, we're making historic investments in community violence interventions. Studies have shown that reduced violent crime up to 60%. We've seen this kind of impact in Baltimore and Sacramento. And by the way, even if I didn't want to do this, I'd be in real trouble. My daughter's a social worker, and this is what she does. And so if I didn't, I'd be in real trouble with my Ashley. You got an Ashley, we got an Ashley. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. And one other thing about equal justice. I'm keeping my promise. No one, say it again, no one should be in federal prison for the mere possession of marijuana. No one. In addition to that, they should be released from prison and completely pardoned and their entire record expunged. So that if they have to ask, have you ever been, you can honestly say no. Folks, I just signed legislation to empower the FCC to cap the cost of phone calls from prison. Prisoners charged and incarcerated people. It's a step just to allow it for some dignity. A lot of federal prisoners are put in prisons, and they shouldn't be, far from where they live. They should be able to communicate with their families, with their children. And we brought Brittany Griner home just in time for Christmas. And we have more to bring home as well. Last year, I also held the first of its kind White House summit against hate-fueled violence that many of you call for and supported. And Rev, thank you for that as well. Together, we're saying out loud, and we're saying it clearly, that in America, hate will not prevail. As my dad used to say, but it's not original to him, he'd say, Joey, silence is complicity. Silence is complicity. We cannot remain silent, even if all we're doing is pointing it out and putting pressure on it to change. Silence is complicity. For example, with your help, I signed a law, 100 years in the making, to finally making lynching a federal hate crime. to silence, as your dad said, the crying voice of little Emmett Till, screaming from the rushes of the Mississippi. Folks, it takes too long. And you've just shown me at the bill signing for other victories, to enshrine marriage equality into the law, to make Juneteenth the first new federal holiday since the establishment of Dr. King's holiday. The idea, if we can hold a second here, the idea that we're supposed to remain silent on the abuses of the past, as if they didn't occur, that's not being woke. That's being honest. That's talking about history. Well, folks, but we have a lot of unfinished work to do, though. A lot of unfinished work. We have to keep building on it and defend our progress, because this new Congress, look, I know I get criticized from some of you and some folks in our party, my party, but I'm ready to work with the new Republican House on any Republican or any Republican Congress to make progress for the people of America. But like many Americans, I was disappointed to see the very first bill that the House Republicans, and Nancy, you probably rolling over when you saw it, are bringing to the floor that would help the wealthy people and big corporations cheat on their taxes at the expense of ordinary middle-class taxpayers. You know, all these new IRS agents we have is because they fired a lot of them and a lot of retiring. And guess what? Who needs serious agents to know what they're doing and not doing? The billionaires, the multi-millionaires. And according to nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, this one bill alone will add $114 billion to the deficit. This is their first bill. And they campaigned on inflation. They didn't say, if elected, their plan was to make inflation worse. Plus, House Republicans introduced another bill on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, blocking action that would help lower gasoline prices and help consumers. They're preparing to vote on a third bill. They want a national sales tax. Now, let me say this again. I know if I said that, it sounds like, what's Biden making up here? They want to raise tax in the middle class by taxing thousands of everyday items, from groceries, gasoline, clothing, cutting taxes for the wealthiest, because they want to supplant the money lost from taxes on the millionaires and billionaires with a sales tax on virtually everything in the country. What in God's name is that all about, other than what is obvious? They want working class folks to be paying another 10, 20% in their taxes, depending on where they live and how they're spending the money. And they're going to reduce taxes for the super wealthy. Now, if we didn't see it, I think this is making this stuff up. If I told you in 2023 a party was going to run on a national sales tax, well, that's how they're starting their new term. Cutting taxes for billionaires. And by the way, the number of billionaires went up during the recession. Up. They didn't go down, they went up. Raising taxes on working families, making inflation worse. Let me be clear. If any of these bills happen to reach my desk, I will veto them. Any of them. What I was saying during this last election cycle, this off-year election, this next thing, everybody said, you got to be making this up, Biden. Well, they're going to continue to try to cut Social Security or Medicare, which Americans have been paying into it with every single paycheck they've earned since they first got their first job when they were 16 years old. But if Republicans want to work together on real, that's what they want. They're going to argue that the thing is that for them to be sustained, you're going to have to change the way in which it works. Instead of putting more money in to guarantee Social Security, they're going to kind of cut Social Security, cut Medicare. Look, if they want to work together in real solutions to lower inflation, create jobs, and build an economy that works for everybody, I'm ready. One more thing. I don't want to hear a word from the other side about my student debt relief plan. Let me tell you why I say that. It's going to help tens of millions of folks on Pell Grants. We're hit financially because of the pandemic. 70% of black college students receive Pell Grants. For many black students, the saving will be significant in my debt relief plan, including wiping out their student debt completely. That's a real game changer. And by the way, it will increase economic growth, not diminish it. But the other side is dead set against it. These are the same folks who didn't have any problem at all during the pandemic to vote for and make sure they get this so-called pandemic relief loans. We all supported it. But guess what? A lot of these folks in the Congress on the Republican side were beneficiaries of these debt relief loans to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars. Not individual. I think the highest individual one was $1,200,000 or something. I didn't hear a word. I did not hear a word from them about they shouldn't be getting that relief. We didn't limit how much. We said if you had a loss and it was legitimate in business, then you get to wipe it away. And they're complaining about some kid being able to take away $20,000 in student debt that keeps him and his wife or his husband or her husband from being able to buy a home or start a business or just get going? Or these same folks are going after us. They're the ones who voted for the tax benefits of the wealthiest and biggest corporations that weren't paid for. The Trump tax cut was well over almost $2 trillion. Not a penny of it was paid for. So give me a break. Give me a break. Currently, the only thing blocking my plan is them suing us. My administration is making the case to the Supreme Court, and I'm confident in the legal authority to carry out our plan. You know me. I said you had my back. I said I'd have yours on this one and so much more. I have your back. We got to stand together. We got to stand together, including protecting a woman's right to choose. We have to continue to fight for racial justice. We got to cut black child poverty. We cut it in half in 2021 because of the child tax credit. We should be permanently cut it. Now, I need your help to make it permanent. I was pleased to see Democrats and Republicans work together to pass the Electoral Count Reform Act to protect the will of the people. Nancy, thank you for getting that done. And a peaceful transfer of power. But we have to get the votes in Congress for the John Lewis Voting Right Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. That's why I went to Atlanta a year ago to make clear we cannot let the filibuster be an obstacle in protecting the sacred right to vote, period, if we get there. Let me close with this. Many of you have been working on these issues for a long time. Over the past 2 years, we've gotten an awful lot done together. We got a lot done together. So let's keep it going. We have the most vibrant economy in the world right now. In the world. We're doing better than any other major nation in the world today. And that's what I thought about yesterday at Ebenezer and that inflection point in history we're at. The path is clear. To go forward, we need to go together. So let's be guided by Dr. King's light and by the charge of Scripture, which is, let us never grow weary in doing what is right, for if we do not give up, we will reap our harvest in due time. Well, we're going to reap the harvest. Let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there is nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing, nothing, nothing if we do it together. So God bless you all. God bless the King family. And ladies and gentlemen, may God protect our troops. Thank you so very much.
All right, and that was the latest from President Biden speaking at a Martin Luther King Jr. Day event. He spoke at the National Action Network's breakfast, of course, honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but also using this time to honestly take aim at the incoming Republican-controlled Congress. So again, let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll revisit other top stories after this.
Great.
What a pleasure to meet you.
You too. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we introduce Idris and Sabrina Elba, UN Goodwill ambassadors, and also you have a few other jobs.
He's got quite a few other jobs. Yep, I'm African. What can I say? I have jobs.
Yeah. Anyone who knows anything about Londoners knows that there's a fair amount of rivalry between different parts of London. So,
is this where you tell me you're a Tottenham fan?
Mate, come on, man. I'm a Charlton fan.
Oh, okay.
No, that's misery. That is football misery.
It's a London team, good team.
So I was born in the same year as Idris. Idris, of course, born in East London in Hackney. I was born in South East London in Woolwich. I have to say that with the little that I've achieved in life, I pinch myself that I'm here now. Do you have that same feeling? Do you have that same? Or are you just so,
no.
as confident as you seem that,
I was actually born in a small place called Forest Gate, which is about 2 miles away from Hackney. And Forest Gate Hospital is a tiny little place. My parents lived in Hackney, and the nearest hospital was Forest Gate, and that's where I was born. Okay, my parents came from Sierra Leone. My mum's Ghanaian and my dad's Sierra Leone, but they both lived in Sierra Leone. So I say this to say that I pinch myself all the time. My parents came 1971 with big dreams. Had one child. We lived in a small council flat as in, like a project, and, my dad worked at Ford Motor Company for 25 years. My mum worked as a clerical assistant, and their only child woke up one day and said, I'm going to be an actor. My dad was like, doing what? Acting? Anyway. And, I cut fast forward to here and being allowed to sit in this room with my partner in crime and wife and these wonderful people and talking about things that that hard work that I've done as an actor from being 19 practically to now allows me the platform to use my voice in areas that I am not qualified to be in, quite frankly.
Or amply qualified, maybe.
Well, yeah, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
I come from a generation that saw hip-hop emerge and saw the 80s and saw, Margaret Thatcher, and saw Trump. I've seen it all. So here's the thing, when you have that sort of life experience, I think it becomes more about how can you articulate what you're feeling. Doesn't matter that I can do it at the forum, but can I articulate what I'm feeling? Do I have a point of view? And that's what I'm doing. I don't sit here as an expert in food securities. I sit as a citizen of the globe. I'm, like most people, mortified about the disparity of wealth, mortified about what we're doing to our planet. And so here I sit.
Yeah. And let's talk about where that comes from. My best friend is from Sierra Leone.
Oh, yeah.
So I've spent many years there.
Really? How the body?
The body fine.
Wow. I was not expecting. That's the only sentence
Please don't try and please don't take that any further.
That's Sabrina's. That's my line.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keeps me and my mother-in-law in good standing.
Is that let me just ask quickly, since because you guys also, it's a bit of a segue, but we'll get back to Sierra Leone in a moment, and also to East Africa, of course. But you guys have your podcast, you have this whole other line talking about many jobs, in kind of talking to people about how to. Well, you tell me, navigate a relationship or something. Tell me what.
Yeah, and no, actually, because we were newlyweds when we started it, but at the kind of beginning of the pandemic, we had COVID. I feel like you probably all know that because I just was on CNN telling everyone he had COVID. I was there with, I'm no better. I was in the video. That was one of my greatest career moves.
we were exploring wellness. Like at the time, there was so much misinformation. I kind of convinced myself it was like my fault that I got COVID because my immune system was low. I don't know. I had my family calling from Africa, drink hot water and like, you need to work on yourself. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I have it. And looking at wellness and exploring what that meant for me as a person of color, like it felt like a very kind of niche space for one type of person, one gender. Anyways, I say that to say in that exploration, we realized actually that a big part of our wellness had to do with the communities around us, had to do with the relationships in our lives, because more than anything, what was affecting us the most was the people we missed that we couldn't see in lockdown. So we realized relationships are so important. And then that spun into, there's so many different kinds of relationships. I mean, we're talking familial, partnerships, best friends, the relationship you have with yourself, the relationship you have with the planet. And we thought this needs to be a topic of discussion. And as newlyweds, how can we best learn? We can learn by talking to people we respect and admire in that space. So we started this podcast called Coupledom. And we've had amazing conversations with amazing duos. I mean, everyone from like, Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner, which is like kind of flashy, but like Ben and Jerry's, who we really admire in business and how they've sewed their ethics into their business. And it's been a fun ride. And, we're looking at starting it up again. Idris is very busy. So we had a lot of time during COVID, but having to find some time again. But thanks for asking about it, because it does feel like one of those things that has shifted the paradigm of my thinking into how, it's the first thing you learn in school, the buddy system. Take a friend when you go to the bathroom, and somewhere along the line, we've lost this sense of collaboration. It's one of the themes of this Davos as well, working together, and we work for a number of different agencies, and we constantly work on how do we bring the agencies together. And Alvaro, our president of EFAD, who we are goodwill ambassadors for, will know, we're always like, so have you heard about this agency and that, and how can we bring everyone together? And I think collaboration is so important.
Yeah. So let's talk about that, but let's just for a moment pause to talk about, so I mentioned my own connection through my best friend to Sierra Leone, shout out to John Cisse. Let's just talk about what an incredible place West Africa is and Sierra Leone is.
Yeah.
The beauty of the place, the people. There's a beach about an hour's drive from Freetown called Beach Number 2. Which is weird because there doesn't seem to be a beach number 1. But it is paradise.
Yeah. West Africa is beautiful. Before there were borders, that region is probably the most beautiful, wing of Africa, and still is. And the people, as you say, have, such a rich culture, history, and tragedy. West Africa being the sort of hub of slavery, that part of the world still remains to have an incredible characteristics. Sierra Leone has been hit many, many times with very devastating adversity, which it has recovered from over and over again. And as it relates to me and my family, we feel proud to be survivors, or people that are part of a survival group that haven't given up, that haven't lost their heritage, that haven't lost their hope, and, we sit in an incredible seat of privilege, while some of our brothers and sisters don't have a voice to speak up about the disprivileges. So that's why I end up, and you didn't ask me that question, but essentially it's a driver for me as to why I sit in the seat talking about things that essentially affect us all, and why we feel compelled to keep going and keep going.
Yeah, and what you have kind of doubled down on, if you like, is the question of farming. And that, it's interesting because it's so crucial. But you tell us, how did you get there, and why is that the thing that you have kind of honed in on as what needs to change in order to improve people's lives?
It's a shared journey. I think Sabrina has a lot of influence in why, and I'll let Sabrina tell that story as well. But I think also at a junction where, just the realization that, look, in the 80s, Ethiopia was going through an incredible, devastating famine, and I just never will forget looking at children that were a little bit younger than me. You've seen those images, and it stuck with me. And my mum and dad would be like, my dad especially would be like, always putting Africa on the TV like that. That's what they're saying. That's what Africa looks like.
That's so interesting. And I don't want you to take you away from talking about the work, which we must talk about in detail. But how do you talk about this stuff without plugging into a kind of post-colonial racism kind of thing? How do you get people to engage in the challenges while at the same time getting that message right and celebrating that part of the world?
Well, I mean, I think the work that we focus on now, in any philanthropic venture we find ourselves in, is more about investing in the people that we support, as opposed to sometimes what can be a short-sighted aid kind of focused model. And obviously, when there's a famine, people need help then and there. Right. But why do famines keep happening again and again? We need to look at longer-term solutions that help empower the people on the ground who are actually taking care of the land so that they can feed themselves, build a sense of entrepreneurship and independence. And that's the work we do with EFAD and some of the other organizations we work with as well, just to be able to kind of move away from that handout model that isn't good for anyone. And it isn't good for the continent.
It's solutions.
It's solution-based that we look at. And I think, so with that framing, we don't find ourselves in the language of aid. We find ourselves in the language of solutions and investment.
Yeah.
And making that that shift in the narrative is so important, because I grew up with those commercials, and I grew up with a stigma. And I grew up with a stigma that, the rural people weren't hardworking or just waiting for handouts. And absolutely not. I mean, my family probably have 10 jobs each. Look at Idris, and it's true. Rural people work so hard. They just need the investment. They just need the investment. And guess what? The investment is good for all of us.
Yeah, I was in Turkana in northern Kenya late last year, and saw farming people who'd lost their livestock because of the drought. People, and I think you've said it very eloquently, who are the victims of climate change, didn't cause climate change, or enormous, tiny, infinitesimal contribution to climate change.
Yeah.
So your perspective is East Africa, obviously, which is. It's like, I like this connection. It's like West Africa, East Africa,
continent.
Across the tracks.
We cap both ends.
Right.
So,
and it was actually Sabrina's mother that, really put us onto, put the EFAD on our radar.
Right.
It was Sabrina's mother, who comes from a small rural community, who had farm to mouth, and that was the existence and part of their growth.
But it wasn't. It was a positive. I mean, her pastoral memories are so beautiful. She talks about, waking up every morning with her camels and being, sort of just on the land and having the best days. And she wanted to return to that after coming to Canada in the 80s. Like, I mean, she left before the war. She wanted to go back to enjoy that type of lifestyle. So I think, people, and we see it now. I mean, there's this weird kind of, if you have to go work in the agricultural sector or outside of the cities, like you're doing something wrong as a young person, you should be going to urban areas. But no, actually, the opportunity is in agriculture. And we're seeing when we go and do these visits now that young people get it and they want that sense of entrepreneurship. And they're like, oh, okay, great. So how do we get out of the cities and go back, actually? And they find that their parents are quite more successful than they would have thought. But there's this nice shift back. But at the same time, it only takes one drought or one flood or one catastrophe to leave a catastrophic impact on people who are in these rural areas. So they can't do it alone. And it's the support that's needed to be able to not only mitigate climate change when it happens, but help people adapt and create solutions. And we see so many solutions, and I'm sorry I'm going on a rant now, but we see
But you should, though. You want to hear, I mean, this, because we, in particular, talking about smallholder farmers, what are the specific things? Because I hear you. I mean, I was there, and it's clear that there is that aspect of it. Just something needs to be done in places where they have had year after year of drought.
Yeah,
but then there's also this sustainability question, which
absolutely.
So talk a little bit more about that in detail, about what you see as that.
I mean, for me, it's innovation and it's tech and it's diaspora investing and it's private sector investing, and the philanthropic ventures will work in the interim, but we need private sector to come in and invest in these solutions. If you don't know what the weather's going to be tomorrow, how are you supposed to farm? It's just simple things, and a lot of the programs that I see on EFAT, it's those simple things that make these massive changes for people on the ground, and those are the stories that I take in so deeply when I hear, a mother sent her children to school and bought this house, and she's like the talk of the neighborhood because she's got this slight piece of advanced technology compared to everyone else in her rural community. It makes that much difference, and everyone wants a piece of it. But how do we all get ourselves involved in that innovation, and how do we all get ourselves involved in that tech? Because we can't just leave it to government and private sector. We need to look at ways that, Idris always talks about diaspora investing back in there. And I love that you say this, and I'm sorry, I'm going to steal this from you. I steal a lot of things from you. There's already a Disney, there's already a Warner Brothers, there's already a Virgin, there's all these massive corporations outside of Africa. There's so much opportunity to have them in Africa, and you start that by investing in the youth there. It's a growing, budding population, so vibrant, so many ideas. I mean, we met with Global Shapers earlier today, and it was just like, they're all smarter than us, which is kind of like they should be. And young people really know what they're doing. And when it comes with this sort of innovative framework of thinking, I'm like, these are the people that the world should be investing in.
You think about Africa and you think about where its population is growing, it's going to double. Okay, and outside of just the food security conversation around, investing in small farmers and making sure they can feed themselves and not rely on imports. Okay, there is the employment conversation, and when you speak about farming, you're thinking about farms, but actually the ecosystem around farming is everything from technology, as Sabrina says, startup industries, communication, if the industry of farming for a very long time has supported many sectors and offers a lot of opportunities. In the film industry, when you get one good idea, it unlocks other good ideas in the rest of the story. And that's what farming for me is like. When you can unlock the fact that, smallholder farmers who take up a lot of the land, who actually fight for their rights for the land, okay, but when they get them, they're empowered, they are a business, and their partners are businesses. For me, it's really important, this is a co-op of thought. We're all together, we're thinking together in farming. When the farmers talk together and they form co-ops, they become much stronger. The yields are better, the practices are better, the communication's better, and then the pricing is better because they're all doing the same thing. So that's why for us, the smallholder farming, it's a good idea in a bad script. And once we get it right, it would unlock many more good ideas, and then we can all watch a film and feel satisfied. How did I get there? I don't know. I'm sorry, but
it makes sense. You want that happy ending, and there's so much more involved when you're talking about agriculture. You're talking about gender. You're talking about climate. You're talking about all these things are so interconnected. And I think, before it's trendy or whatever it is to start acting on these things, it's important to build our understanding around how the world is so interconnected, what food systems are, how do they work for us, why are they so fragile, and just to build that awareness, because if you're championing one cause, I guarantee you it's connected to another.
I was going to say, that's how you've got to the climate change campaign that you are also doing, right?
We're both on the boards, respectively, at CI, Conservation International Europe, with Sabrina and me in the American board, and it's all interrelated. What we're realizing is that if we invest in smallholder farmers in natural-based solutions, you are enriching the ecosystems that will absorb the emissions, basically, and the more we can feed that cycle, the better it is. So again, it unlocks other problems as well. But you can't have, and Sabrina says it all the time, you can't have a conversation about food without having a conversation about climate, because it is climate that is damaging and stopping smallholder farmers as well as lack of investment, from feeding themselves. And we can obviously see what happens when borders get in the way. So when, a war that happens or an invasion that happens from Russia to Ukraine, and how that affects Africa in a crazy, crazy way. That's nothing to do with climate until, well, they can't eat, they can't grow because the climate's shifted. And, smallholder farmers provide 80% of food. So at some junction, that cycle will end up in a restaurant near you. Okay? That's how it works. And I think that's where IFAD has an incredible system of trying to amplify this. Agriculture isn't something that everyone, let's talk about farming. But as we saw in the pandemic, food shortage is a real deal. It can happen. And it happened within that sort of 36-month cycle where food banks in LA, with cool people in California, were at food banks because they couldn't buy food. So this is why it's important for, for all of us to sort of have that understanding of it, education, and then lobbying governments, lobbying change makers, lobbying investors to kind of think about the solutions. Looking at IFAD, looking at companies like CI that kind of go, okay, here's how we can do this,
Yeah. This is a conversation. Let's see if anyone has, I bet people do.
That guy, yeah.
Hi, thanks. I'm Alex Eaton from Mexico. I run an organization called Sistema Bio, and we work with smallholder farmers all over the world, providing technology, investment. And recently we've been able to channel a lot of climate funding to farmers, but we believe that the market-based solutions are really important. One of the things that we fight a lot against is that the perception of a smallholder farmer is one that's almost synonymous with poverty. In Mexico, it's the campesino. In Kenya, for example, where our biggest office is this perception of going to the city as being the smart decision. And so what a lot of our local teams are always asking me to do is find representatives to convince people that farming is cool, it's dignified, it's important. So we talk about farm heroes and finding representatives. So
Is this a pitch? Are you?
I'm almost there. I don't actually know.
He's got me. Where do I sign?
In Kenya, but I'm just curious, in your communities, is it something that you think finding other representatives to put voice and talk about smallholder farming as something that's really important? Because IFAD does a fabulous job talking about agriculture from in a very technical way, but I think it is also important that mainstream voices talk about, we've even talked to people about producing movies where, smallholder farmers are not just in the background as scenery, but actually protagonists and that sort of thing. So I'm curious within your communities if this idea of, I guess celebrity representation and that sort of thing is something where, getting down to the ground and convincing Africa. I mean, I'm always told in Kenya that it has to be a football player or someone, but I'm just curious about getting more of a movement to represent that, because we actually need the farmers themselves to believe that they're heroes, that they're doing really, really important work. And so I'm just curious your thoughts on how to get more people involved in that.
It's actually a great question.
And it's an important one. It's.
But you could represent it.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time here, 9:40 a.m. Eastern. We're taking a look back at an event that took place about 1 hour or so ago. Actor Idris Elba, as well as his wife, Sabrina Elba, calling on businesses and political leaders across the globe to provide more support to the world's poorest countries in the form of investments rather than aid. So again, we are taking a look back at the World Economic Forum. Earlier today at this same event, we did hear from the First Lady of Ukraine, who gave an emotional address. That's First Lady. But again, we're taking a look back as Idris Elba is being honored for his work as an environmental conservative when it comes to food security and climate change. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, it's been more than 2 weeks since a Massachusetts mother disappeared, and now Anna Walsh's loved ones fear that she was murdered. Joining us now live is Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis. Brian, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So many questions still unanswered when it comes to this situation, but we are learning more about Anna's actions leading up to her disappearance.
Yeah, good morning, Rain. What we're starting to see here is that friends of the family, well, friends of Anna are saying that they didn't really see anything that was odd. We spoke initially to friends and tenants of the Walshes, Anna and her husband, Brian, who initially said they felt it was odd that they were trying to sell their assets in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. But a source tells Fox News Digital that there wasn't anything odd about it at all, that Anna was trying to plan for her future and essentially reinvest into another property, which is interesting when you talk about, essentially what Anna's mindset was before she disappeared. She was looking towards the future. We have friends that have described Anna as being optimistic, having a magnetic personality. There was a note that was captured by the New York Post exclusively on a champagne bottle or box that was seen inside of the home on the night that she disappeared, in which she wrote that what a year 2022 and how she could not wait for what 2023 would bring. So that's all the kind of context that we have into sort of Anna's mindset leading up. In the same token, though, we also have the fact that Anna's mom said that in the week leading up to her disappearance, she did get sort of this urgent call or kind of beg of her daughter to her mom, telling her to come from Serbia to the United States to be with her. And Anna's mom says that there were clearly some problems, but she didn't know what that was. Obviously, this is all context leading into the fact that the focal point continues to be on Anna's husband, Brian Walsh, who remains in custody on the charge of misleading investigators as it pertains to his whereabouts in the case of the disappearance of his wife. Rain.
Speaking to family members and close friends definitely gives us a little bit more insight into Anna's mind state before her disappearance. Now let's shift the conversation to talk about her husband, her 46-year-old husband, Brian Walsh, who is still in custody. So far, he's only charged with misleading investigators about his whereabouts before his wife's disappearance. Have we learned of any other possible charges that could come in the near future?
You speak to law enforcement sources, they look at this case from the outside looking in and they say, okay, they expect a murder charge imminently, whether or not it is circumstantial or whether or not it is because they tragically have found the body of Anna Walsh. We do not know yet whether or not a charge will come, or actually we don't even know what the results were from the forensic testing that was done a week ago on the numerous items that had been found. Suspicious items, to say the least, that cast a lot of suspicion on Brian Walsh. For instance, the blood and the broken knife found in the family basement, the blood, hatchet, and hacksaw reportedly found in a trash facility, and a state official confirms with me that there were internet searches that were made on how to dispose of a woman's body. And then you take all of that forensic stuff, all of that forensic evidence, and you combine that with the fact that he allegedly lied about his whereabouts and that there was surveillance video showing him wearing surgical gloves and a mask, paying in cash $450 worth of cleaning supplies. So you can understand why friends and those who are watching this case are feeling less hopeful 16 days after her disappearance. We just did have a holiday weekend. This is, there are state employees. These are lawyers and prosecutors looking at this case. Perhaps that is why we've seen a bit of a delay here. But I think at this point, we're all just waiting to see what the results are from the forensics and whether or not the DA will move forward with further charges, which would likely be a murder charge if they were to charge Brian Walsh with anything else.
Brian, I also find it particularly interesting that her husband was not the first person to report her missing, but it was her boss, her employer, who first contacted police. I think that also gives us a bit of insight into maybe her husband's context leading up to her disappearance as well. So.
Yeah, that's a great point, Rain. The police logs from Cohasset Police show that it was the head of security at Tishman Speyer, the real estate company in Washington, D.C., where she worked. She had a long-distance relationship and a long-distance commute to go to work. She frequently had a life in Washington, D.C. So it wasn't until January 4th, that is 3 days after she was last seen at a New Year's Eve gathering at her home by a mutual friend, that the head of security at Tishman Speyer called to report her missing. And the caller said to the police that her husband, Brian Walsh, at that time had not yet filed a missing persons report. So again, you take all of that, another detail that you can understand why people have as much suspicion as they do towards her husband, Brian Walsh.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox correspondent, Brian Yinnis, joining us for that live report. Again, we are still waiting to learn whether additional charges will be filed against Brian, and also still waiting to get the results of the forensic testing on blood and a knife that was found in the family basement. So many different developments that are coming in 2 weeks following Anna's disappearance. The time is now 9:50. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
So I do want to bring in Phil Waters. He worked for more than 20 years in the Houston Police Department's Homicide Division, now the owner of Kindred Spirits Investigations and Security. Joining us now live to talk a little bit more about this case that is receiving national attention. Phil, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Josh. I appreciate you asking me to show up with you this morning.
Of course. So we know that you have a lot of experience in police homicide unit dealing with situations like this. What is it about this case that sticks out to you the most? Because at this point, we know it is not considered a homicide investigation, at least as of now.
Well, I've had these types of cases where you have a reported missing person and they, through whatever that time frame is, they morph into a homicide investigation. So this is not something that I'm unfamiliar with. I think in this particular case, the thing that stands out to me is the ankle monitor. He's the character himself, this Brian Walsh, is an old crook. He's not a good guy. Doesn't appear that he's ever been a good guy. And I think the ankle monitor part of it is something that he did not have knowledge of. He didn't understand what that was actually, what the ankle monitor was doing. He may have just thought it was a preventative measure that would alert authorities if he went beyond the boundaries, if he went outside the perimeter of where he is supposed to be under house arrest, and perhaps did not know that while that is taking place, but that monitor is also putting footprints everywhere he goes. So I've had a case where a homicide, capital murder, where the suspect was wearing an ankle monitor, and the ankle monitor put him in the proximate area of that homicide. It was just all part of a big picture of evidence, and that's the same thing that's going to occur here with this type of an investigation. I would imagine it's going to quickly move into a homicide investigation and come out of the missing person aspect of it.
What were your thoughts when you saw the video of officers, investigators, law enforcement searching through that dumpster? We did get some video in from Fox News that showed it, and apparently they did make some recoveries there for some possible evidence that's being checked out. What were your thoughts when you saw that? Is that a common practice?
For murderers? I would tell you that when I saw that, and then we have the online searches that he was conducting, how to dispose of I think one of them was how to dispose of a 115-pound woman. There was another search about dismemberment and that kind of thing. So it gets pretty vile when you consider what he may have done. And now when they're looking at these dumpsters and these transfer stations, and they're recovering some evidence there, apparently what it indicates to me is that he has in fact killed her. He has in fact dismembered her and scattered those pieces wherever he has put them, and putting them in a dumpster, or taking the separate pieces. I know this is kind of this early in the morning to be talking about this, but so he would take the pieces, put them in separate trash bags, put them in separate dumpsters throughout the area, thinking that he's covering his tracks. And if they don't recover a body, then I'm sure in his own mind, is thinking that he's home free.
What were you thinking? And first off, I do want to mention, as of right now, no murder charge, but he is charged with misleading police in connection with the investigation. We also know that there was the $450 in cleaning supplies that the prosecutors say he purchased the day after he said that his wife had disappeared there. Also the bloody knife and the blood that were found inside the home. But at this point, he is just charged with misleading police. The suspect himself, when you're talking about that video of him being brought in, let's say from, I believe it was the jail, over to his arraignment, and he was smiling at cameras, what did you think about that?
Well, I think just looking at having been in the interview room and interviewed hundreds of people over my career, just looking at the body language and looking at his nonverbal stuff, I'm kind of caught between that being a nervous reaction to where he finds himself, that he's not getting away, or it doesn't appear he's getting away with whatever he may have done. And that didn't appear to me to be necessarily a sign that he was kind of being arrogant or that I got this. It struck me as being more of a nervous, uncomfortable reaction to where he was. And what we call that in the interview room, we call it inappropriate laughter, or inappropriate emoting in a smile, with a smile. So that's kind of the takeaway that I took with him and the smile coming out of the jail.
What do you think was the reasoning behind charging him with misleading police? I know they're saying, of course, that the obvious is he misled police, but do you think they are trying to hold him and just keep him close by at this point as they work their investigation?
Well, that's a great statement, Josh, and I think that's exactly what's happening there. There's probably a fear of some kind that this guy is going to abscond. He's going to flee, and cut the ankle monitor off, take off, and try to get out of there. So let's get him under control. Let's charge him with something that we have, probable cause for. And remember, these arrest warrants are simply probable cause warrants. They're not the full scope of the investigation or the evidence. So, and I've done this myself, where I take a charge that I know that I have right now in the hand, and get that person under control, get them in a confined, a lockdown, and that way we know where they are when we need to go speak with them.
And you kind of touched on this already, but to hear the potential evidence there that he had made that search for how to dismember a body, how to dismember, I guess, a 110, 115-pound woman, what goes through your mind when you see that?
Well, I'm sure the detectives are doing all those things because those kinds of indicators would tell you that there must be a bloody scene somewhere. Now, we've already been told that there's a damaged knife, and I'm not sure how they're defining damaged. And I think I've read where there was some of this recovery of some of this material, a hacksaw, and some of these things that would lead one to believe that at some point, somewhere, he did what he's been inquiring about, which is to dismember Anna. So I would imagine that they're processing that house. They're using whatever particular solution that they use, Blue Star. They're using Amido Black, or maybe the old traditional luminol, to see if we have the presence of blood in large quantities somewhere in that house. Because there's obviously going to be, if he got into the point where he was dismembering a body, then there's going to be that kind of fingerprint, for lack of a better term, somewhere in that house. And he's not going to, even if he cleans it up, that presence is still going to be there. So I would imagine they're doing all those things to gather those affirmative links, because you have to remember that each part of an investigation, you're trying to link it to the next one, and then that brings about the amount of evidence that you have to present a successful prosecution.
And from forensics experts, I'm pretty certain they have said at this point that, yeah, you can buy those cleaning supplies, you can clean up the scene, but there is going to still be something left behind that will be used as evidence, something that they can find.
That is correct. That's the beauty of modern forensic science, that as much as folks will try to clean up a scene, there is just not there are certain chemicals that can be used to better clean up a scene, but I know people have used bleach and that kind of thing. But once that presence is there, once you have that hemoglobin presence somewhere, even if it is cleaned up to the naked eye, of course, we've got some forensic materials now that stuff will pop, and it's kind of amazing when I've used it, when I've put that on there, when I've had our CSU people use, I think we were using Blue Star, but you turn those lights off and wow, it lights up like a rainbow. It's pretty amazing.
Why do you think people are paying such close attention to this case specifically? We saw it with the Idaho case, where you did have the 4 students who were killed. People talking about it all over social media. It became just a point that everyone wanted to discuss. And you're starting to see the same thing kind of happen with this one. Why is that?
Well, I think because, look, we have some people here that appear to be upper income, kind of elite type of people. This guy, of course, he's apparently not very good at being a crook. I mean, he's already on some sort of a hold for federal charges with some art fraud stuff. So it looks like he's trying to maintain a lifestyle. I was reading today where he apparently defrauded his father's estate, and he's just a character, and he's kind of a do-funny looking guy to begin with, and then he's got this very attractive wife who is Serbian. So you've kind of got this appeal to it, where it's got a little bit different factors just involving the people. Been married to her, I think they're 7 years. They've got 3 children. She was working in Washington, D.C., commuting back and forth from Massachusetts. And this was part of the story that he tried to convince law enforcement and others of where she went that morning. And now it's coming out that this guy's he's really a surly guy. He's just, in fact, the term used today in one of the articles that I read was that he's being described as a sociopath. So when we talk about sociopaths, in my world, and my simple definition for that was that a sociopath is a person who goes out and does something, commits an act, and in this particular case, murder, and feels justified in what they did. So something happened, the dynamic between, who knows, because it looks like that his wife benefited from the father's estate, that he was in there. He apparently tore up a will or something of that nature, got a bunch of money deposited directly to her. So the unknown here is, was she involved in that? Was she to the point where she was going to expose all of this? She was going to tell police what she knew about his fraud case, about the case with his dad's will. I mean, who knows what the dynamic was that caused him to go off and possibly murder her and then dispose of her. So it's just an interesting case.
And again, he hasn't been charged with murder at this point. So would you be surprised if Anna was found alive, or if it turned out that her husband isn't involved in this? Would that, based on just your experience in this field, would that surprise you?
Well, I entered every homicide scene objectively. I never went to a scene or walked into it predisposed to a conclusion. So I would tell you that it was always letting the evidence lead me where I needed to be. I couldn't take the evidence someplace I wanted to go. So when I look at the evidence, and it's always a journey for the truth, and when I see the evidence that we know at this point in time in this case, it is certainly leading me to the conclusion that no, Anna is no longer with us, and we have an idea about what he may have done to her and how he disposed of her.
All right, Phil Waters, thank you so much for being here. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Well, I tell you what, the only thing I would add, and it has nothing to do with this particular case, but I continue on every platform I'm ever on, is to continue to give kudos, incredible kudos to the detectives in Moscow PD, Chief Fry, the state police, the FBI, and all the people that were involved in processing that evidence that brought about the arrest of that evildoer. So I don't want to continue to lift up the families in prayer, and that this is on the road now, hopefully, to bringing them some serving of justice and bring about some peace.
And it's important to note, on that note, that Brian Kohberger, the suspect in those murders, is expected in court tomorrow. Another Brian, because this guy is Brian Walsh, but Brian Kohberger is in court tomorrow, so we'll have coverage of that. Thank you again, Phil, for joining us.
Thank you for asking, Josh. Appreciate it.
So I do want to bring in Phil Waters. He worked for more than 20 years in the Houston.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. We do have this live event coming to our desk. A scandal-plagued Congressman George Santos says that he will not resign his seat despite growing pressure for him to do so. Now there are calls for an investigation that could possibly take that decision out of his hands. So a New York Times investigation found that Santos fabricated many parts of his background, including his academic and work history, about having a Jewish ancestry even. So the new Republican head of the House Oversight Committee said on Sunday Santos could be removed from office for another reason. So now we're witnessing Democrats in Congress really turn up the heat on this newly elected Republican, again, George Santos, filing a complaint against him with the House Ethics Committee. So the House Oversight Committee chairman said on Sunday that Santos will be removed if he is found to have broken any campaign finance laws. That's the focal point for this live update, coming from the United States Representative Richie Torres of New York. He's also being joined by Concerned Citizens of New York #3 for a news conference to announce that he's also calling for a federal election commission to launch their own investigation into potential illegal activity and irregularities surrounding the campaign finances of Representative George Santos. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Thank you, Jody, for those kind words. I'm here to show support for the concerned citizens of New York 3 who have been systematically deceived and defrauded at the hands of their own congressman, who has no business being in Congress, and whose conduct is unbecoming. You know, George Santos is no public servant because he's done an irreparable disservice to the people of New York State, especially the people here in New York 3. Mr. Santos, in fact, I cannot state with certainty whether his actual name is George Santos. Mr. Santos is a man of multiple identities and mysteries. There's George Santos, the politician who ran for Congress. There's George DeVolder, the businessman, who was employed at Harbor City Capital, which was implicated in a Ponzi scheme. There's Anthony DeVolder, the LGBTQ activist who founded United for Trump. And then there's Anthony or George Zabrowski, who professed to be the Jewish descendant of Holocaust survivors. George Santos has essentially lied about every aspect of his life. He has essentially pretended to be a biracial Ukrainian, Belgian, Brazilian volleyball champion and brain cancer survivor, whose mother died twice, including on 9/11, whose ancestors survived the Holocaust, whose employees died in the Pulse mass shooting, and who miraculously became a multimillionaire overnight. All of these lies would be laughable were it not for the fact that he is a United States Congressman. Yes. And he defrauded his way to the United States Congress. Yes. He has no business being in Congress, and he should resign. Yes. Yes. He must resign because his ability to govern has been crippled by a complete collapse of credibility. He has no credibility with his colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, and he has no credibility with his constituents. Yes. He has no choice but to resign. But even more appalling and alarming than his personal and political deception is his financial deception. The $700,000 question is, where did all the money come from? A decade ago, George Santos was a wage earner at a Dish call center, accumulating thousands of dollars in debt and facing repeat evictions, and apparently stealing scarves. And then as late as 2020, he reported earning a salary of $55,000. And then miraculously, in 2021 and 2022, he reported earning millions of dollars in unexplained wealth. Now, Mr. Santos claims that the source of his newfound wealth is the DeVolder organization, which is shrouded in secrecy. It has no public website. It has no LinkedIn page. There are no signs of an active corporation. Mr. Santos claims that he earned millions of dollars from clients, yet he has disclosed the names of none of those clients on his congressional financial disclosure as required by federal law. And that's why I partnered with a former prosecutor, Representative Dan Goldman, to file an ethics complaint against Mr. Santos for falsifying his financial disclosure. Now, public reporting has brought us closer to answering the $700,000 question. There is an LLC known as Redstone Strategies that raised hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars for George Santos. But there's no public accounting of where those dollars went and how those dollars were spent. Redstone Strategies never registered with the Federal Elections Commission. It never disclosed any of its campaign donors or campaign expenses. It falsely advertised itself as an independent expenditure and as a 501c4. And the managing officer for Redstone Strategies is the DeVolder organization, which, surprise, surprise, is owned by George Santos. And in soliciting contributions for Redstone Strategies, Mr. Santos either illegally coordinated with an independent expenditure or he illegally received a campaign contribution through a pass-through. In either case, Mr. Santos likely broke campaign finance law, for which he should be investigated by the FEC and for which he must be held accountable. Yes. And so I'm here to announce that I am sending a letter to the Federal Elections Commission asking that the agency investigate the web of incestuous relationships between and among the various entities associated with Mr. Santos. The Divulge Organization, Redstone Strategies, New York Rise, the Santos Campaign, to name a few of them. And I want to sketch out these relationships, the interrelationships among these relationships. The Divulge Organization provided Mr. Santos with the income that he then lent his own campaign. Redstone Strategies falsely advertised itself as an independent expenditure and as a 501c4 that raised funds for Mr. Santos. The managing officer for Redstone Strategies is the Divulge Organization. Both the Divulge Organization and Redstone Strategies were formed with the assistance of former executives at Harbor City Capital, which has been implicated in a Ponzi scheme that defrauded more than 100 investors out of $17 million. Redstone Strategies received $6,000 from New York Rise, from Rise New York, which is run by Mr. Santos' sister and Mr. Santos' campaign treasurer. Rise New York made payments to Mr. Santos' campaign staffers. It made $20,000 in payments to Mr. Santos' sister. It made payments to a company owned by Mr. Santos' campaign treasurer. And it made payments to a company owned by Mr. Santos' campaign fundraiser, who impersonated the chief of staff of Kevin McCarthy. The web of incestuous relationships surrounding the entities associated with Mr. George Santos is not only cause for suspicion, but it is grounds for an investigation. The answer to the question of where the money came from, of how the money flowed from one entity to the next into the coffers of Mr. Santos' campaign, the answer to that $700,000 question is slowly but surely revealing itself. My message to Mr. Santos is simple. This will not end well for you. You should resign in order to put to rest the national nightmare you are creating not only for yourself, but for the people of New York 3 who are being denied the representation that they deserve.
Yes.
And I'll end on this note. If Mr. Santos decides to resign, it would be the only honorable thing he could ever do in an otherwise dishonorable public life.
Amen.
Thank you for your time.
Wow, this is a congressman. It's just unbelievable. With that, I'm going to ask one of our wonderful members of our steering committee of the Concerned Citizens of New York 03 to say a few words. Susan Naftal from Plainview.
Hello. As a lifelong resident of New York CD3, now living in Plainview, I am outraged that this man, George DeSantos, or DeValder, or whatever his name really is, has won the seat to represent me and my fellow CD3 residents through deception and lies. The people who voted for him didn't actually vote for him. They voted for an illusion he created. He and Speaker McCarthy say it was the will of the residents that voted for him, but I say no. This was not the will of the voters, because if the residents knew who he really was, they never would have voted for him. It is vital for all politicians running for office to adhere to the federal election campaign laws, and it is imperative that the truth comes out. Where did his money come from? How did a man with no discernible income, how was he able to donate $700,000 to his own campaign? Where did this money come from? What about the donations from him, from others, and their sources? There are far too many unanswered questions when it comes to Santos, and he won't truthfully answer any of them. We will effectively be unrepresented in Congress because even the GOP members have said they won't work with him, and they won't put him on committees because they can't trust him. We, the third, deserve better. We demand better. As the creator of the Facebook group that has only been up for 9 days, I, as well as the other admins, have been fielding many participation requests. Our page, Concerned Citizens of New York 03, is meant to be a tool to support the efforts of 03 residents who are working to have Santos removed. As such, we are restricting who can join the page and what is posted to only CD3 residents. We have had to turn away many residents from all over New York State, as well as the country, from states such as Florida, Pennsylvania, Nebraska. I have suggested to those people that they write to their representatives to express their outrage. We have also turned away people from other countries, such as Canada and Australia. This issue has become a global concern, and everyone is as outraged as we are. Each new deception that emerges just fuels the fury, both in and outside CD3 and outside our country. Santos must be removed from the House, and a special election can then be held. We deserve fair and honest representation. We are united in our resolve to remove Santos and vote in a representative that we can trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Susan's from the other side of the district. I actually live in Great Neck, but the disappointment is throughout the district. So I just wanted to say a couple of concluding remarks. Concerned Citizens of New York 03, we are a nonpartisan group, as I mentioned earlier. And as such, we want to know, what is McCarthy so afraid of? Republicans in the state are calling for him to resign, including other members of Congress. Anthony D'Esposito, Nick Longworthy, Nick LaHota, I'm sorry if I'm messing up, LaHota, sorry, my handwriting, Brendan Williams, and Mike Lawler. They aren't afraid of a special election. The recent history shows that this district, 03, is competitive. We don't know who's going to win a special election. A special election that's free and fair. But if McCarthy is unwilling to push Santos out, everyone loses. We lose meaningful representation in the House. And just think, how hard will it be for Republicans to ever retake the seat after 2 years of humiliation and drip of George Santos scandals? How hard will it be for Republicans to win anything on Long Island after 2 more years of George Santos drip scandals? Long Island has a storied past of Republicans, like Senator Al D'Amato, who were national figures. That legacy is being tainted. And on top of it all, the district has become a laughingstock. So before we move to Q&A, I just want to make a few acknowledgments. Leanna Great Neck for graciously hosting us in their beautiful space. Our steering committee, many of whom are here today, it's still in formation. That's how we've been working very hard to organize. I'm just going to mention the names here because so many of them have been working crazy hours, and many of them have jobs, some of the ones that aren't here today. When I say your name, just raise your hand, and so we can acknowledge you. Aiden Davis from Plainview, Debbie Gershel Lindell from Plainview, Kim Kaiserman from Port Washington, Marie Marcina from Douglaston, Sally Marzouk from Great Neck, Allison O'Brien Silva from Manhasset, Jane Russell from Manhasset, Mark Sittenreich from Port Washington, Emily Raphael from Plainview, Susan Naftal, who you've met from Plainview as well. So thank you. Can we all give him So most important, really the main reason why we're here today, we invited Representative Richie Torres to come here to our district so we could thank him. So I just want to say on behalf of the residents of our district, thank you, and thank your team for all that you have done, for your tenacity, your leadership, and your ongoing work. George Santos and Speaker McCarthy are making a mockery out of our country and our institutions. They're hurting New York 03 residents and people across America who believe in the constitutional guarantee of representative government. Your work helps not only the residents of our district, but it helps the whole country. And along the way, you're showing America what it means to be a true patriot. So we thank you. Now we'll open it up for questions.
I'll be happy to listen. I'm sorry, you have a question.
Hi, Representative Torres, thank you so much for coming here today and standing with us. I wanted to ask you, have you had any serious conversations with your minority leader and with the Speaker of the House regarding any bipartisan efforts to expel George Santos? Thank you.
So I want to be careful not to speak on behalf of the leadership of my party, but I can tell you that both Democrats and Republicans are appalled by both the breadth and depth of George Santos' deception. There are 535 members of Congress, both in the House and the Senate. And of 535 members, there's no doubt in my mind that there's no one who poses a greater threat to the integrity of Congress as an institution than George Santos. Even James Comer, Representative James Comer, who chairs the Oversight Committee, acknowledged that if there were a finding of campaign finance fraud, George Santos would have to be removed from the United States Congress. But I do have concerns that the leadership of Congress, particularly Speaker McCarthy, seems to be protecting George Santos. And for me, this is not about Democrat or Republican. This is not about progressive or conservative. This is about right and wrong. And the concerned citizens of New York 3 are standing up for what's right and are standing against what is wrong. And George Santos is wrong for New York 3.
About Mr. Santos came to life before the election. Why do you think so many people still voted for him, even though there's a public debate?
The most egregious allegations against Mr. Santos were mostly privately known, through opposition research, to political consultants, to the campaign staffers. My impression is that the public was unaware of the truth about Mr. Santos until the New York Times published an expose. There was a publication in Long Island, I believe it's the North Shore. Forgive me for not knowing my Long Island media landscape. I barely can keep up with the Bronx. So my understanding is that there was a local publication that was onto his lies, but it's not until a national publication like the New York Times weighs in did it become a national story. And by then it was too late.
I've got a question of concerned citizens. Have you had, I know you said the group's non-partisan, have you had many Republicans, Santos voters come forward and try to join your group?
That's a fabulous question. The first thing we did, we issued a press release as we were being informed, and we did have a few Republicans who were willing to put their name on it. It's amazing how many Republicans who voted for Santos that I know, and some of them are my very dear friends. None of them want to join us. I think people don't want to admit to it, but there certainly are. I'm sure if you just went into even a drugstore, a pharmacy across the street, you would probably find folks who would be willing to talk about it. But our door's open, and we are part of our reason why we're still in formation as a steering committee is we really want to make sure that we have that voice as part of this group.
Can I add to that too?
I want to add one more thing. To join our Facebook page, we ask questions. And none of those questions to gain entrance on our page is what party do you align with. This is not a partisan issue. These are just people who live in CD3 who feel, as we do, that this fraud should not be perpetrated upon us, and we deserve fair representation. So there could be many members on our page who are Republicans, many who are Democrats. I don't know who they are because I don't identify them as such.
Well, I just want to make one more point. There's been a disconnect between local Republicans who have called upon Mr. Santos to resign and national Republicans like Speaker McCarthy who have protected Mr. Santos. And the difference is that the local Republicans are hearing directly from Republican voters.
Yes. Yep.
They're responding to outrage, the groundswell of outrage that has taken hold, not only among Democrats, but among Republicans. Yep. That's what's moving them. I'm sorry.
You kind of touched on this earlier, but what will it take, outside of McCarthy asking to resign, or Santos resign himself, what would it take to get him out of office?
Look, either Mr. Santos resigns under the weight of scrutiny, or he resigns as part of a plea bargain with the U.S. Attorney. Again, I'm entering the realm of speculation here, but we know that he's facing multiple investigations at the state and local, national and international level, both civil and criminal investigations. But it seems to me of all the investigative entities, the one that's probably going to move the quickest is the U.S. Attorney. And so one could imagine a circumstance in which he agrees to resign as part of a plea bargain. But my argument to him is stop perpetuating the suffering and humiliation of your constituents. Do the right thing, resign, allow someone else who's capable of governing to fill the void, Democrat or Republican.
Kevin Sheehan here, Post. So obviously the fourth estate, the press, we failed. We didn't see that half this guy's resume was fabricated. But is there any mechanism in Congress that actually double checks? Like if you work for a private company and it turns out that your resume is fabrications, you get fired like that day. You're gone. You're out of that office. So why is it so different in politics? How can Congress have somebody who fabricated their resume still on the book, still being paid? Is there any mechanism in Congress that exists that should have been, taken care of this problem a couple of weeks ago? Why are we still dealing with this?
Look, I'm here not only as a congressman who wants to protect the public and Congress from a charlatan who threatens to corrupt Congress from within, but I'm actually here as the sponsor of the Santos Act. So for me, I think this will answer your question, but for me it's outrageous that you can lie flagrantly to the voters without facing legal repercussions. And so I introduced the Santos Act to stop another non-truthful office seeker, which would require federal candidates to disclose their education, employment, and military history so that fraudulent candidates like George Santos who do lie to the voters can finally be held accountable.
So there's no vetting process right now at all?
There's no existing disclosure requirements do not obligate candidates to specify their employment, their education. So we would require them to specify their employment and education under oath, under the penalty of perjury. And disclosure would enable the voters of New York 3 to compare what a candidate said on the campaign trail versus what a candidate has said under oath.
Mechanism that is a criminal activity, and that's lying to the FEC on financial disclosure, and that does exist, and yet it's not effectively removing him from office. And may I also say, what's the point of having an oath of office? And I understand that to qualify for Congress, you're supposed to be, what did you say, of good character. On that basis alone, Congress had the ability to say you are not eligible to take the oath. That's right.
My understanding, so I agree with you on principle. My understanding is there was a Supreme Court case, I believe it's Powell versus McCormack, or McCormack versus Powell, I forget, that prevents Congress from denying, that prevents us from not seating a member who has been elected. If you meet the objective requirements of age and residency, we are required to seat you. We do have the discretion to expel him, but that's why we filed, look, even the worst scoundrels are entitled to due process, right? So we're going through the ethics process. We filed a complaint with the ethics committee. We hand-delivered the complaint to Mr. Santos himself in his office, in his presence. And if the ethics committee or the FEC find evidence of falsification and fraud, and they almost certainly will, then that's grounds on which to expel him. So we're going through the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, that was the latest announcement from United States Representative Richie Torres of New York. He was joined by other members and the Concerned Citizens of New York 03 group for this news conference, announcing that he's calling for a federal election commission to launch an investigation into potential illegal activity and irregularities surrounding the campaign finances of Representative George Santos. The time is now 10:32. Let's take a quick break and we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look from the White House, where questions swirl around the discovery of classified documents at President Biden's Delaware home. These questions aren't going away anytime soon, especially after the findings of more documents was announced over the weekend. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively reports.
What in God's name is that all about?
That was President Biden's question for Republicans' tax plans on Monday. Turns out, Republicans have similar questions for Mr. Biden over classified documents. The president's lawyers announced this weekend that an additional 5 documents were found at Mr. Biden's Delaware house last week, in addition to those found over the last 2 months in his garage and former office.
This White House has been so inconsistent and so hypocritical from day one.
Biden's team hasn't been fully upfront about each discovery. They say it's a balancing act to be transparent while also respecting the integrity of the special counsel's investigation. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland tapped former U.S. Attorney Robert Hur to lead the Biden investigation. That's after he named a special counsel in November to look into hundreds of classified documents found at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort.
When my friend Mr. Comer says we're just looking for equal treatment, that's all we're looking for. I think it's good that this is in the hands of special counsels on both sides.
On Monday, the White House released a statement saying that House Republicans have no credibility and that President Biden is doing the right thing. But legal experts point out mishandling classified material is a crime.
By the 4th discovery and the other details that have come out, it's really impossible to spin this to say that it's not a very serious violation.
House Republicans are now demanding visitor logs for the president's home in Delaware, but his lawyers say they don't exist because it's a private residence. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Democrats in Congress are turning up the heat on newly elected Republican George Santos, filing a complaint against him with the House Ethics Committee. Here's more.
The Washington Post reports that George Santos is tied to the cousin of a Russian oligarch. According to the report, businessman Andrew Intrater donated thousands of dollars to Santos's campaign, committees he's linked to, and dumped even more money into an investment firm where Santos worked. That firm, Harbor City Capital, is currently under investigation for allegedly running a Ponzi scheme.
This is finally a money source that has that kind of wherewithal.
Political analyst David Birdsell weighed in on the potentially important connection.
Until we know what that looks like, then we'll know the scope of the potential illegality here.
Intrater's background gets seemingly shadier. His cousin Viktor Vekselberg is a Russian billionaire hit with U.S. sanctions in the wake of the Ukraine invasion. The businessman also came under the eye of special counsel Robert Mueller due to his interactions with Donald Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, who pled guilty to campaign finance law violations in 2018. The House won't expel Santos for lying, but the disgraced congressman will be removed if he, too, is found to have broken campaign finance laws, which is a felony conviction.
If they can track the money directly from a Russian oligarch to the Santos campaign, yes, that's a campaign finance violation. But nobody has said at this stage that that's anything that's remotely provable.
And in international news, the death toll in Ukraine rising after a missile strike destroyed a 9-story apartment building on Saturday. Ukrainian authorities now say that at least 40 people have died in the attack, including 2 children. Dozens of others were also wounded. Let's check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft for more on this story.
Let's talk about all of this. We want to bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer on this Monday. And Hal, thanks for being with us. Let's first start off. You watched Austin's report there. Some 80 to 100 Ukrainian soldiers now in the United States to be trained on this Patriot missile battery system. The training, from what I understand, quite complex. It could take a while.
Andrew, it could. I would say probably closer to 100. Is my guess. We're sending 1 battery of Patriots to Ukraine, and the Germans are sending 1 battery to Patriots to Ukraine. It's worth noting that the Germans routinely come to the U.S. to get trained on how to use the Patriot missile systems. Way back when, I actually was at a base where the Germans would get trained in that system, so I had a chance to kind of see that up close and personal. that base, the normal length of training is about 6 months. However, there is an imperative to get them trained and get this thing operational as soon as possible. My guess is they'll probably be able to cut that back to probably, they keep saying a few months. My guess somewhere around 3 to 4 months. And there are parts of that training that they may do a little bit differently. They may segment out training for certain personnel, and they may not get other training that normally U.S. troops would get. Also, some of the larger stuff where you find a battery of Patriot missiles that is integrated into a battalion and much larger air defense system. Well, that may not be training that they need because all they have is a battery. So they may have some ways of condensing the training down. And I don't know what the background is of the troops coming in, but if they have a background in air defense, there may actually be a way to accelerate it because they already have experience. In fact, they have combat experience in air defense. So this is a our top line air defense system. This goes after cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, just like the very missile that got into Dnipro, and that cruise missile, along with other missiles that have been making it through the air defense envelope right now. So this is a crucial system, and they want to get it in there as fast as possible.
Okay, Hal, let's just, I guess, kind of, set the stage from a story that happened in Ukraine, a horrible, shelling by Russia in Dnipro, with possibly how that can now be prevented once the Patriot systems are in the country. I just want our viewers to take a look at some of this really, really horrible video from Dnipro. The death toll there rising after that missile strike destroyed a 9-story apartment building on Saturday. Ukrainian authorities now say at least 40 people died in the attack, including 2 children. Dozens of others were also wounded. Rescuers combed through the wreckage on Saturday night looking for survivors, and residents returned to collect salvaged belongings beginning on Sunday morning. Over 1,000 people lived in the apartment block, which now lies in ruins. Some residents arranging flowers, toys, and candles in a makeshift vigil at the site. A Russian spokesman suggested the apartment block was hit as a result of a Ukrainian air defense maneuver, but the Ukrainian military says it did not have the capability to intercept the kind of Russian missile which hit the building. Now, once the Patriots are in place, would they have that capability? And from my understanding, the range of the Patriot system, obviously, it can't cover all of Ukraine. They're just getting one of these systems.
Well, if that battery was in Dnipro, all right, if it was there, theoretically, yes, it could have intercepted that missile. It was a KH-22 missile. That cruise missile was actually designed as they call it an aircraft carrier killer. It has a very large warhead. It goes very fast. It's a cruise missile, so it hugs the earth, and that's what it's designed to do. As you saw, it had tremendous devastation against a building. I have not seen where that Russian claim of air defense stuff by the Ukrainians has any credibility, but they put out such a overwhelming level of disinformation on this stuff. It's really difficult to sort out anything that they say is being truthful. However, they do have a pattern. The Russians have a pattern of attacking civilian targets. In many cases, they attack civilian targets because they're just not very precise, so they just aim it into an area where they know they're going to inflict a lot of casualties. That could be the case here. If that battery was there, that battery, a Patriot missile could have intercepted that. Now, with that said, they're getting one battery from the U.S., and then they're going to get one battery from the Germans. That's 2 batteries for the entire country. So where they put those is actually the big issue. And I would guess that one of those batteries will be in Kyiv, the national capital. I don't know where the other one would be. I'd be rather doubtful that it'd be in Dnipro. I think they'd look at Odessa, maybe Kharkiv as alternate sites, perhaps Lviv. I don't know, but I don't think that particular city would have been under the envelope regardless. So Would it have the capability? Yes. Even if it's fielded, will it be in that location to stop that in the future? Probably not.
Yeah. Okay, so the conversation, though, Hal, has picked up over the weekend regarding and surrounding tanks getting to Ukraine, not from the United States, but from our European allies. Major movements over the weekend by the UK, by Poland, by Germany. What's going on here? Are tanks going to be on the battlefield soon in Ukraine, for Ukraine?
Well, they have Russian tanks. They're going to get Western tanks. The UK has pledged. Originally, they were talking. They were going back and forth between Challenger 2, which is a rather robust, more modern tank, and then the older Chieftain tanks. And there was a lot of discussion that the older Chieftains would go in. That is not a great system. It's rather aged, and even with that, it's got a lot of maintenance problems. The Challenger 2, though, is a very capable tank. And what the Brits are going to be doing is they're sending over 14, which is about a company size, of these tanks with all the support vehicles, the recovery vehicles, the maintenance vehicles that go with it. So it's a very robust package. And then they're sending in about 30 self-propelled, they're on tracks, self-propelled howitzers, which is a fairly powerful package. And I don't know what they have in mind for that. I can think of a few configurations, but it was a rather interesting arrangement.
Okay.
Now, the Poles have promised to send 15 Leopard 2s. However, they're under license from Germany, so they have to have Germany's agreement. Germany has made, they've been kind of moving back. Originally, they said, no, we're not going to send them. They've been kind of modifying that language, saying we're not going to stop any other NATO countries from sending them, which is a definite softening of the original point. The hope is that eventually Germany steps up, because they have a lot of these in storage that they could put forward, that they step up and decide to send some too. But you can see fairly robust tank package going to Ukraine.
Yeah, Hal, speaking of Germany, I guess that is the hope, because the UK is now doing this, that hope, maybe that would urge some of the, German leaders to follow suit. Although we got the news today that Germany's defense minister, similar to Lloyd Austin here at home, her name Christine Lambrecht, she resigned today after enduring a year of heavy criticism over repeated public blunders, her response to the war in Ukraine, and the slow progress of a planned military buildup. So there's some shakeup in the echelons of the defense.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. The time here, 10:47 a.m. on the East Coast, 7:47 a.m. on the West Coast. That's where this next story is coming from. This morning, the Corona Fire Department responded to a retaining wall collapse in the city of Corona in California. Fox 11's Christina Pascucci is joining us live from outside of the homes. Good morning, Christina. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Good to be with you this morning. And I'm a lifelong Californian, and the level of destruction we've seen after these recent storms is so widespread and stunning, frankly, from sinkholes to flooding to mudslides. And now this, what you're seeing in this community, I'll step out of the way so you can see what's going on here. This is a community called Monterey Village in Corona, which is east of Los Angeles. And the backyard, it just completely destroyed. The retaining wall has collapsed here of this one home. There's at least 8 homes that are red tagged, 4 on the street where we are, and then 4 on the level above that are on the other side of that wall. Corona Fire Department, they responded to this. They evacuated the residents. Red Cross is offering shelter to those impacted. And the building department was here assessing the situation. They got to get engineers out to figure out what exactly is causing this, although they do believe it's weather related. Neighbors had reported hearing a huge crash in the middle of the night, and then that looming question, when will they figure out the exact cause? Of course, it is presumably rain, but the engineers will have to confirm that. Neighbors say this has happened here before, 10 years ago during record storms, and then 20 years ago, which is around the time this community was first developed. The good news in all of this is that there were no injuries, but sadly, a lot of these neighbors who have been displaced have no idea when they will be able to return. And the next step in this is trying to get engineers out here, reinforce that wall. But a lot of people asking, why does this keep happening throughout this community? Why don't they just get in there, reinforce the walls throughout so that this doesn't happen again and no one gets hurt in the future? Thankfully, in this case, no one was injured.
All right, that's the latest from Fox 11 Los Angeles' Christina Pascucci. And she did mention that she believes, or experts believe, that this is all weather related. We know that California has been getting hit really hard with severe weather, so much so that President Joe Biden is heading west on Thursday to California, which again has been hit hard. So the president will travel to California's Central Coast to visit areas hammered by the extreme rains. He will also meet with first responders, state and local officials, and will survey current recovery efforts there. The time is now 10:49. Let's take a quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox.
Take it, we're clear.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are getting this live update from the United Nations. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Through the new development framework of the SIDS. Mr. President, in conclusion, we recognize the number of mandates assigned to you and the lofty expectation of member states. We are confident that you and your able team will be able to successfully deliver what SIDS need to move ahead. While our situation may be different, our collective goals are the same. We therefore need to understand that our interests are not mutually exclusive, and we are not competing in achieving our priorities. We stand ready to work with you, Mr. President, and all member states to make our collective vision a reality. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Samoa for his encouraging words, and I'm looking forward to our bilateral meeting later today to dwell on all the four major items you have mentioned this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank you for presenting your priorities for the resumed part of the 77th session. In our view, they accurately reflect the interlinked global challenges that we face, especially the consequences of the pandemics, ongoing conflicts, and the triple planetary crisis, and will wisely guide us through the crucial UN processes that we are all engaged in this year. Let me focus on the two issues. Firstly, from our national perspective, the 77th session is an opportunity to place a renewed focus on the issue of the infrastructure and how infrastructure connectivity can be used as a tool for building resilience for future shocks. Resilient infrastructure development and cross-border infrastructure connectivity is a key component of sustainable development and economic transformation prioritized through the 2030 Agenda, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Paris Agreement, the Doha Programme of Action for the least developed countries, and the Vienna Programme of Action for the landlocked developing countries. Action needs to be scaled up to meet these commitments. In this context, Poland, on behalf of the core group consisting of Bulgaria, Croatia, El Salvador, Estonia, Hungary, Japan, Latvia, Lithuania, and Romania, and with the support of the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Office, prepared a new plenary resolution, building global resilience through regional and interregional infrastructure connectivity. The draft resolution aims to bring to the fore the issue of infrastructure as a mean to respond to crises, prepare for the future and shocks, and build resilience, which is essential in absorbing the impacts of adverse shocks and creates a unique opportunity for countries to be ready against the future risks. We will hold the official presentation of the proposal that was already uploaded to all UN member states on Monday, 23rd January at 10 a.m. The invitation and the draft text has been sent to all delegations yesterday. We hope that the adoption of this resolution by the General Assembly will allow the UN members to discuss the infrastructure-related outcomes of the midterm review of the Sendai framework and bring additional infrastructure-related input to the 2023 HLPF and the SDG summit. Secondly, Poland will contribute to the work of the 77th session of General Assembly and is mandated process as a co-facilitator of the process of modalities and the outcome for the high-level meeting on the fight against tuberculosis in 2023. Together with Uzbekistan, my dear colleague Ambassador Bakhtiar Ibragimov, we have already launched the process of informal negotiations of the draft procedural resolution. I would like to thank the PGA for entrusting us with this role and assure you, member states, that we will coordinate with other colleagues with this three-pack, this health three-pack, leading to all these health processes. And I believe that it's very important to lead these processes in an inclusive and transparent manner. In my role as a co-facilitator, we will put a special emphasis to ensure that the process is led by science, as you mentioned, with an active participation of the various stakeholders. And saying that, I just want to thank you, Mr. President, and Poland is looking forward to your future.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was just part of the UN General Assembly, just doing they're doing their remarks there, and we're bringing that to you just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up on a new hour right here, and you can see the Dow not doing well to start the trading week here after the Martin Luther King holiday. You can see 329 points there in the red. We'll continue to follow it here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up this hour, we do head out to Philadelphia, where the Philly DA is going to update us all on crime that has been happening and latest arrest following investigations as well. So we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to go out to a murder trial that is happening live right now in the Milwaukee area, as this is the Mark Jensen Kenosha murder trial there. That is Mark Jensen right there. Testimony has entered the second week. Jensen, who is now 63, was convicted in 2008 of killing his wife, Julie Jensen. Julie Jensen was found dead in the Jensen's Pleasant Prairie home in 1998. Julie Jensen had antifreeze and sleeping medication in her system. Prosecutors say Mark Jensen was having an affair and poisoned Julie Jensen with antifreeze, drugged her, and suffocated her. Jensen has maintained his innocence and that his wife killed herself. More than a month has been set aside for the new trial, which includes video testimony of witnesses from the first trial who have since died or are unavailable.
Yes, we did. He was well aware that he could lose custody of the kids, or that he'd have to divide all of his assets in half.
And how did he respond? How did he address that with you, if you can recall?
Well, there wasn't any way to really finalize that discussion. It was just something that was talked about.
Now, throughout the time that you knew Mark Jensen, from 90 or 91 onward, how would you describe his computer skills?
He was very familiar. He had a lot of interesting software, and he was very comfortable with and interested in computers.
You knew how to use a computer too, didn't you?
Pardon me?
You knew how to use a computer as well, didn't you?
not as well. I didn't know how to use a computer and things like that, but Mark was always a step or two ahead.
Whenever you'd have a problem with the computers, would you talk to Mark about it?
With certain business-related software, we talked about it, yes.
And Mark seemed to know the answer.
Mark had the answers because it was Mark's software.
Now, at some point, about the time you were having these conversations with Mark about the pitfalls of divorce, did he start talking to you about Julie's conditions?
Yes, he did.
And what was he telling you about Julie's condition?
A lot of things. He said that she was depressed, that she didn't want to do anything, that she was losing weight. He said that I wouldn't recognize her if I saw her. She had lost so much weight.
So when you heard him talking about Julie in this fashion, were you concerned about Julie?
Yes, of course.
So what, if anything, did you do in response to your concern about Julie?
We had not seen them together in a long time because of the ongoing relationship that was developing with Kelly Labonte. So I talked to my wife about it and asked her if she'd give Julie a call and take her out to lunch and maybe cheer her up.
You remember about when that conversation occurred between you and your wife?
I believe it was a week or two before she passed.
And do you know if your wife was ever able to get a hold of Julie?
Oh, yes, she was.
And did she have lunch with Julie?
Yes, she did.
And after your wife had her lunch with Julie, did she relate to you what her perceptions of Julie?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
I didn't ask him what they were. I just
We're getting really close, so.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go there, Judge, because Sharon's.
I understand, but you're really close. You're right on the cliff there. So let's ask another question.
Now, during this time that Mark was telling you about Julie's condition, did you ever make any observations of things that he was doing on his computer?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He frequently was on the computer searching for what he told me were drug interactions. He was trying to figure out why her behavior, her demeanor had changed so much and why her health was deteriorating. And so
that's what he was telling you. He told you that he was doing that. He told you he was looking for drug interactions, and that was the reason he gave you for looking for drug interactions.
That's correct.
Could you just rephrase the question, Mr. Chairman?
So, the only thing you know about why Mark Jensen was looking at these things is what Mark Jensen told you, correct?
That's correct.
So, quite aside from what Mark Jensen told you about why he was looking at these things, what were the things that you saw on the internet, on his computer when you walk into his office?
I never really saw anything on the computer. I'd wander into his office. We were close together. We were good friends. I'd maybe sit in a chair across from him, and he'd be working away, and I'd ask him what he was doing, and that was the response I would get, that he was looking for drug interactions.
So how often would you walk into his office and see or hear about him looking at drug interactions on the computer?
As I think back, it was very, very frequently. It was both before her death and after her death.
Now, switching gears to December 3rd, 1998. Were you in the office on December 3rd, 1998?
Yes.
And how big an office was this? How many people altogether were in the office? If you add in all the brokers and all the support personnel, how many people were in the office?
I don't know exactly how many were in there at that time. We had people that would join us and people that would leave, but, roughly a half dozen.
So it was a relatively small office.
It was a small office, that's correct.
And on December 3rd, 1998, do you remember Mark Jensen coming into the office on December 3rd, 1998?
I do not.
You didn't see him on December 3rd, 1998?
That's correct.
On the morning of December 4th, 1998, do you recall having any conversation with Mark Jensen?
Yes, Mark called me and told me that Julie had passed.
Did he indicate to you whether he'd be in the office on December 4th?
Pardon me?
Did he indicate to you whether or not he would be in the office on December 4th?
I don't believe so.
At some point after Julie's death, do you remember having a conversation with Mark Jensen about whether or not Kelly Labonte should be at Julie's wake or at her funeral or come into his residence?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury about that conversation.
Again, we'd have frequent conversations every day, and he brought up the issue of whether or not it would be appropriate for Kelly to be at the wake. And I don't know if it was the same conversation, but shortly thereabouts, he asked if what my thoughts were if Julie were to move into his home.
Julie or Kelly?
Pardon me, Kelly.
So this was within a matter of days of Julie's death?
That's correct.
And he was asking you about whether his girlfriend should come to his wife's wake and funeral?
That's correct.
And what advice did you give him?
I said it was not a good idea.
And this conversation about whether or not Kelly should move into his residence, he should have Kelly move into this residence, how much time elapsed between Julie's death and this conversation that you have with Mark Jensen about Kelly moving into his residence?
I can't recall exactly, but it was in very short order. It wasn't long.
More than a week or less than a week?
I can't recall, but maybe a week or two at the most, I would think.
And when he was asking you about whether or not you thought it advisable for Kelly to move into his residence, what was your advice at that time?
Rather low-key, but just that it was not a good idea.
Now, you indicated there was a person in your office by the name Barry Peterson. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, did Mark ever have any conversation with you about spoofing Barry Peterson?
Yes, he did.
Tell the jury about that.
Barry was single at the time and apparently had been on a single dating site. And so Mark created a person that he called Warm Irish Eyes. It was supposedly a woman. And he responded to or started to come on to Barry Peterson as this woman named Warm Irish Eyes.
So Mark would tell you about this?
Yes, he did.
More than one occasion?
Yes.
And these emails that were being sent to Barry Peterson as though they were coming from Warm Irish Eyes, these were emails that were created by Mark Jensen. Is that true?
That's correct.
And did you learn what these emails were, what they contained, or any attachments to these emails?
He would have pictures of penises and it would inquire to Barry Peterson whether or not he was that big or things of that nature.
And at the time Barry Peterson was receiving these emails, they appeared to be from Warm Irish Eyes.
Yes.
Not from Mark Jensen.
That's correct.
During the course of your employment at Stifel Nicholas, did you ever come to know a person by the name of Ed Klug?
Yes.
What can you tell us about Ed Klug?
Objection, relevance. I don't know where this is going.
Overruled, go ahead.
What can you tell us about Ed Klug?
I believe Ed was a Robert Baird broker also, and I believe Mark recruited him to come and open an office in Appleton for Stifel Nicholas.
Do you remember after Julie's death ever having a conversation with Ed Klug about any conversations that Ed Klug and Mark Jensen had had before Julie's death?
I do.
So do you remember where that conversation occurred between you and Ed Klug?
I believe the first time it was on a plane. We had both been in Boston for a meeting, and on the way back, Ed told me that Mark said he was going to kill her.
Did Ed tell you where that conversation had occurred between him and Mark?
I believe he said it occurred in St. Louis.
So, can you tell the jury in a brokerage firm, the sort that you had at Prudential Bach and Robert Baird and Stifel Nicholas, is there a process or a procedure regarding the opening of mail or taking of phone calls?
Yes, they're different as far as opening mail. The front office would receive the mail, and they would always open every piece. Even if it was marked personal, they'd open it to see what was in it. Most of the phone calls also went through the front office, but we did have direct lines, and so a person could contact us directly without going through the front office.
Now, from the time that you first met and worked with Mark Jensen right up through December 3rd, 1998, do you recall Mark Jensen ever complaining, or any member of the front desk ever complaining about receiving harassing phone calls or receiving explicit or pornographic photos at the office?
Repeat the question, please.
Did any support person, anybody that opens the mail, ever indicate to you that they'd received or complained to Mark Jensen that they'd received or opened in the mail a packet containing pornographic photos?
No.
And something like that would stand out in your mind?
Yes.
So, starting with Prudential Bach, no such email, no such photos were in the mail at Prudential Bach or Robert Baird or at Stifel Nicholas at the office. Is that true?
Opened by the front office, that's correct.
And all of the mail was opened by the front office, isn't that true?
That's the policy.
At some point after Julie's death, do you recall having a conversation with Mark about, and Mark wanting to get his home computer back from the authorities?
I do.
Tell the jury about that conversation.
The conversation wasn't so much about wanting to get it back. It was a general conversation, and he had expressed concern previously, too, about them having his computer. And it was a home computer, but he used it for business at home as well, and he wanted to get it back. And on this particular day, it was a Friday afternoon, we were talking about it, and again, it was, they took my home computer, he'd like to have it back. And I mentioned to him that given that they had taken his computer and wouldn't give it back, I was surprised they hadn't come in and taken his office computer as well.
And you had that conversation on a Friday afternoon?
That's correct.
And you recall having a conversation with Mark Jensen the next Monday morning?
Yeah, Monday morning, first thing, Mark told me his computer was fried. And
his work computer was fried?
His work computer, the computer in the office, said it was fried, and He'd have to call St. Louis and have them send him another.
Did Mark ever talk to you about possible ways in which one could fry the hard drive on a computer?
Yes, years earlier, and I don't remember when, but he had told me when he was working at Baird, there was an individual there that he didn't get along with, and so he took a large magnet and applied it to the hard drive, and the intent was to destroy the data on the hard drive.
Did Mark ever tell you or talk to you about what happened when he found Julie dead?
Yes.
What did he tell you? Well, specifically, did he tell you anything about what he did with the boys when he got home that day?
Yeah, he said it felt as though something wasn't right. And so I believe that he said he had the boys wait, and he went into the house and found that Julie had passed.
So normally he didn't have the children go in the house with him. He had them wait in the car.
Yeah, I would think normally.
Objection leading. That's not what Mr. Nearing said.
Well,
just go ahead, Mr. Jambus.
I don't want to tell you what Mr. Nearing, what Mark Jensen said to you. What did Mark Jensen actually say to you about the boys when he came home that day?
They'd asked him to wait behind while he went in to check on Mom.
And that's when, and what happened then after he had the boys wait in the car?
Objection. Move to strike. That's not what Mr. Nearing said.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Jambus.
Once again, please.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. So what is it that Mark Jensen told you about that, what he did with the boys when he got home that day?
Once more, Bob. I don't understand the question.
Mark Jensen talked to you about coming home that day, correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about what he did with the boys before he went into the house?
Oh, he didn't say specifically what he did with them. What I got out of the conversation was he went into the house to check on Julie before the boys did.
And did he tell you what how he had what he did with the boys before he went into the house to check on Julie?
No.
Did he tell you he said that he felt that might be something wrong with Julie, and that's?
Well, that's correct. He said something didn't feel right. He thought something was amiss.
And so what did he? And he told you he went into the house. And did he tell you what he did with the boys at that point?
That's correct.
What did he do with the boys at that point?
Oh, I have no idea.
Did Mark ever tell you anything about Julie getting sick while he was at the Blueprint in November of 1998?
He did.
Tell the jury what he told you.
Again, I was getting the constant stories about how ill she was and how poorly she was doing, and he mentioned that she had thrown up while he was gone.
At the Blueprint?
While he was in St. Louis at the Blueprint, that's correct.
During the time that you knew Mark Jensen from 1990 or 91 through Julie's death in December of 1998, did you ever get the impression that Mark Jensen had ever come to terms with or forgiven Julie for that one affair that she'd had in early 90 or 91?
No, he was seriously hurt and angered, and from very early on when I first met him, that came across right up until the very end. He never got over it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Who's doing the cross?
I am, Judge.
Go ahead.
Mr. Neering, you said you worked with Mr. Jensen starting sometime in 1990 or 1991.
That's correct.
Do you remember what year it was? Whether it was 1990 or 1991?
Yes.
Which one was it?
Oh, I cannot remember. I started there in '87, and we were there a couple years, before we left.
So you were working with Mark Jensen at that location a couple of years before you both separated and went to different offices for Baird.
That's correct.
So you had a lot of conversations with Mr. Jensen.
Many, yes.
About work,
That's correct.
about families,
That's correct.
about children.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that during all of those conversations, you didn't write them down anywhere.
Not a word.
You weren't taking notes.
Not a word.
You weren't writing them in a journal.
No words in the journal.
You guys were friends. You were just talking.
That's correct.
You worked with Mark at Prudential, you said, for a couple of years. Can you tell us what Mr. Jensen's schedule was? What time he got in each day?
Mark was always a later starter, and he would stay longer. So his schedule, of course, was Monday through Friday, and while I might be there at 7 or 8, Mark might not get there until 9 or 10, and I might leave a little earlier. Mark might stay a little later.
So it'd be fair to say there was no time clock to punch into.
Never.
Mr. Jensen wouldn't come by your office and say, hey, just so you know, I'm here today.
No, he never came by and said, just so you know, I'm here today, but I would know he was there. His office was next to mine. We'd say hello.
Because you talk throughout the day.
That's correct.
So you would know that he would be at work.
That's correct.
And that was when you were working at Prudential.
That's correct.
Now, at some point, you separated, and he went to Baird in Kenosha, and you were at Baird in Milwaukee.
That's correct.
And during that time, you continued to talk to each other.
Yes.
On the phone.
Daily.
About work.
Mostly.
About family.
That's correct.
Because your families actually got together.
That's correct.
I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but I want to talk a little bit about this time when you were at Baird. When Mr. Jensen was at Baird in Kenosha and you were at Baird in Milwaukee, you would have no information about phone calls he may have received.
I would have no firsthand information. That's correct.
You wouldn't have been talking to the front office staff of the Baird in Kenosha.
Yeah, no, I would not.
You wouldn't be asking them what mail they had opened.
That's correct.
You wouldn't have been asking them about what phone calls they had received.
Correct.
That wasn't your office staff.
That's correct.
Your office staff was actually in Milwaukee.
That's correct.
And that was from sometime 1993 to 1998.
That's correct.
Now, you talked a little bit about these computer searches that you say Mr. Jensen conducted, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't see him conduct any searches.
I didn't see the screen, but I saw him conducting the searches.
What you mean by seeing him conducting the searches, you saw his fingers typing on a keyboard.
No, what I mean is he told me that's what he was doing.
I understand what he told you, sir. I'm asking what you actually saw, though. What you saw was his fingers typing on a keyboard.
That's correct.
You didn't actually see the screen.
That's correct.
So I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Jensen's office in Baird in 1998, okay? Mm-hmm. When you walked in the door, there was like a U-shaped desk that you would see in front of you.
At Baird in Kenosha?
No, at Stifel in 1998.
Please repeat the description.
Thank you. When you walked in the door of the office, there was like a U-shaped desk that you would see as you were walking in.
Yes.
And one corner of the desk. Is that a yes?
Correct, yes.
And there would be a monitor on a second corner.
Yes.
He actually had two monitors.
Yes, for two people.
Thank you. And it would be fair to say that as you walked in the door, you could see the monitors.
That's correct.
Now, you said that when you talked to Mr. Jensen, you actually sat across from his desk.
That's correct.
And it was when you were sitting across from his desk that you couldn't see the monitors.
I'd sit across from him, or he had a credenza. There was the desk in front, and then chairs directly opposite, and off to the side was a long credenza, maybe 6 or 8 feet long. So a lot of times I'd wander in, as Mark did in my office, and stop next to his desk, aside it, and lean onto the credenza. So it was both, sitting across from him and sitting right next to him, standing right next to him, leaning up against the credenza.
So what I asked, though, is when you were sitting across from him at those chairs, you couldn't see the monitors.
No, I never saw the monitor on any of the searches.
So as he was doing all of these searches that he was telling you about drug interactions, you never looked at the monitor.
That's correct.
And what he said to you was that he was concerned about Julie's change in behavior. Correct?
Yes.
And he was concerned, and he expressed that concern to you.
Yes, he did.
And he was concerned because she wasn't eating the same.
That's what he said.
And he was concerned, and what he said to you was that she was losing weight.
That's correct.
And that she would lock herself in the bedroom.
I don't think I said that yet, but he did.
He told you that.
Yes.
An additional concern he expressed to you was that she didn't want to do anything.
That's correct.
And she seemed depressed.
Pardon me?
And that she seemed depressed.
That's correct.
Now, in 1998, you and Mr. Jensen had been friends for 7 years.
Okay. Sounds about right. That's correct.
That's what you testified to. I'm just putting
Yeah,
that number
I
on.
didn't have a number, but you're right. You did that math.
And during that time, you talked about a lot of things,
We did.
personal things,
Sometimes.
including Julie Jensen's affair,
Yes,
and how that hurt Mr. Jensen,
that's correct.
and how he was upset about it.
Yes.
And I think your testimony was he was angry about it.
I said hurt, very hurt, and angry.
And he confided in you about those things.
Yes.
And when he was talking about his wife in 1998, he was confiding in you about what he saw.
That's correct.
So when Mr. Jensen talked to you about looking up drug interactions, I think you said he did it both before Ms. Jensen's passing and after her passing.
That's correct.
And that was on the work computer.
That's correct.
And did he talk to you about the prescription medication she had been prescribed by a doctor?
Specific ones?
Yes.
Not that I ever recall.
Did he talk to you about his concern about her taking an unusual amount of aspirin?
No.
Did he talk to you at all about antidepressants?
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about these computers.
Okay.
You just told this jury that you had a conversation with Mr. Jensen at some point about both his home and work computers.
Yes,
And I think you said it was on a Friday.
that's correct.
What day was that?
I have no idea.
What month was that?
I do not remember.
What year was that?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
And at that time, Mr. Jensen had, when he worked at Stifel, he had actually 2 computers in his office
Yeah, he had a personal computer and a company computer.
and used his personal and company computer for work.
That's correct.
And he had those computers through the time that he was arrested in this case.
Yes,
And you actually had information that his work computer had been sent to St. Louis.
you've kind of jumped ahead on the timeline.
I have jumped ahead on the timeline, that's fair. So when you spoke to Mr. Jensen about this damage to his work computer, he advised you that he had sent it to St. Louis.
That's correct.
And it's fair to say that working for a stock brokerage firm, there's certain protocols you have to follow.
There are departments that take care of different things. That's correct.
And because you're dealing with stocks and trading and people's personal information and money, there's specific protocols you have to follow.
Yes.
And that's why people at the front desk open the mail.
Yes.
Because you need to make sure that you're following whatever protocols have been set by the company.
That's correct.
And the main location for most of the departments for Stifel Nicholas, am I saying that right, sir?
Yes.
Is in St. Louis.
That's the home office.
So that's where a lot of the things happen, is at the home office.
That's correct. We're just a small branch.
In fact, you said you had like a half a dozen people working there.
That's right.
So if something was to happen with a work computer, it would be sent to St. Louis.
Right. Any kind of issues that we would have like that were resolved
By St. Louis.
by St. Louis.
Do you remember in 2002, everyone in Stifel Nicholas getting brand new work computers?
I don't remember the year, but there was a time when everybody got an update. That's correct.
Another thing that the home office can do is conduct audits on computers.
I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about the fact that they can remotely access your computer and see what you're doing?
I assumed as much, but back then I'm not so sure. In fact, I would say no, I didn't think that was occurring.
Sir, you testified previously in this case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was in January of 2008.
You have to help me with the date. I do not remember when it was.
Do you remember it being early January 2008?
If you say so, I do not remember.
That's fair. You were asked on page 82, line 21, and on occasion will conduct audits, correct? And your answer was yes.
I'm not sure the context. The branch would be audited. People would come in and they'd go through stuff. Your earlier question was about, did I think they could see everything we were doing on our computers? And I believe those are two different issues.
That's fair. I didn't ask him. I said he didn't know the exact date.
Okay.
So you knew that they did conduct audits, though, of computers and other business activity.
They would come in and make sure records were kept properly, that people were not gaining access to records that they shouldn't gain access to, and things of that nature. I don't believe they would have ever looked at individual computers or how they were used or what was on them. Back then, it was kind of in the early stages, and we didn't have the oversight that we had today or at the end.
Sure, sir. On page 117, I don't know what line, 25, 24, 23, 22.
Page 117.
19, 118, 17, 16. Line 16. When asked about system checks from the home office, you received a question. Did that ever happen to your knowledge in your office? Answer. You mean a system check on computers? Question. Mm-hmm. Answer. A system check by the home office? Question. Yes. Answer. They routinely monitor various things.
I guess I would stand by what I said today, as opposed to
2008, which
I'm not sure what I was thinking then or what I meant.
That's fair, sir. Do you still work for Stifel Nicholas?
No, I retired 9 years ago.
So you haven't had any system checks done on your computer in the last 9 years?
Well, nowadays you never know.
After Julie Jensen passed away, you spoke to law enforcement.
That's correct.
And that wasn't actually until 2003? Does that sound right?
Again, as I reread my testimony from the last trial, I couldn't get my head around the dates. So if that's when I saw him or that's when I contacted them, that's correct. But I can't sit here and tell you it was in 2003 in this month. I just don't, it's just not in my head.
That sounds wrong because it is wrong. It was March 22nd, 2002.
Okay, yeah, whenever it was, I don't remember.
You didn't contact anyone in law enforcement in 1998.
I did not.
You didn't contact anyone in law enforcement in 1999.
No, I did not.
You didn't contact anyone in law enforcement in 2000.
No, I believe the first contact was after Mark was arrested. I think I contacted Paul Ratzberg, Detective Ratzberg.
And Mr. Jensen was arrested in 2002.
Okay.
And that's when you then contacted Detective Ratzberg.
I contacted him.
And he wanted to talk to you about what you knew about the Jensens.
That's correct.
And what you knew about Mark Jensen.
That's correct.
Because you had worked for him so long.
That's correct.
You had had hundreds of conversations.
Yes.
You guys were friends.
Yes.
He had confided in you.
Yes.
And Detective Ratzberg wanted that information.
Yes.
He asked you questions.
He did.
And you answered those questions.
That's correct.
And you answered those questions truthfully.
That's correct.
And as Detective Ratzberg was asking you questions and you were answering those questions truthfully, Detective Ratzberg was taking notes.
That's correct.
Notes on what you said.
That's correct.
And if he was concerned about something you said or unclear, he would ask you to clarify it.
Yes.
After you spoke to Detective Ratzberg, you wrote a written statement.
Okay.
Do you remember writing out a statement after you talked to Detective Ratzberg?
I can't remember if I wrote them or if he wrote them and I signed them, but
Let's find out.
things were put in writing.
Madam Clerk, can I have an exhibit sticker? Recognize that?
Looks like a report with my initials at the bottom.
So since I don't know your handwriting or Detective Ratzberg's, is that your handwriting or Detective Ratzberg's?
I don't write in cursive. I print, and this is printed, but I'm not sure it's my handwriting. It is my initials at the bottom.
At the bottom of each page, there's actually a spot where you initial.
That's correct.
And that would have been after reviewing and or writing this statement.
That's correct. Yeah, is there a date on this?
Yes, it's March 22nd.
Okay.
And as you and I just both found, it was March 22nd of 2002.
Okay.
Now, sir, you also testified previously in this case.
Yes,
2 times.
if you say so.
I do say so. Do you remember testifying 2 times?
There's a lot of it don't remember. So
A lot you just can't remember.
that's correct.
One of the times was on August 28th of 2007, and the other ones were, which we just talked about, was January 9th to January 10th of 2008.
Okay.
And when you testified on those days, you actually took the stand, correct?
I remember doing that.
Much like you are doing it today.
That's correct.
You raised your right hand.
Yes, I did.
You swore to tell the truth,
Yes,
and you told the truth.
that's correct.
You were asked questions by Attorney Jamboys,
That's correct.
and you answered those questions.
I did.
You were also asked questions by defense counsel, not
did.
me,
I did. Yes, I answered them.
and you answered them truthfully.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about some of the statements that you just said today for the first time.
Okay.
You testified today that in 1990 or 1991, you walked into Mark Jensen's office and flipped through a journal,
Hey, what?
like a stenographer notepad, I think you said.
That's correct.
So I want to make sure I understand what happened on that day.
Okay.
You go to Mark Jensen's office.
Mm-hmm.
He's not there.
That's correct.
And he's not someone you've known for a long time at that point.
That's correct.
It's when you worked at Prudential.
That's correct.
And he's not there. So instead of walking out of the office, you go inside the office.
That's correct.
And you look around.
No.
You don't look around. You don't see a notebook?
And I knew you would ask me why I was there.
Sir, my question is did you see a notebook?
I saw a notebook.
And after you saw that notebook, you opened that notebook.
That's correct.
And your testimony today is, in a coworker's office that wasn't present, you started to flip through his notebook.
That's correct.
You never told Detective Ratzberger that.
I believe I did.
You believe you told Detective Ratzberg that you saw this notebook?
Absolutely.
Sir, I'm going to show you Exhibit 16, which we agreed is your statement. Can you please take the time to review this and stop when you get to the part that you found a notebook of penis sketches?
I do believe I reviewed this, a copy of it that was texted to me, and you're right, it isn't in there, but I know that I told him.
Objection, Your Honor. The counsel is interrupting the witness while he's answering. She's got to wait for him to finish answering the question before she starts speaking.
Give him a chance to finish. I understand. Give him a chance to finish.
And sir, you also had a chance, I think you testified to review the transcripts of your testimony from the last trials.
I did.
You didn't testify to this notebook of penis sketches then either, did you?
I don't think so.
I want to ask you a few questions about this Barry Peterson spoofing email that you testified about.
Okay.
You testified that Mr. Jensen advised you that he created an email to spoof a coworker.
That's accurate.
And was this when you guys were at Stifel Nicholas
Yes.
in 1998?
This was more like 2001, 2002.
So at that point, who was the manager of the Stifel Nicholas office?
Mark was.
Mr. Jensen was the manager.
Mr. Jensen was.
And after Mr. Jensen told you that he spoofed an employee, you went to St. Louis? Did you tell them about what the manager of the office was doing to an employee?
Objection. There's two questions, and she didn't allow him to answer the first question
I
before.
think it's time for our morning break. That's what I think, so we'll continue, folks. Go in the back, relax.
And this trial is expected to go another 4 weeks there. So we just wanted to offer you that chance to get known there with this trial. And we will continue to showcase it really at different parts of these days right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. We are live and worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox Live. Look right here at the White House, where there will be a White House briefing later this afternoon. Of course, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now when it gets going. I'm your host, Mike Page, for the next couple of hours here for you. We are locked in, giving you top stories, headlines, and, of course, breaking news when it happens, all right here on Live Now. I want to go back to Philadelphia, where the DA talking about crime updates, gun-related incidents, and much more.
That what we saw during the pandemic was an average of about 1.5 homicides per day, or 10.5 per week. This is 3. In terms of gun-related incidents during that same period, the 7th through the 13th, there were 109 arrests made by law enforcement for a combination of gun possession cases and cases involving guns where an additional crime was committed. Of those 109 arrests made by law enforcement, 108 were opened and charged by the DA's office based upon that information. The median bail that was set for illegal possession of guns during the time period was $187,500. The median bail set for violent offenses committed with guns was $325,000. I won't repeat what I've said over and over and over about the failures of cash bail, but I will say that the median bail set for violent offenses with guns is a little bit higher, going a little bit more in what we consider to be the right direction than before. Obviously, when we're asking for $1 million and we're getting 325, it's not what we're asking for, but it's going a little bit more in the direction of keeping the public safe when people are actually charged with crimes that they are committing with guns. In terms of some of the shootings that have occurred recently, I'd like to go through 3 of them. The first one, Monday, January 16th, in the 5500 block of Crowson, C-R-O-W-S-O-N, Crowson Street, in the 14th Police District at about 6:09 p.m., a 25-year-old black female was found shot multiple times in the head. She was pronounced on the scene by medics a short time later. No arrest here. Anyone with information, please contact the PPD's homicide unit at 215-686-3334. Incident number 2 is a homicide also, and that occurred on Monday the 16th in the 5100 block of North 8th Street in the 35th Police District at about 8:03 p.m. A 12-year-old black male was shot in the left side. He was transported to Einstein Medical Center by police and placed in stable condition. No arrest has been made by PPD. This investigation remains ongoing. Anyone with information should contact PPD Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. I'm sorry, I stated homicide. That was a misstatement. My apologies. Shooting incident on Monday, January 17th in the 7100 block of Torresdale Avenue on the 15th in the 15th Police District at about 4:02 a.m. An approximately 40-year-old Asian male was found shot once in the back. He was pronounced by medics a short time later. No arrest has been made at this time. Anybody with info, homicide unit is 215-686-3334. We have with us today Myra Maxwell, who of course is the chief of our Victim Witness Services unit, and she will be providing a report on some of the good work that is done every week, but most recently this week by Victim Witness Services unit, which of course is also the umbrella over the CARES unit. Ms. Maxwell? Reverend Maxwell, excuse me.
Thank you, D.A. Krasner, and thank you all for being here today. This is really important work that we do here at the DA's office, especially our Victim Support Services Division. I'm going to start by giving you the CARES report for this week, but I actually want to add just a few more things in your hearing. This week, we actually serviced through our CARES unit 6 homicide families, providing approximately 18 services to those families. I want to emphasize that the services that we provide can range anywhere from providing emergency emergency assistance to referrals to other organizations, and partnering with, of course, our community-based agencies to make certain that we are working collaboratively to give the best possible support to those families. When we speak of homicide, of course, we work in both the long-term and the short-term. So our CARES unit provides primarily our short-term, but also we have our victim advocates in our victim services unit that provides more long-term support as people enter the criminal justice system. I also want to say today, I feel a little heavy in my own heart because just recently I've had the opportunity to work with multiple families that have lost loved ones to homicide. I stand not just as an advocate, but as someone who's also a faith leader who's worked beside many advocates here in the city of Philadelphia, providing support and services for many years. But it is very difficult because our advocates, as they work tirelessly every day, they look in the eyes of people's faces who are hurt. They are harmed, they are hurting, and they desire healing and justice. So we're here to provide that support. So as advocates, we are working them through some of the toughest times of their lives, and it's really important that we help them to get to the place that they need to be in healing. So if there is anyone that's under the sound of my voice, as we would normally say, that is in need of support and services, I urge you to please reach out to our CARES unit if it's homicide support at 215-686-8019, and also our victim services unit, which is 215-686-8027. Again, this is very important work, and we're here to support and to service. And the thing that came to me this morning is we're here to help people to heal, because people want to heal. We're here to help them to go through this system. When we go through an act of having someone arrested, we are here to be there for you. Again, please reach out to us at 215-686-8019 or 215-686-8027. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. I'm now delighted to be able to call forward Bill Fritzie to talk about a very serious topic, and that is the arrest of a man named Luis Soto in relation to a gun manufacturing and gun dealing operation in which he was heavily involved. We do have some visuals. We have some digitally available photographs that were taken from the scene of the raid, which illustrate, I think, in many ways, what we are all up against when we talk about ghost guns and we talk about the manufacture of guns. This, sadly, is the next frontier in a country where we already have more guns than people, and we live in circumstances that allow children to pick up guns and shoot other children, sometimes not even knowing why or what they're doing. But as many of you know, Mr. Fritzie has had quite a distinguished career here. I once even dubbed him the electronic Sherlock Holmes because he was doing such a remarkable job in a society where we have next to no witnesses of being able to put together cases based upon forensics, many of them electronic forensics. And therefore, I would like to call forward Bill Fritzie to talk about the case of Luis Soto.
Good morning. I first want to thank our agents at the Attorney General's office who work with us day in and day out and brought this arrest in. I also want to thank ADA Sheeta Gadiri, who approved these arrests, and she'll be handling this case from beginning to end. Luis Soto was essentially a gun manufacturer, had his own plant in his home. He was assembling AR-style firearms, at which I know that we have the tendency to think of ghost guns and think that those might just be 9mm, but we are talking about fully automatic AR-15s. A search warrant was conducted at his home after some sales occurred, and the agents were able to get into the home and recover many weapons, many that have not been assembled yet. They learned that he was using a false name to buy those gun parts online and then have them shipped directly to his home. From there, he would construct those firearms and then sell them. There was a multitude of recoveries from the home, lots of ammunition, lots of different parts of the ghost guns that would eventually be assembled into those AR-15s. What's troubling about this is not yet another example of ghost guns getting into the market and the police department and law enforcement authorities not being able to stop it at the point of sale. So Mr. Soto is a 5-time felon. He has 4 prior felony of the first-degree burglaries and a felony of the second-degree burglary. So under the statute, he's not allowed to come into contact with any firearms. Unfortunately, ghost guns do not qualify as firearms until someone like Mr. Soto decides to assemble them and drill in to the lower receiver, and therefore that makes it a firearm. As a result, he also had a bench warrant at the time of this arrest for a violation of his probation. So as a result of this arrest, 88 Gadiri was able to obtain $875,000 that he would have to pay for bail, and a detainer was lodged on his other case, meaning that even if he paid that bail, he would not be able to get out of custody. The photos that you see up on the screen are the assembled AR-15s, along with some of the rounds that agents recovered, extended clips, and then a drill press that he was using. So he had a full facility in his home that he was assembling these firearms. So again, this is the problem that we're seeing again and again with ghost guns getting into the hands of felons. The laws need to be able to change so that we can stop them at the point of sale, because a felon should not be able to purchase parts and put a gun together in his home. And just to think of it in a different context, this is after the police department learned that this person was selling those firearms. So there's no way for us to even know how many firearms Mr. Soto put out on the street before we were able to stop him.
Thank you, Mr. Fritzie. I just want to underscore the absurdity of a system where you can buy a virtually unlimited supply of gun parts and things to make gun parts. None of those parts have serial numbers. The purchase of those parts can be done online. There's absolutely no screening of who is purchasing these things or for what purpose. It doesn't even become a crime until you're using the drill press. You might wonder, why would you have a photo as dumb and boring as a drill press? Well, that's because that's how absurd our laws are. The other thing I think is worth noting is we are speaking of a raid and activity that occurs in the area of Kensington. When the Inquirer did its piece on, or pieces, entitled 57 blocks, and they were talking about the 57 blocks where there have been chronic and repeated shootings over time, we mapped it. 28 of those blocks are in and around Kensington. There is no question that the illegal trade in drugs has always been fertile soil for gun violence, and here we have a person who's getting away with incredibly damaging activity right at the heart of the problem, and it's all legal until he gets out a drill press. So, having said that, we are happy to take whatever questions we can take. Let me just say something preliminarily. We are aware that there has been a shooting in front of the federal courthouse this morning, and we have kept up to date with the developments there. The only thing that we're prepared to say at this time is that it is an active crime scene, that federal authorities are there right now, that whatever role this office should play in the possible prosecution of the case, we are certainly happy to do it, but we are not going to comment beyond that in light of the immediate and immediately developing investigative activity around that shooting that occurred. Are there any questions? Why don't we start on the right, because people accuse me of going to the left, so we'll start on the right. And it just so happens Mr. McDonald is there. That, of course, is not a comment at all on however he may vote. Mr. McDonald, do you have any questions?
Trying to find out the address and why is the drill press the key function in making it a crime?
Mr. Fritz, you want to answer this?
This is still somewhat of an open investigation, so I'm not going to give the exact address. I can tell you that it's on Tioga Street.
Did you say Hunter Block of Tioga Street?
I would rather just leave it at Tioga Street for you.
Well, Tioga Street runs along the section.
Mm-hmm.
In the vicinity of Kensington.
Can we say Harrogate, Kensington? You know, there's got to be something on the forms that,
Between the 1800 block and the 2000 block of East Tioga Street.
thank you.
Which I think would be Harrogate.
As far as how the drill press is key here, the problem is under the definition, the firearm definition, right? You have to be able to, there's certain parts of a gun that make it a gun. And the definition that has come out and is being challenged currently is that it's not a firearm until certain parts of the lower receiver have been drilled so that the gun can be put together, right? So whereas the defendant can buy that piece of the lower receiver, there are 3 or 4 drill holes, and there's a couple parts that need to be cut out as well that will then assemble it into a firearm. However, if you're a felon in possession of a firearm, you don't actually have to have a fully capable firearm under the statute. You just have to have a frame or receiver. But because those drill holes are not there, then it doesn't count as a frame or a receiver.
May I just throw in, when you say drill, what drill holes are not there, meaning there's still plastic that has not been drilled away when you receive it. It's the moment when they are drilled away that this item meets various
When they're
definitions.
prepared for insertion and trigger assembly.
Correct, correct.
How were the guns distributed? Were they out of the trunk of a car? Were they out his back door? Were they using the internet?
So these were, some of the sales that I know of came directly out of that home. I can't give you any more information than that.
How many guns how many parts, how many guns are going to be made from the parts found? However they're done?
Well, there were 23 separate items recovered from the home, one of which was the AR style, which was an incomplete rifle. There were 9mm barrels, two other lower handgun polymer 80 receivers, one second, 12 new packaged lower metal receivers, 4 metal AR lowers, not drilled, 6 plastic AR lower drilled polymers, as well as 12 plastic AR lowers that were not drilled. 16 had different stampings on them that did match up with sales that had been received. So there was, out of what we could charge, we charged 11 counts of 6105, which means that he could have, that fits our definition, he can be charged with the felony of the first degree 11 times. And then outside of that were all the other recoveries for the parts.
Are you able to estimate how many parts he ordered over time?
No, because there's no record of sale unless that he kept the receipts for us, which I doubt he's doing. But if he did, that would give us some indication. But no, these sales don't have to be registered. He doesn't have to provide an ID. And in fact, he was having them shipped to his home under an alias as well.
And did you recover, do you know if any of the guns that he was making had been linked to any shootings?
We would not know that, based on the fact that we don't even know, even the guns that we would have to look and see if there were any fired cartridge casings in his home, and then try and match those to any shootings. But again, that's the problem with ghost guns. They're completely untraceable for the most part.
But what about like through the stamp that you said?
That would be the stamps that are in there are like from the actual manufacturer of those parts. So those connections, but those people can, this is not a case where he made his own personal design on the firearms.
Was this the biggest haul that you've had so far of ghost guns?
I don't believe so. Well, this is probably one of the larger recoveries of those parts. We've had other manufacturers like this with the where the guns were already distributed, but we knew that there were several firearms that are already made it out on the street.
And the drill contraption that he made, is that unique? Is that like how a lot of these guys are putting together their guns?
So you can use that drill press, or you could just go buy a hand drill. So they're very easy to put together.
Do you think he was acting alone, or?
I can't comment on that.
There's no way to trace the drill press.
Well, the drill press would be just like anything else, right? You go to Home Depot, you buy a drill press, and then you use that to do whatever. So there's nothing particular other than the fact that we know that he took the time to buy a drill press to make these guns. So he was able to invest probably some of the money that he made off of the first firearms to build his factory a little bit bigger.
He didn't have a custom jig or something that he was using to hold the guns?
No, not that I can tell.
You may have said, but was there cash found in the house when you got there?
You know, I'm not sure if there was cash recovered. I would have to ask ADA Gadiri.
Okay, I think I got all that.
Do you want me to repeat it?
You would like me to comment on the 5 shootings that occurred yesterday and its significance in the city? Okay. Según lo que sabemos, había 5 tiroteos ayer. Fue un día difícil en esta ciudad. Hemos tenido un poco escoger los casos of harm that they have been doing for decades to get us to this point. Sadly, I'm afraid that's where we are. Are there any other questions?
On the 12-year-old who was injured in the shooting, what happened?
Ms. Pescator.
Thank you, DA Krasner. There's not much to update. They're still investigating, so we'll have more when we have more.
Was it someone in the stand?
Probably somebody in the house, you know, a gun left unattended by somebody who doesn't have a gun lock, doesn't put it away securely, something like that. Yes.
So no one has been charged yet?
No.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Those were the latest gun-related incidents in Philadelphia. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our first break here of this hour, and when we come back, this video has been making the rounds, going viral on the internet. You're going to see a U.S. veteran take down a knife-wielding man. Yeah, that is a knockout right there. We'll bring it to you next here on Live Now from Fox. And just like that, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, where we bring you top stories, headlines, and breaking news when it does happen. Want to take you out to this story, really going viral the last couple of days on the internet. Take a look at this as a knife-wielding man was in a South Carolina Walmart until this happened, a knockout right there. Turns out the guy taking down the assailant there was a veteran. All caught on cam right there as Walmart shoppers, including this military veteran, were captured on video helping to subdue a man waving around a knife and threatening people at a store in South Carolina. The incident was reported on January 4th at a Walmart store in the city of Columbia, according to a local news station there, citing authorities. Video recorded by an employee shows a man in a red hoodie shouting, swearing inside the store while brandishing a knife. I was at a self-checkout where I work, and the customer came in and demanded $20, the employee said. I saw he had a knife after him, yelling, demanding $20. I said, oh, he has a knife, to one of my managers who tried to confront him. Another shopper, later identified as veteran Demario Davis, is later captured on video striking the man in the red hoodie with a pole used for the checkout line. The man then falls to the ground, and another witness appears to take the knife from him. Later, the man is seen struggling with responding deputies from the Richland County Sheriff's Department before being handcuffed. I was at the checkout when my son noticed the guy walk in with the knife open. Davis told Fox News, adding that the suspect was walked to the service desk waving the knife at a few female employees who took off running from the guy. I then asked a female employee, where is security? As she stated, she was security, Davis recalled, and I'm walking toward the area where the gentleman was waving the knife, terrorizing other customers and employees. He yelled out, when the cops got here, and I'm going to start cutting you all up, the assailant said. Davis told Fox News Digital that another customer tried to subdue the man waving the knife, but the guy tried to cut him in the face. That's when my military training kicked in, he said, and I casually walked over to the object, not only to take him down, but also protect myself in case I failed. But when my great military training, I was able to neutralize the threat until law enforcement arrived there. No charges were immediately filed. The station reported there, but yeah, once again, you just always got to keep your head up there. You just never know what kind of situation you're going to be in these days, especially out in the public. All right, everyone, we are going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. We are again going to take you out to the Mark Jensen Kenosha murder trial that is continuing. They have another witness on the stand. Mark Jensen, accused of killing his wife back in 1998. He was convicted of it, but the sentence was vacated, and now this is the new trial. There is Mark Jensen, accused of killing his wife with antifreeze. You're watching Live Now from Fox, coming back in just 2.
testifying in 2007 that the conversation between Ed Klug and Mark Jensen, Ed Klug said it happened when opening the Appleton office?
Yeah, when I read the transcript review, and I read that, I said I thought Ed Klug had told Mark in Appleton. That wasn't the way I remember it today. I remember Ed telling me that Mark told him that in St. Louis. So there's a discrepancy there. But
So in 2006, you spoke to Mr. Klug, right?
Yes.
At this conference
Yes,
about this conversation between him and Mr. Jensen.
that's correct.
And a year later, you testified at a hearing.
Yes,
And during that testimony, you said that the conversation happened when they were both in Appleton.
that's correct.
During the conversation, he also told you that other people were present when Ed Klug and Mark Jensen were speaking.
Excuse me, counsel, what page transcript are you?
I'm cross-examining. I'm not on a transcript.
Well, you can't have a personal conversation between the lawyers here. I do have some job here.
I'm not quoting from a transcript, Judge.
All right, ask a question.
Once again, please.
Oh, yes. I have to remember what the question was. During the conversation that Ed Klug had with Mark Jensen, that he then told you about, Ed Klug said there were other people present.
Okay, that's correct.
Now, 2006 wasn't the only time you talked to Ed Klug about this case.
Yeah, when I read the transcript, I couldn't believe how many times I saw Ed Klug.
You actually talked to him a lot after
It
2006.
appears that way, and I don't remember those conversations, but it appears that I did,
You talked to him after you testified in 2007.
most likely. In fact, until I read the transcripts, and I'd completely forgotten about the airplane trip from Boston with Ed Klug completely. That was just gone from my mind. So, yeah, I talked to Ed a number of times.
And you talked to him after his testimony in 2007.
Probably, yes.
Just a few more questions, sir. I want to talk to you a little bit about the conversations you had with Mark Jensen in November of 1998, if you remember them. Okay?
Okay.
As a result of the conversation you had with Mr. Jensen, you asked your wife to go out to dinner with or lunch with Julie Jensen,
That's correct.
and she did that.
Yes, she did.
The conversation you had with Mr. Jensen is that Julie Jensen was crying regularly
Yes.
and that she was withdrawn,
That she was withdrawn? Yes,
and he was concerned about that.
that's correct.
That she was locking herself in her room,
Yes.
that she was losing weight,
Yes.
and that she was miserable.
Yes.
He told you he wanted her to see a doctor,
Yes, he did.
and she did not want to see a doctor.
That's correct.
He told you he was encouraging her to go to the doctor.
I think I testified last time that he said the only way he could get her to a doctor, and these are his words, was that if he duct taped her up and threw her in the car. So, yeah, he wanted her to go. He said he wanted her to go.
And she didn't want to go.
Objection calls for speculation as to what she did or did not want to do.
Sustained.
Judge, it was only based upon his answer.
Said move on.
He told you that Julie was afraid of ending up like her mother.
Yes.
And you knew her mother had some medical issues.
Yeah, I believe it was alcoholism.
And Julie feared being hospitalized
I
like
don't
her
know if
mother.
she did, but that's what Mark said.
That's what Mark told you.
That's correct.
And that was in November of 1998.
Sounds right.
He also talked to you about her previous treatment for depression.
Perhaps.
You don't specifically remember.
I don't.
So you talked a little bit about this computer that Mr. Jensen said he tried to fry with a large magnet.
Yes.
You know that you can't fry a computer with a large magnet, correct?
I didn't say it. He said it. I don't know if you can or you can't. I've never tried it.
Okay. You also testified that Mr. Jensen was kind of the person you went to if you had issues with the computer software.
Yeah, not so much issues, but just in helping to use the various features.
And that was the software that was on the computer for your work.
No, it was a software that was on his personal computer.
Okay.
It was work-oriented.
It was work-oriented?
Yes.
And did you use that software?
Yeah, I had a laptop and used it as well.
It wasn't about like if your computer died, he would come in and fix it.
No. It was just about utilizing the software.
He wasn't the IT tech of Stifel Nicholas.
No, he was not.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Redirect, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, on cross, defense counsel was asking you about Mark's conversations with you about Julie, suggesting that he was actually communicating real observations about Julie. But really, at the end of the day, was it your impression after Julie's death that he was conveying this information to tell you about Julie, or was he conveying this information to you for some other reason?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead, answer the question.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was always doubtful of the things he was saying.
And what was it? Did you have a suspicion or an inference that you drew as to why he was telling you these things?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Once more on the question.
So, did you draw an inference or develop a suspicion as to why Mark Jensen was telling you these things? What his motive was?
Well, I knew what was going on in the background, and it felt very strongly like he was trying to lay a path or an alibi in my lap. So, yeah, I never really bought into all of the things he was saying.
And you even had your wife check on Julie to see if there was truth to what he was telling you.
I did. That's part of the reason. That's correct.
Now, defense counsel had asked you some questions about your previous testimony, and I'm going to go into that. First of all, you were sent the transcripts of your testimony from your testimony on August 29th, 2007. You were sent that testimony?
I believe so.
And it was 87 pages long, about? Does that sound about right? 88 pages long?
Yeah, there was an 88-page one.
Yeah. And then the first day of your testimony on January 9th, 2008 at the later hearing, and that was from pages 252 to about 270.
Please speak into that mic. With this
I'm
plastic,
sorry.
it's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. So then the first day of your testimony at the later hearing, it was from pages 252 to page 270. Is that sound about right?
Yes.
And then from the next day of your testimony, it was from page 1 through page 126. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So you didn't commit to memory all of your testimony from all of those proceedings, did you?
I couldn't, and in fairness, even as I read it and tried to refresh my memory, there were just so many dates and so many things. I couldn't refresh my memory on everything. It's so much, and it was so long ago.
But one thing that's similar to all those proceedings and this proceeding is you're not just sitting up here and just telling the jury whatever comes to mind. You're actually asked questions by lawyers, correct?
Yes.
And if the lawyer doesn't ask you the question, then you won't provide that answer, correct?
I don't think they'd let me, but that's correct.
Now, defense counsel had asked you about questions, page 117. So, counsel, I'm directing the court and counsel's attention. This is the transcript of day 6 of that previous hearing. And I'm going to go to page 117. And defense counsel had posed you some questions, and they were found, directing court and counsel's attention to, well, these lines aren't marked, but it's about the middle of the page. Question, do you recall being asked the following questions and providing the following answers? Question, and Mr. Albee asked you questions about audits that the Home Office could do and about system checks that the Home Office could do on your computers, correct? Answer, yes. Do you recall being provided that question and giving that answer, or now would you concede that was a question and answer that was posed?
You got to run that by me again, please.
Okay, that was the question and that was the answer that was provided to you at the time?
Yes.
And then the next question, did that ever happen to your knowledge in your office? Answer, you mean a system check on computers? Question, Answer, a system check by the Home Office? Question, yes. Answer, they routinely monitor various things. Do you recall being posed those questions and giving those answers? Or do you at least concede that those questions were posed and those answers provided?
Yes.
Now, and those questions were just posed to you by defense counsel on your cross-examination. So now, to put that in context, do you recall then being asked the next question? And this is the bottom page 117. As of this conversation that you had with Mr. Jensen, where suddenly the next Monday his computer was fried, at that point, were you aware of any system checks where internet history would be checked? Answer, no, not specifically. Do you recall being posed that question and giving that answer, or concede that that question was posed and that was the answer that you gave?
I concede. On cross, defense counsel had asked about whether or not you'd ever told anybody about the conversation where Mark Jensen was asking you about the suitability of Ms. Labonte coming to stay at the house. Do you recall her asking you those questions? I do.
And so directing your attention now to page 93 of your testimony on January 10th, 2008. Do you recall being asked the following question and giving the following answer? Page 93.
Closer to the mic, please, Bob.
Page 93. Do you recall being asked the following question? Actually, it might be page 94. Let's see what page. Yeah, it is page 93. Do you recall being asked the following question and providing the following answer? Question. Do you recall him discussing the suitability of Ms. Labonte coming to stay at his house? Answer. That's correct. Question. This is the same house he shared with Mrs. Jensen? Answer. Yes. Question. And what did he ask about? Answer. He asked if I thought it would seem out of place if he presented her to the family as a friend or an acquaintance from the home office in St. Louis. Question. And what did you tell him? Answer. I thought it would be out of place. Now, do you recall being posed those questions, or do you acknowledge that being posed those questions and providing those answers on January 10th, 2008 at the earlier hearing?
Yes. Or I concede that I probably did.
Thank you, Mr. Nearing. I don't
Recross on those limited questions.
Briefly. You were just asked that last question about Ms. Labonte staying. That was in relation to the wake, correct?
In relation to what?
The wake. About him introducing her as a colleague from Stifel Nicholas.
No, I think he said moving into the, moving into the home as well, and I put the two conversations together.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you there, sir.
Go ahead with the question.
You were asked a question, same place, just slightly before what Attorney Jamboyce read. Do you recall a conversation you had with Mr. Jensen regarding the suitability of Ms. Labonte coming to Ms. Jensen's wake? Your answer was yes.
I do.
And it was shortly after that that you were asked the question, do you recall him discussing the suitability of Ms. Labonte coming to stay at his house? That's correct.
Yes.
And then 2 questions later, and what did he ask about that? Answer, he asked if I thought it would seem out of place if he presented her to the family as a friend or an acquaintance from the home office in St. Louis. That was your answer.
Okay, yes.
And that was in relation to the wake.
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, your excuse. Thank you.
Yes, I did not have any redirect, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on this trial here. Expected to go about 4 more weeks there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on this here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you out to Detroit here, where Detroit police have arrested a male suspect involved in a fatal shooting of the 53-year-old mother that officers believe was random. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Tirelessly. This particular case they have worked tirelessly on. They will relentlessly work to pursue those who victimize our community. In 2017, the City Council approved over $10 million for us to invest in a real-time crime center. We use that real-time crime center. Folks that are using weapons in our community, folks that victimize our community will be relentlessly pursued. Every footprint you make, whether it be a social footprint, social media, or a real footprint, we are going to look at. We are going to connect. We're going to connect with every friend, every girlfriend, every boyfriend, your parents, your neighbors, anything that we need to do to determine who's victimizing our community and who's pulling triggers in our community and who's creating havoc in our community, we are going to do. It is the men and women behind me that do that. And I wanted to just make sure that I thank them publicly for their hard work. This case, not unlike many others, but this one in particular was extremely tragic, touched all of us. Happened around Christmas, 29th, a few days after Christmas, and Miss Golden did what any of us would do and take for granted every day. She stopped at a store in her neighborhood on her way home from work. How many of us do that? And unfortunately, she was victimized by someone who had no respect for her, no respect for themselves, no respect for our community, and no respect for life. With that, these teams activated behind me, our partnerships, ATF, FBI, activated. We are here to announce a significant arrest in that homicide that shook our community. I want to again express my condolences to the family of Tracy Golden, who are here and represented here today. And Mr. Golden, I think we all saw his pain. I saw his pain at the funeral and certainly saw his pain displayed in the media. As I indicated, Tracy was a healthcare worker. But more importantly, a mom to Bianca and a wife to her husband, John. The night that she was killed, she was on her way home, as I indicated, from work, stopped at a store right down the street from her home, and no one deserves something this terrible to happen to them. And when you see someone like her, she represents all of us. Innocence, just stopping at a store in our neighborhoods. Before I get into some details of the investigation, again, I'm going to make it clear. We are going to relentlessly, unapologetically pursue people who victimize our community, period. You're not going to outwork us. You're not going to outthink us. We're going to use these partnerships with the FBI, the ATF, U.S. Marshals, our DFAT teams, and we're going to pursue you. Criminals need to make better decisions. They're not going to outthink us. They're not going to outwork us. And that's evident here today. Moving on to the investigation, as I indicated, I think I may have said December 29th, but my notes say on December 28th, in the 19,300 block of Grand River, officers were dispatched to a shooting scene. Officer found Miss Golden suffering from a gunshot wound. She was transported to the hospital where she tragically died from her injuries. Investigators began reviewing video showing the suspect walking towards Miss Golden as she approached her vehicle. As he got closer to her, he pulled a gun. Seconds later, the suspect tragically shot Miss Golden, took her keys, and fled in her vehicle. We released part of a video to our community in hopes of identifying a suspect. Let's play a portion of that video for you now for some context. And as that video starts, I want to thank our community for the tips that came in, the many, many tips that came in. And I want to thank our media partners as well for getting that information pushed out there for us. We could not do this job without our partners and our support. We have purposely edited the video out of respect for the family. Okay, the day after the shooting, the suspect robbed a Family Dollar store on East 7 Mile. The investigators were alerted to that robbery and paid very close attention to a number of different things with regards to that robbery, including the suspect's gait, how he walked. Officers responded to investigate and recovered Ms. Golden's vehicle as evidence. Investigators from the Detroit Police Homicide, Gang Intelligence, and Violent Crime Task Force partnership with the FBI and ATF worked to develop a suspect who was identified. That suspect was identified as Bradley Doss Thurman. On January 13th, our headquarters surveillance unit, again, our headquarters surveillance unit, Tactical Service Section, and the 8th Precinct Special Operations took Bradley Thurman into custody. I want to pause here and thank the prosecutor's office for expeditiously processing this warrant, working with our team on the ground to make sure that the warrant contained to make sure that we did all the work necessary to put the necessary information in the warrant to get it signed. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office has charged him with first-degree murder, felony murder, 5 counts of armed robbery, and 7 counts of felony firearm. He was issued a $4 million cash bond and remanded to the Wayne County Jail. Again, I want to commend the officers for their work in this investigation. I cannot say it enough. We would not have been able to take the suspect into custody without our real-time crime center, our analysts, and our officers, our investigators, our detectives that simply cared enough to look at everything, every robbery, every situation that we had in this city, things that I'm not even at liberty to talk to you about, to connect the dots on this case. Just a whole lot of hard work from the men and women of this department. Again, they did very important work to help identify the suspect. At this time, I'm going to bring up our federal partners just to say a couple words about the partnership.
Thank you, Chief White, and thank you for your presence and incredible leadership of this department. It's really inspiring to watch you guide this city to a better tomorrow. I'm Devin Kowalski. I'm an Assistant Special Agent in charge with the FBI Detroit. I'm responsible for our violent crimes programs. Mr. Golden, our hearts are with you and your family. This is a terribly violent, senseless, random act that nobody should ever have to endure. The combined interagency response to this heinous murder undoubtedly prevented additional acts of violence in our communities by this offender. Our mission is to protect people, and our Violent Crimes Task Force at FBI Detroit works relentlessly to support our partners and disrupt violent offenders. The task force leverages the full resource portfolio of the FBI. Simply put, we will not spare any expense or resources to find individuals that commit violent acts. Our task force is comprised of special agents and analysts from our FBI office, as well as law enforcement officers from Detroit, Dearborn, Livonia, Northville, Wayne State University, Michigan State Police, Michigan Department of Corrections, and the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. I want to thank our task force participants for giving us the resources, especially during a time when it's incredibly difficult for departments to retain and recruit officers. I commend the hard work and the integrated, selfless efforts by the women and men standing behind me of DPD, as well as ATF and the Violent Crimes Task Force to find the facts and deliver some sense of justice to Mr. Golden and your family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, if you want to come up, please.
Once again, I'm Craig Calamai, Acting Special Agent in Charge for ATF Detroit. First of all, we do want to send the condolences out to the family for this senseless murder. And just to reassure the community that ATF, the men and women of ATF, stand behind the Detroit Police Department. We're always working together in the communities, especially when it comes to violence with firearms. And it's just a tragic event, and we just want to reassure the community that we are here in support of the police department, and we'll always be behind the scenes working with you guys. Thank you.
Very much. And certainly to the Golden family, we know that this doesn't represent closure. I don't know if these types of things ever truly close, but we hope that you have some degree of peace knowing that we have identified a perpetrator for this heinous act. To our partnerships, thank you. We could not do it without you. This administration is about collaboration. It's not about who gets the credit. I already know I've got the hardest working men and women in the country standing behind me. So we want to work with anyone that's going to help us eradicate violence from our community. So we will reach out to the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and get you as much time as we can possibly get you for the crimes that you commit, if that's your desire. So with that, I take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you for the time, Chief. Mr. Golden, again, our sincere condolences to you and your family at this time. Chief, can you give us more details? Sean Lay from Channel 4. How was he arrested? Was his dad driving him when you guys got him?
My investigators have asked me to stay high level with the case until, and I have to do that to respect that. And we don't want to damage the investigation. But I will tell you this, hard work from detectives, investigators, analysts that really pulled this thing together. We don't want to be here. We wish we didn't have to be here, but the circumstances put us here. So I'm very proud of their work that they were able to bring this person to custody.
Working alone, or is anyone else under investigation?
The investigation continues. I don't think that we're ready to declare that we've got every answer to every question yet. But we have enough to charge and submit charges as we have on the suspect that we have in custody, but they continue to work.
Chief, almost a year, tragic case, Zion Foster, extensive, exhaustive, dangerous search. Where does that stand now?
Again, you've got members of this department that volunteered their entire summer to dig at a literal dump site and look for her. That case is still wide open. We think we've got a strong suspect for that case. There's a lot of work to be done, and we're going to continue to do that work. It's a sad, tragic, again, unnecessary event that happened in our community, and we should all be appalled. But we're here, and we know that she's no longer with us, and we know we're pretty confident who's good for that unfortunate and heinous act. But the investigators have a lot of work to do with the prosecutor on that case.
Keeping us to 3, and my colleagues want to ask, but with that, the suspect you have in that, can you go back around and talk to him, or does he not have to talk to you guys?
They're talking to him. Our detectives are constitutionally doing everything they can to talk to him, investigate him, visit with him, to make sure that we get what we need to charge that case the way it needs to be charged, or at least submit charges so that it can be charged. But there's a lot to it that I can't go into right now, but they are relentless. And as I indicated, this is not a threat. This is just a reality. We will look at everything. We will look at the people you hang out with, the places you hang out, girlfriends, boyfriends, whatever we have to identify who you are, we're going to do it. Your digital footprints, your literal footprints, we're going to do everything we can, because we're not going to just sit back and let people victimize people like Miss Golden and this beautiful family who no longer have her with them. Just days after she had hosted, a holiday event at her home and went to work. That's all she did. She just went to work.
Thanks, Chief.
Yep.
Simon Shaquette, Channel 7. Chief, you talked about Bradley Thurman being a danger, even in the hours in the day that followed Miss Golden's senseless murder. What was he doing at that Family Dollar?
Well, we think he was robbing it. I mean, that's what we think he was doing. And he dropped her car. So, he hadn't stopped. And oftentimes, people that commit these types of acts, they don't just rehabilitate themselves, which is why I'm very happy to see a $4 million bond on this person, right? Because he's killed once, he's robbed once, allegedly, right? I mean, or innocent until proven guilty, but the allegations that we have and the warrant that we've submitted, we're very strong and confident with, and he likely would have done it again.
And if possible, question for Mr. Golden, if you would come to the podium just to talk about what it means to you to see this coalition and the work that was done in order to make this arrest, if you're able to share that.
What was the question again?
What it means to you to see this coalition come together, working tirelessly to make that arrest, to bring him to justice.
It means everything to me and our family. I mean, I know they've been working since December 28th up until this point. Greatly appreciated. everybody that had a hand in it. But like the chief said, it ain't over. It's not over. And I will never have closure because my angel is not here. Never. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2. Chief, any idea on motive? Did the suspect give any indication as to why he did this or allegedly did this?
I can give you something high level. Sarge, you want to just talk high level moment?
So he did, the suspect did talk. We do have indication of a motive. I can't really get into it, like I said, because the investigation is still continuing at this time, but he did give an idea of why he did what he did.
In the beginning, we talked about this being a random situation. Was he targeting Tracy Golden, or was he watching her, or?
No, this was 100% spur of the moment incident. It was not targeted to her at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks.
Just one last question. John Hewitt, WWJ. Just for clarity, when was the suspect actually taken into custody? Was there surveillance prior to, or was it an immediate arrest, or any details you can give?
There was a lot that went into it. It was surveillance. It was surveillance before he was taken down. I think the actual date he was. Sarge, you know the day off the top of your head? Or I can look it up. 13th. On the 13th.
I'm sorry, are you able to provide any, was he at a residence or where or any?
He was taken down on the street, sir. But we did surveillance. We knew where he was. We had an eye on him. And once he started moving, when they found it safe to take him down without putting anybody at risk, that's what they decided to do at that time.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you all.
Terrible random tragedy right there happening to that Detroit woman. All right, everyone, we are going to take our final break here of this hour. When we come back, we'll take you out to two inaugurations that are going on right now for governor. This one in Pennsylvania for Governor Shapiro, and then in Texas, we do have for Governor Abbott. We'll play both of those, and they'll be very much different in the way they do their speeches and their policies, and we'll listen to them both right here on Live Now from Fox.
I am humbled to stand before you today as Pennsylvania's 48th governor. Along the winding road that has led to this moment, I have been grounded in my family and in my faith. And so I begin by saying to my high school sweetheart and Pennsylvania's newest First Lady, I love you, babe. I love you. Lori and I are blessed with 4 amazing children, Sophia, Jonah, Max, and Reuben. They have sacrificed so much along the way so that we could serve. And I just want you to know how much I love you. And I want all of you to know just how hard I will work for your children as Lori and I have for ours. I love you guys so much. I so appreciate our history-making Chief Justice, Deborah Todd, for doing me the honor of administering the oath of office. Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. May wisdom and the pursuit of justice continue to guide you and your fellow justices of the Supreme Court, several of whom are with us today. I'm pleased to be joined by legislative leaders and legislators of both parties, along with another history maker, President Pro Tem Ward. I'm grateful to be joined by her and Speaker Rozzi, Leader Pittman, Leader Costa, Leader McClinton, and Leader Cutler. I look forward to making progress together. I'm especially pleased to be joined today by Acting Attorney General Henry, Treasurer Garrity, and Auditor General DeFore. And I'm most grateful to have members of our congressional delegation here, led by Senator Fetterman and Senator Casey. We say a special prayer today for our senior senator for a full and speedy recovery. There is no doubt that you will be stronger than ever and continue to do good for the people of Pennsylvania for years to come. We love you, Senator. To our history-making Lieutenant Governor, Austin Davis. And his wife, Blair, I want to say thank you for joining Lori and I on this journey, for your partnership and for your commitment to service. We appreciate you. I am particularly touched that several of our former governors are with us today. It's a real honor to have Governor Ridge with us, to be joined by Governor Schweiker, to be joined by Governor Corbett. And while they are here, I know Governor Rendell is watching from home. Your presence here today formally celebrates the peaceful transfer of power. It also reminds us that while I am now entrusted with this awesome responsibility, it is just for a moment in the long history of our Commonwealth. I'll now do my part to build on your work and to leave this place better off the way each of you did before me. Thank you for your service. And of course, I want to recognize my dear friends, Governor Tom Wolf and First Lady Frances Wolf. Lori and I are so grateful for your friendship over nearly 2 decades and your guidance through this transition. Governor Wolf has led our Commonwealth and our residents through some of the most challenging times in our history, and he's done so with integrity, with acumen, and with an unwavering commitment to service. Governor Wolf expanded health care to nearly 1 million Pennsylvanians, He invested record amounts in our public schools, and he modernized state government. And thanks to his leadership, we now find ourselves in the strongest financial shape in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, allowing us to make the critical investments of tomorrow. Governor, you have exemplified what I spoke of a moment ago. You inherited the work of those who came before you. You served with honor, and you are leaving us in a better place than when we started. Thank you, Governor Wolf. Thank you. I set out to build a cabinet and a senior staff that looks like Pennsylvania and reflects the people and the communities that I just took an oath of office to serve and protect. Led by our Chief of Staff, Dana Fritz, sitting behind me here today. Sitting behind me here today is the most well-qualified and diverse set of public servants in our history. And I look forward to doing this work with them for all of you. Thank you all so very much. But most of all, I want to thank you, the good people of Pennsylvania. You see, you inspired me. You taught me important lessons. You invited me into your homes, into your union halls, into your places of worship, and into your community centers. We walked our main streets together, and I listened to you. I heard your stories, and those stories fuel my drive to serve. Your struggles give me purpose. Your smiles and your tears, they have filled my heart. Your problems have become my priorities. Your causes, my concerns. And together, together we've taken on the powerful, and we have empowered the people. People like Alexis, who was ripped off by a predatory student lender, and whose story inspired a fight to take on that powerful entity and bring real relief to thousands of Pennsylvanians. People like Tim, who did the backbreaking work on our roadways for decades just to have company executives steal his hard-earned benefits, but whose courage led to accountability and change. Like the families who I've met who've lost loved ones to the opioid crisis. They've shared their grief with me, but also their resolve to keep up the fight to protect others from the dangers of addiction made worse by corporate greed. And like the thousands of brave survivors I've met who come no matter where I am and in hushed tones tell me their stories of abuse so the institutions that covered it up can be held accountable. Your stories and your courage, it stayed with me, and it will motivate me every day as I serve as your governor. Because ultimately, in a functioning democracy, it is your voices who should be heard in the halls of government. The voices of people like Danielle, who bravely told us her own story about her decision to have an abortion to save her life, and who I'm honored to have on the stage with me here today. The voice of the grandma in Lawrence County, who I met over 15 months ago in the first week of our campaign. She came up to me, she grabbed me by the lapels, and she pulled me close to her, and in that stern voice that can only come from a grandma, she looked me in the eye and she said, "Do not let us go back to what it was like before Roe." And thanks to so many of you here today, we won't. We won't. The small business owners like Jared Betts, who owns a community barbershop in Lancaster and is here with us on stage today. Like so many others, he told me about his dream and he built it, and now he just needs a level playing field in order to thrive. I remember the voices of the grieving moms who lost their loved ones, their children, to gun violence. I want you to know something, moms. Your children matter, and so do you. Your voices are powerful. Thank you for being on this stage with us here today. I remember the students brave enough to speak openly with me about their mental health struggles. Hear me on this. They are the strong ones, and it's up to us to help them. The family farmer looking to leave his land to his daughter, but lacking the capital necessary to make the investments to carry on the family legacy long enough just to see her take over. And the voices of those who put on the uniform at home and abroad to keep us safe. They leave behind those in service to us all. Today we're joined by Stephanie Mack and Brittany Siska, the wives of Trooper Martin Mack and Brandon Siska, who were killed in the line of duty just a few months ago. Thank you for being with us today. We continue to honor and respect your husbands. May their memories be a blessing. I want you to know that you, the good people of Pennsylvania, will always be my North Star. I'm mindful of the fact that you've shared those stories with me because you believe that I can make a difference for you. And that is humbling. Humbling that you've entrusted me with such a great responsibility. Not just the honor to serve as your governor, but the responsibility to stand up for what is right, to bring people together, and to get real things done for you. That is my covenant with you, the people. That's our deal. You have spoke up loud and clear, and you gave me direction with your voice and with your vote. A record number of votes, I might add. It was people from all different walks of life, from rural, urban, and suburban communities, united to tell me what you think. You showed the underlying goodness within our Commonwealth, that you want a society that creates opportunity for all people. From God's country to Gettysburg, I heard you when you said you want good schools for our kids, safe communities, and an economy that gives people a shot and lifts them up. You also sent a clear message. Democrats, Republicans, and independents, when you came together to resoundingly reject extremism here in Pennsylvania. Together, hope defeated fear. Unity triumphed over division. We proved together that we value our freedoms and that we are willing to do the hard work necessary to protect our fundamental rights. And to those who didn't cast a vote for me, I heard you too. And I will do my best every day to be a governor for all Pennsylvanians. But right now is the time to join together behind the unifying strength of three simple truths that have sustained our nation over the past 2.5 centuries. That above all else, beyond any momentary political differences, we value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. Our democracy is indeed now stronger because that historic coalition came together and fought for it, voted for it. But our democracy is not a given. As our own Pennsylvania history shows, our democracy is a constant work in progress. Pennsylvania's first constitution in 1776 was regarded as the most democratic of its time. But it still took 150 years for women to gain the right to vote. Pennsylvania was the first state in the nation to pass a law abolishing slavery just 4 years later in 1780. But it took until 1847 for total abolition. You see, we worked at it together because we value our freedom. And as a people, we are committed to progress. Consider this for a moment. Our Commonwealth was founded on the promise of religious tolerance. Pennsylvania, a place where Penn invited all to come and live and worship in peace and security. And now, in this place of tolerance, I stand before you a proud American of Jewish faith who just took the oath of office to be the 48th governor of this great Commonwealth on a Bible from the Tree of Life Synagogue. The scene just 4 years ago of the deadliest act of anti-Semitism in our nation's history. Pennsylvanians can indeed find light in the midst of darkness and drown out the voices of hate and bigotry. Yes, we can. You see, in every chapter of this Pennsylvania story, we got better, we got stronger, we got more tolerant. Our story is one of progress and prosperity. And today we come together under the banner of this new administration to write our next chapter with a keen understanding of our history and the voices that will guide our future. It will require all of us to build on Penn's promise. My own faith teaches me that no one is required to complete the task, but neither are we free to refrain from it. In this capital and all throughout our Commonwealth, we have a unique responsibility to keep doing the hard and necessary work to strengthen the democracy that was born right here 246 years ago. Each of us can make a contribution. And in many different ways, we've shown that when it's all on the line, Pennsylvanians step up and do their part. We rallied, like Gen Z. Anybody from Gen Z here? Like Gen Z, who continue to make progress on climate change and gun violence and reproductive rights. Like the two women in Montgomery County who bravely walked into a county courthouse and asked for a marriage license before it was legal and sparked a movement. Like those who marched with Dr. King at Girard College during the Civil Rights Movement to demand righteous change. Like the Pennsylvania service member who carried with him one of the other Bibles I was sworn in on today when he fought to save the world from fascism and defeat the Nazis in World War II and earned himself a Purple Heart in the process. You see, they stepped up the Pennsylvania way. We are all stewards of our democracy. And I'm mindful that as we celebrate this peaceful transition of power, we are proving again that our democracy endures and the collective work to strengthen it continues. This work is more important now than ever before. Because we have seen over the last several years, we've been reminded over the last several years of the fragility of our democracy, how we have to keep working at it, how we have to keep fighting to protect it. Here in Pennsylvania, we didn't allow the extremists who peddle lies to drown out the truth. We showed that our system works. Our elections are free and fair, safe and secure. And we assume this obligation to defend our democracy not merely to honor the work of our ancestors, but rather to build on a foundation so we can make progress for our children. That is why we do this work. You see, only by setting the table of opportunity and inviting all to come and sit and partake can we advance the cause of real freedom. The kind of real freedom that comes when we devote real resources in that young child's public school to make sure she has a shot. The kind of real freedom that comes when we invest in public safety to make sure she lives past her 18th birthday. The kind of real freedom that comes when we create new pathways to opportunity by investing in VOTEC and job training programs like the ones that prepared IATSE members to construct this very stage and trained apprentice cabinet makers from the Carpenters Union to craft this podium I now speak from. The kind of real freedom that comes when you live in a commonwealth that respects you for who you are, no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love, or who you pray to or choose not to pray to. Real freedom that makes government a productive force for good, that allows us to tackle big challenges again and dream of brighter, more prosperous tomorrows, where our air is clean, our water is pure, our communities healthier, and our economy stronger, where poverty doesn't get ignored and prosperity isn't limited to certain zip codes in Pennsylvania. Where political differences cause debate, but do not give rise to demagogues. The real freedom that leaves its citizens with the confidence of knowing that the doors of opportunity will swing open if they simply push them through. Where everyone gets a shot and no one is left behind. That is real freedom. And that is our challenge, that is our calling, and that is the next chapter in our Pennsylvania story that we start writing today, all together. That is our challenge.
Josh Shapiro there, inaugurated today as the 48th governor of Pennsylvania. He was the former Pennsylvania Attorney General, now turned to the highest position there in the state. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking out to Austin, Texas right now, where Governor Abbott just took the oath of office for the third time in his inauguration. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I want to thank Chief Justice ACT for administering the oath of office. I want to thank Lieutenant Governor Patrick and Speaker Phelan for their leadership. I want to say thanks to all of the statewide officials and members of the legislature. Let me tell you something. We are going to work together this session to keep Texas the land of opportunity in the United States of America. So God has blessed me with a wonderful family, including my extraordinary wife, the fabulous First Lady of Texas, Cecilia Abbott. During her service as the First Lady, she has championed Texans who are most in need, such as children in foster care, and working to end the scourge of human trafficking in Texas. She and I share a constant ray of sunshine in our lives, our remarkable daughter, Audrey Abbott. I also want to thank and recognize her family members on stage with us here today. Dr. Letitia Phelan, her brother Joseph Phelan, and Joseph's wife Yvette. Thank you all for being here. One thing we cannot emphasize enough, and that is all Americans are heirs to the freedom that is secured by the men and women who have worn the uniform of the mightiest military in the history of the entire world. My brother, Gary, is among them, having served in the United States Navy for 20 years, including flying combat missions in the first Gulf War. He is here today with his wife, Denise. Also with us here today are our state and National Guard who are leading the charge to secure our border. They are led by Major General Seltzer, who is here today. Thank you, Major General, for being here, and thank you for your service. The reason why we have the freedom to celebrate inaugurations in the first place is because we have had courageous men and women who have put on that uniform and fought for freedom across the entire world, and they deserve our gratitude. If there is anybody here who has ever worn the uniform of the United States military, would you please stand or wave your hand so we can thank you for your service to the United States of America? As most everybody here knows, we have a state song. And our state song, Texas, Our Texas, was played earlier today by the mighty Houston Cougar Band. Thank you all very much for doing that. Our state song is a hymn. It's a hymn that glorifies the exceptionalism of our state. We work every day to live up to that exceptionalism. The song begins like this, and don't fear at all because there's no chance I'm going to sing it to you. But let me just recite the first few words because the words are so important to who we are as a people. It begins, Texas, our Texas. All hail the mighty state. Texas, our Texas, so wonderful, so great. Boldest and grandest, withstanding every test. O empire wide and glorious, you stand supremely blessed. God bless you, Texas, and keep you brave and strong, that you may grow in power and worth throughout the ages long. By the grace of God, we have fulfilled that aspiration to be that mighty state that is declared in our state song. Texas is America's undisputed economic leader, providing pathways to prosperity for all Texans. Our $2 trillion economy is now the 9th largest economy in the entire world. Texas is #1 in America in producing the food, the fiber, and the fuel that we use every day. The gas that you put into your truck, the jeans that you wear, the steak you eat for dinner, all of it is made in Texas. Made in Texas is the mightiest brand in America, and we use it every day to build the #1 economy in the United States. The second line of our great song declares Texas, our Texas, so wonderful, so great. Texas is great in so many ways. Texas is now home to more Fortune 500 company headquarters than any other state in America. Texas is now the headquarters of headquarters. We consistently rank #1 in economic development, and we lead the nation in job growth. We're #1 in semiconductor manufacturing. We have the world's largest medical center, and we export more products than any other state. Texas is providing opportunity that people...
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
...is driven by our small local businesses. More than 95% of Texas businesses are small, and they employ nearly half of all working Texans. In Texas, we have more black business owners, more Hispanic women business owners, more veteran business owners than anywhere else in the United States of America. It just shows that everyone can succeed in Texas. In fact, more Texans have a job today than ever before in the history of our state. What that does is it puts more Texans on the pathway to prosperity through higher wages and through unparalleled opportunities. Now, our great economy has produced another record. We now have the largest budget surplus than we've ever had in the history of our great state. But make no mistake, that surplus does not belong to government. It belongs to the taxpayers. And we will use that budget surplus to provide the largest property tax cut in the history of the state of Texas. Our state song goes on to proclaim that we are the boldest and the grandest. Just as early pioneers explored our vast frontier, our modern pioneers are boldly exploring our vast universe. The first words spoken by Neil Armstrong after landing on the moon was Houston. Now, we have teams in Texas that are building the pathway to Mars. Texas is the epicenter of innovation. we attract the brightest minds and the hardest working entrepreneurs. To ensure that our booming state can meet the needs of our future, we must work this session to bolster our infrastructure, including the roads that we drive on, the water that we use at home and in our fields, and the ports that we use to ship products around the entire globe. Our state is so grand, we now have more than 30 million people who call Texas home. By 2050, there will be more than 50 million. People from across America, they are fleeing the oppression of high taxes, red tape, burdensome regulations in other states, and coming to Texas, where freedom and fortune are found around every corner. Americans are showing that what Davy Crockett said still rings true today. And you all know the line. You may all go to hell. I am going to Texas. Texas has also lived up to the next line of our song, that we withstand every test. Let me highlight just one. Last session, I signed 14 bipartisan laws that fixed the flaws in our power grid. Last summer, we set 11 all-time power generation records. And last month, we weathered a brutally freezing temperatures across the state, all without any disruptions to the grid. Since our bipartisan reforms, no Texan has lost power because of our grid. But we all know that increased demand is going to be placed on the grid as Texas continues to grow. So this session, we will build a grid that powers our state not for the next 4 years, but for the next 40 years. The next line of our great state song states the obvious. O empire wide and glorious, you stand supremely blessed. Texas is blessed in so many ways. One of our greatest blessings is our children. And one thing they deserve is a quality education. Per student funding for public schools is at an all-time high. We have one of the best high school graduation rates in America. We are number one for national blue ribbon schools, and we are number one for Tier 1 research universities. Texas is now the knowledge capital of America. But we must remember this. Our schools are for education, not indoctrination. Schools should not be pushing social agendas. Our schools must get back to teaching our students the fundamentals. We must reform curriculum to get kids back to learning the basics and empower parents with the tools to challenge that curriculum when it falls short of expectations. And no one knows what is better for their child's education than their parents. Those parents deserve the freedom to choose the education that is best for their child. One essential part of our schools is safety. We must prioritize protecting students and